and each of that is then sent by the governor to the National Archives, and each of the electors who is duly elected gets a certificate indicating that they were duly elected. The canvass also triggers a period in which candidates who are aggrieved by the outcome can request a recount if they choose to do so.
Okay. There's a lot to unpack in that answer. First, I want to show you Exhibit 5. Ask you to look through that and then let me know if you recognize that document.
God damn it. Oh, darn it. I mean, darn it.
Yes.
And what is that, sir?
This is a cover letter and an amended certificate of ascertainment that was sent by the governor to the National Archives.
And does it also include a copy of the original certificate of ascertainment?
Yes.
What move to admit people's proposed? Well, that's already admitted. Sorry.
I tried to boost the sound and it crashed
the original certificate of ascertainment, does that have a date on it?
I really would appreciate if people would share it so that we get back. Sorry.
Just looking at the original certificate of ascertainment, does that identify which parties candidates for elector were appointed as the electors for the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And which party's candidates were appointed?
The Democratic Party.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you to look at the earlier pages and look at the amended certificate of ascertainment. And does the party whose candidates were appointed, does that change with the amendment?
No.
Can't you? People's proposed Exhibit 4. Nancy, if you recognize those.
Thank you.
Those documents, sir.
Yes.
And what are those?
These are copies of the certificate of election that is given to each of the electors who were duly elected.
And are those specifically the certificates that were generated and then ultimately sent out for as it relates to the November 2020 presidential election?
Yes.
And which party's electors received those certificates?
The Democratic Party.
In November 2020, did the state of Michigan for any reason send out certificates also to the Republican nominees for election?
No.
I tried to boost the sound and it crashed the stream.
Now, once a party's electors are appointed,
so I would appreciate everyone if you would share it. That would be great. Thank you.
They informed, I believe, of the need to meet at the Capitol, the state Capitol and Senate chamber to cast their votes, part of the Electoral College.
And is that a specific requirement, or can they just meet anywhere in Lansing?
It's required under law that they meet at the Capitol, and I believe specifically the Senate chamber.
Okay. And once the appointed electors meet, what is it that they are supposed to do when they meet in the Senate chamber at 2 p.m.?
They cast their votes. They formally cast their votes in the Electoral College for president.
And is a document executed to, I guess, verify that their votes, the electors' votes are actually have been cast on that date at that location?
Yeah.
Let me show you Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the certificate of votes for president and vice president from November 2020 election.
And in your answer as regards to the State Board of Canvassers certifying the vote, you said it triggered a recount process. Could you tell us about that?
Sure. So as I noted, we have people vote on paper ballots. Those paper ballots are tabulated using electronic voting machines, voting equipment. The paper ballots are retained after the election. Under state law, if any candidate is aggrieved by the result, and they believe that there was some error in the tabulation of the ballots, they can request a recount. And that needs to be requested 48 hours, within 48 hours after certification.
And certification in November 2020 was November 23rd, 2020.
Thanks, Sharon.
Was a request for a recount submitted or as related to the presidential, vice presidential results for Michigan?
No.
Now, the process that you've just described, along with the documents that you testified to, has that been the process in the state of Michigan for a while?
As far as I know, yes.
And I'm gonna. So you people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8. You recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are the certificate of ascertainment and the certificate of votes from the.
Thanks,
2016
Pep.
presidential
Appreciate it very much. Thank you, everyone,
And as
for
with the
sharing.
2020
Or crashy crash.
certificate of ascertainment is a certificate of ascertainment first. Does the 2016 certificate of ascertainment identify which party's candidates were elected?
Yes.
And the the 2016 certificate of votes, people's proposed exhibit 8, does that bear the signatures of the appointed electors?
Yes, as far as I know.
Would move to make people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8.
Judges, people 7 and 8.
For purposes of the record, was there any motion to admit number 3?
Yes.
That's already been admitted.
Yes.
Thank you.
People 7 and 8 are admitted.
Specifically turning your attention to exhibit 7, which parties' candidates for electors were appointed in 2016 for the state of Michigan?
Sorry, exhibit 7 is the certificate of ascertainment, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
The Republican Party.
In November 2020, well, strike that. Does the Michigan election law allow for multiple parties to deliver electoral votes?
No.
It says
In
I have
November
226
2020, would there
total
have been
viewers.
Any legal
I don't know how that
justification or legal
happened.
authority
You guys made that
would
happen.
allow an additional party
That's
other
what
than
happened.
the party named in the
I
certificate
don't know.
of ascertainment
You guys are making
to
that happen, not me.
deliver votes for.
I'm
president
glad
and
you
vice
said it
president?
because I'm looking at 226 total and I'm like, how do I have 226 people? So thank you for confirming
I'll
it.
let him answer.
Wow, it's the magic of
Well, his testimony also said that as the
hoping.
director of
No,
the Board of
it's
Elections,
actually the
he has
magic
to,
of you guys. Thank you very
follow and
much.
adhere
I
to
really
the
appreciate it.
Michigan
Woo,
election
this is an
law,
all-time
as well
high,
as the
right?
federal law
Whoop,
that pertains to elections.
Okay, we're getting ready to go
Not
back
aware
to
of any
Merrick
provision in Michigan
Garland.
election law that would allow
Merrick
that.
Trustee
Garland,
objection.
Merrick Garland,
Okay.
Merrick Garland. We're gonna stop you guys and we're gonna go over here and we're gonna make this really tiny. Whoops, shit. Okay.
In light of the questioning from the gentleman from Florida, a letter that the committee sent to the Attorney General on April 30th, asking for all communications with Mr. Colangelo, with the Justice Department and the folks in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. So without objection, that will be entered into the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from, oh, by the way, that was April 30th, 2024. So Attorney General's had plenty of time to respond to what Mr. Gates raised in his questioning about getting that information. If it's really no coordination, as he alleges, then show us the information.
Jim, shut up.
Also, that you don't have any. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General, on May 15, 2024, you sent a letter to President Biden recommending he invoke executive privilege on audio recordings of his interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur. In this letter, you claim the precise concern is that executive privilege protects materials related to a closed criminal investigation where disclosure might hamper prosecutorial efforts in future cases. Is that correct? I think you stated that earlier.
Yes.
In this letter, you also wrote that you are concerned about the prospect of committees of Congress obtaining confidential records from Justice Department of criminal investigative files for the purpose of addressing highly politicized issues in public committee hearings. Is that correct as well?
Are you citing my letter?
Yeah, in the letter
that's correct. Yeah.
Right. So let me go back. In the United States versus Mitchell, during the Watergate District Court case, Judge Sirica held that by releasing portions of a subpoenaed recording in transcript form for publication, the president's claim of confidentiality and that privilege associated with it was no longer valid since the conversations were no longer confidential. You produced the transcripts to this committee, correct?
Yes.
And prior to producing the transcripts to the committee, they were leaked to the press. So based on Mitchell, which is still good law, the recordings are, in fact, no longer confidential, aren't they?
Can I respond? I'm sorry, that's not what Mitchell was about at all. Mitchell was, first of all, about transcripts created by President Nixon, for which there was plenty of reason to believe that they were not accurate. And secondly, it had to do with the confidentiality of communications between Nixon and his staff. And once he provided the transcripts, the court said those communications were no longer confidential. That is not the allegation. That is not what we're asserting here. Here we're asserting confidentiality over the audio, not confidentiality, but protection of the audio in a criminal investigation, an interview, not a staff meeting.
Okay, thank you. Let me move on.
If good law is not executed, is it good law?
Argument that producing the audio
Right.
tapes would affect the
It's a whole
department's
tree
ability
thing.
to obtain vital cooperation in high-profile criminal investigations, in particular, in investigations where the voluntary cooperation of White House officials is exceedingly important. Is it your testimony that a White House official would voluntarily cooperate in a criminal investigation only if the Justice Department promises not to release the audio recordings? That doesn't make any sense.
The long-time experience of the Justice Department is also reflected in the declaration that was filed under oath, is that witnesses want to protect the confidentiality of their communications with the prosecutors during these sensitive interviews. In the Cheney case, the Justice Department made the same claim, even with respect to FBI notes about interviews of Mr. Cheney and that special counsel. It's our view that we need
Is that when Dick shot someone in the face?
To be tape recorded.
Was that when Dick shot someone in the face?
And that they are going to be less willing to do that if they know it's going to be made public. In the declaration that was filed in court on Friday, the senior official stated that he knew of cases right now where people are unwilling to provide audio because they are worried about it becoming public. So the answer is yes, that is our view.
Attorney General, have you listened to the audio recording?
I have not, because there's no reason for me to listen to it in order to make the determinations that I had to make. We had the special counsel describe in detail his explanations for his determinations.
So let me, I don't understand how you can kind of sit before the
This is about the audio transcript of Biden's interview with Robert
what's
Hur.
indistinguishable from the transcripts.
They want to use it,
if you're not
clip
even
it,
sure
and use
what's
it for their
on the
fucking
tapes
propaganda.
I'm not
Fuck
doing it
them.
on my
Fuck
own.
all the way
I
off.
have-
We already had
You're
this
saying other
hearing.
people have listened to it within the department.
Oh,
Within
shut
the
up.
department, and the special counsel has listened to it, and
Who
the special
cares?
counsel had every interest in ensuring that the transcript that he produced in order to do his investigation
They
would be
gave
accurate.
them.
Yes,
They
that's
gave
right.
this
Okay, so
committee a
let's go back. So in
transcript
May
of that
15th letter, you
interview.
also attempt
The
to
committee now
distinguish
wants
the
the
committee's
audio
reliance on the United
so that they
States versus
can
Nixon.
clip it and
Specifically, you claim that
seemingly,
since
they
President
think,
Nixon
make
had
fun
released
of,
only
I
edited
guess,
transcripts of a portion of the
President
meetings
Biden.
covered by the
No,
audio
we
recordings,
already had
the
it.
Nixon case
There was a
does
whole
not
hearing
apply.
about it.
But that was not what the court held regarding the enforceability of the special prosecutor's subpoena, was it? That doesn't match up right now then.
not exactly sure what you're asking, that Nixon, it was well known
Thank
that
you to
Nixon
all the
had
people who
edited
shared the
tapes,
broadcast.
had
We
edited the
are at
transcripts, and he said he had
352
edited the
viewers.
transcripts. That is not
9
what
here
happened
on
here. The special
YouTube. Thank
counsel,
you
the
so
FBI
much. I
agents in
love
the
you
room,
guys
and the
very
senior,
much. Please
career
come over to
official said
YouTube.
that
It's
the
kind of
transcripts
crazy
matched
over
the
here.
audio.
That's really nice.
So
But we
the
have
court reasoned that the audio recordings would be
372
relevant to
total.
show,
That's so
among other
sweet.
things, a
Thank
criminal
you guys. You
conspiracy
guys made that
and for other
happen.
valid
Thank you.
potential evidentiary
Wow.
uses for the
The
same
power
material.
of people.
In the Nixon case, yes, because there were
Media
parts of the
literacy.
transcript in which the conspiracy was disclosed of those communications, which
That's what this
parts of
is
the
about.
audio in which were
That's
not in the
what more
transcript. That's
eyes.
not the situation
More
here.
eyes.
Here,
We don't know that, though,
Flood the
Attorney General.
zone
We're unaware because we haven't
with
heard the
facts.
tapes. We don't know if they match up.
everyone had a genuine reason to
Time
believe
of the-
that those transcripts were not accurate. Here, you have the special counsel, you
Time
have
of
the
the
FBI
gentleman.
agents
They
in
did.
the
They had
room,
Robert
and you
Hur,
have the senior career official in the department
Robert
all comparing
Hur
it and finding them to be accurate.
Time of the
telling
gentleman has
them for
expired. Gentleman
hours
from Georgia is
about his
recognized.
interview with Biden. For
Chairman.
hours.
Most Americans
have it.
grown
It's in a
sick and
past
tired
live
of this
stream.
do-nothing
Check it
MAGA
out.
Republican House of Representatives, which has failed to pass a single piece of legislation
Yeah,
that
welcome to
lowers
the
costs for
lounge.
families
We're glad you're
or
here.
addresses
I love
the
this
southern
guy.
border issue or other important issues. Instead of attacking real issues that matter, House MAGA Republicans fritter away time with rabbit hole investigations of Dr. Fauci and Hunter Biden, while simultaneously spinning webs of lies that seek to create public wrath against anyone who would dare to be involved in any effort to hold the convicted felon Donald Trump accountable for his misconduct. The American people can see right through these distraction efforts. Attorney General Garland, thank you for your many years of service to our nation. Among other positions in the federal justice system, you have had an illustrious career as a federal judge, a judge of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit from 1997 through 2021, including as chief judge from 2013 to 2020. And you also served as chair of the Executive Committee of the Judicial Conference of the United States from 2017 to 2020. So I'm sure that you've had a lot of time to think deeply about the importance of judicial impartiality in a functioning democracy. I and 44 other members of Congress have called for Justices Thomas and Alito to recuse themselves in cases where they cannot be seen as impartial in the case seeking immunity for Donald Trump and others. Justice Thomas's wife played a major role in the Stop the Steal movement that culminated in the January 6th insurrection. And we recently learned that Justice Alito flew flags related to the Stop the Steal movement at both his residential home and his vacation home in 2021 and again in 2023, which directly ties him to the January 6th insurrection, to Donald Trump, and to efforts to overturn the 2020 election. We urged them to recuse themselves from related cases, and Justice Alito last week refused. Then last week, my colleague Jamie Raskin wrote an op-ed arguing that DOJ could petition the other 7 justices to require Justice Alito and Thomas to recuse themselves. That leads me to this question. Is the filing of such a petition with the Supreme Court something that the Department of Justice is considering?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to give you the same answer I've given to other members. The Justice Department can't comment on matters that are before a court, matters you're talking about before the Supreme Court.
This is, I'm talking in terms of an independent petition, not related to any matter pending before the court at this time, but related to those matters.
Justice Department speaks through its filings on matters before the court, and that's all I can say about it.
That's right.
Well, I'd like for the DOJ to at least consider that possibility. My next question, public reporting has revealed that Supreme Court Justices Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito have accepted gifts of luxury travel and lodging from billionaire benefactors and failed to report those gifts as required under federal financial disclosure laws. The Ethics in Government Act provides the Attorney General authority to investigate and take action against violations of the financial disclosure laws by members of the federal judiciary, even without a referral from the Judicial Conference. What can you tell us about Department of Justice efforts to investigate those high-profile violations by those two justices?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to say the same. As I said before, the Justice Department does not comment on whether it investigates or who it investigates or whether it should investigate.
Fair enough,
All
sir.
of our statements are reflected in court papers.
Fair enough. Threats on the judiciary are increasing, and this is frightening to the rule of law. Can you talk about the work that DOJ is doing to address this important issue?
Yes, the threats to the judiciary, threats to prosecutors, threats to law enforcement agents have all spiked significantly, and in some cases have accelerated from threats to actual violence. We have a threats task force engaged in investigating these matters. We intend to aggressively investigate and prosecute threats against our public officials, including members of Congress, of which the numbers have actually exploded in the past couple of years. Our democracy cannot continue if the people who make the democracy run are afraid, if they make their decisions based on fear of being threatened or of being assaulted. No democracy can survive under those circumstances, and we will do everything we can in our power to investigate, deter, and prosecute anyone who makes threats
Jimmy
against public
wants to
servants.
bang that gavel so bad.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Garland, why Jack Smith? Why'd you pick him?
I've said at the time I appointed Mr. Smith, I explained he was independent. He was a longtime career prosecutor
But there are probably other people who you would describe as independent, long-time career prosecutor. Why did you pick, this is probably the most high-profile special counsel investigation, maybe in American history. You're going to be investigating a former president, a candidate for president, and leading in all the polls.
Bombshell there, Jimmy?
And you pick Jack Smith. Most important selection maybe ever made from Attorney General when you come to a special counsel. I just want to know why you could have picked former AGs, deputy AGs, U.S. attorneys. You got all kinds of lawyers in this town, but you picked Jack Smith.
All the people you just mentioned were would be political appointees. I appointed somebody who was not a political appointee, somebody who was independent, nonpartisan, with a record of career experience as a prosecutor. That seemed to me the perfect resume for making that kind of.
He was a guy, had to bring him back from Europe. He worked at the ICC, worked at the World Court. He was the best pick for the most high-profile investigation ever.
He was independent. He was nonpartisan. He had never held a political office. He was never appointed in a political office.
Was he your first choice?
He had a long career as a career.
Was he your first choice?
I'm not going to go into the question.
Did you know him before you picked him?
I did not.
You ever worked with him?
I did not.
Did you meet with him prior to announcing his selection and tell him what was going on?
so.
I did.
What happened in that meeting?
I met with
It's an
him. I asked him
interview.
if he would be willing to do this. We talked about my understandings of the role of this office, which are on the public record. That's all.
Did he ask for the job?
You can try. You can try.
This is not a job I don't think anybody asks for.
That's not
Sorry.
no, but that's not the question I asked you. I said, did Jack Smith ask for
Did
the
not
job?
ask me for the job, no.
Did he convey through someone else that he wanted the job?
I would be surprised if that were the case, but
But you don't know?
No, I don't know.
So he may have?
Oh my
I
God.
can only tell you what I know. I chose him because he had a record of impartial career experience as a prosecutor. That's why he was chosen.
Was it impartial when he went after Governor McDonnell?
Yeah, Jack
was a
Smith is
member
far
of- he
too
was
after
competent
Governor
and he
McDonnell, that
scares
case
them.
gets
You're right,
appealed to the
Pepper.
Supreme Court.
You're
Supreme Court
absolutely
unanimously
right.
said it was wrong and overturns the conviction?
He was in the public integrity section of the Justice Department, a career position. They made the decisions they thought were warranted, and we respect the decision of the Supreme Court.
Did the fact that he was interested in going after the very people who were targeted by the IRS about a decade ago, did that have any influence on your selection? Okay, let's put up this slide.
the baby.
This is from Jack Smith. to some other folks in the Justice Department, and it says, could we ever charge a conspiracy to violate laws of the U.S. for misuse of such nonprofits to get around existing campaign finance laws? Jack Smith was looking to prosecute the very people who were targeted by the Obama IRS.
He's a meanie. I don't know. You have excerpts from an email I've never seen. You should know that
IRS
I sat.
Commissioner Sarah, I'm just asking you this way
Fuck
in your
off with your
decision, did you
stupid
know about this?
doctor's fucking documents there, Jimmy Jordan. Should have said I picked him because he was the best for the job and engaged no further. Exactly. Thank you.
Tomorrow, but maybe
Yes.
we should try to set up a meeting this week. And
This
here's the
is why
response.
Gal
Here's the
dropped a
response.
link
Didn't get
that
your
will
meeting
help
with Miss Ingram
provide
from
some
the IRS, but she's
context
sitting
for
ahead of
this
the exempt organizations.
nonsensory.
Lois Lerner is known to us. So Jack Smith meeting with Lois Lerner.
Sharon, Jim trying to
looking for ways
discredit the
prosecute
guy
the
who
very
should
people who
be
were
indicting
victims
him.
of the Obama IRS. And I'm just asking,
We'll get
did
to that.
factor in your decision to
You can
name
run,
Jack
Jim, but you
Smith as
can't
special
hide.
counsel?
I didn't have any idea about the things.
Didn't know
The
about
pick
that.
me energy
No,
is
and I
going to
don't
come
know
back
whether
to
they're
haunt you. It's
true
going to
now
kick
by
you in the
looking
ass.
They're definitely true, but you didn't
should
know about
know.
it. But this guy was so important, you have to bring him from Europe back here to go after President Trump, name him as a special counsel.
No,
do
he
you
picked the
regret
best
pick?
person for the job.
Sorry,
Do you
Pie.
regret picking him?
Follow
No, I
Oomp's
do not regret
advice, please.
Well, prosecutors aren't supposed to tamper with evidence, and it looks
Merrick,
like that's what
stop
he did.
getting emotional.
He changed the
Stop
sequence
it.
of the documents that he sees from Mar-a-Lago.
I really
sorry,
need to
that's
not
a
yell.
false
He
characterization,
needs
but
to
that
not
is
yell.
Here's what he
ongoing.
said to the court, Mr. Attorney General. There are some boxes where the order of items within the box is not the same as in the associated scans. I mean, he said it. I didn't say it.
does that mean?
He told the court that.
Now you're asking me to comment on a discovery dispute that's ongoing in a court. I don't know the facts of it, and I'm not
No,
going to comment on
this
it.
is from Jack Smith filing with the court. He admitted to the
Okay,
court that they
Jim,
tampered with the
calm
evidence.
down.
He mishandled the very documents he's charging President Trump
Jim,
with
I want
mishandling.
us
And I'm
to
just asking, you
breathe. We're gonna
regret picking
breathe
this guy
together now.
as the special counsel and the most
Okay,
important
Jim?
special counsel investigation
We're going
probably
to
in
breathe
American history.
together.
I'm sorry, I did not hear the words tamper in the statement that Mr. Smith filed. He did not use those words.
Well, let me ask it this
I'm
way.
gonna
Are you
leave that
supposed
to-
to
I'm gonna
change the
leave that
order
to-
of the documents that you seized
Jim,
and the physical
breathe through your
documents don't
nose.
match up with the scanned documents? You supposed to do that as a prosecutor?
Out through the
This is a
mouth.
matter in dispute, in discovery, in that
Come on,
court,
one
and I'm
more
going to leave
time.
it for the district court to make a determination after.
I would just say one last
the
thing.
court makes
It's
a-
not in dispute. This is what he said in the court filing. Jack Smith's team said
not
that
working.
to the judge
Hair on
in the
fire
court.
versus
By the way,
calm.
this case is now
I know.
basically on
Merrick
hold
needs to
because
just
they've screwed up so
take
many
a step
things.
back.
Again, I don't know whether your description of the facts are true or not true, and I'm not going to
Exactly.
intrude in
I
a
won't
decision in
comment.
a district court.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Attorney General, we appreciate your being here. We appreciate how you have led this department with integrity and discipline and your enormous public service. I appreciate your willingness to sit through this endless cascade of false allegations and conspiracy theories and innuendo. The
That's my
chairman began this hearing
representative.
with the dramatic statement that justice is no longer blind. By that, he means that justice is no longer objective or
Oh my
impartial.
gosh, we
that
only
it
have,
is
we almost have
something now
500 viewers, you
irrespective of
guys. This
persons
is
in
cray
the-
cray.
in the wrong way.
Thank
That
you
is,
so
it
much for
will
sharing. You guys
distinguish
really made
between
this
people
happen.
based on their position.
Thanks.
But of course, the chairman's real problem is that justice
More
remains
media
no
literacy.
respecter of persons. That you can be the former president of the United States, but if you commit crimes, you'll be held responsible. That's his problem. That's the problem of all my Republican colleagues right now, and that is they're about to nominate a convicted felon. And they don't know how to cope with that. They don't know how to cope with the justice system that, in fact, treats Donald Trump the same as it would any other citizen. And so they have to push these conspiracy theories that they know are patently
from
false.
Colorado. Hi, Val.
And they try to run
Welcome.
over
It's
you
good
with
to see
questions they
you.
won't
Haven't
let you
seen
to
you in a
answer, won't let you
minute.
answer,
Thank you.
because their whole arguments are utterly insupportable and destructive of our justice system. They care more about this convicted felon than they do the country. I have to say, I'm pleased and a bit surprised to see that the flag in this committee is still flying right side up, because they want to turn it upside down, even as they want to turn our justice system upside down. Let me address the conspiracy
Adam,
theory
don't
of the
give him
day,
any
which
ideas.
is somehow President Biden, through your department, has convicted Donald Trump in Manhattan in an effort to weaponize justice against the former president. So let me just ask some basic questions about this phony conspiracy theory. Did you appoint Alvin Bragg to be Manhattan DA?
No.
Of course not. He's elected. Did you select the jury in that case?
The judge selected the jury.
Well, did you select the judge in that case?
No.
No, of course not. The judge was randomly selected. Did you select the jury in that case?
No.
The jury was actually selected by Donald Trump and his attorneys. Did you reach a verdict in that case?
No.
Yes.
Did you instruct the jury in that
Ooh,
case?
congratulations.
Did you tell the prosecutor what charges to bring in that case?
No.
This was
When
12
do we think the
ordinary
dorks will
New
get tired of being
Yorkers
humiliated in this hearing?
who weighed the
They
evidence
just need the sound
and
bite,
found
Val.
Donald
They're just
Trump
here for the sound
guilty
bites.
of 34 felons.
We have
And instead
over
of celebrating the fact
500
that in this
viewers
country,
right now,
an ordinary
everyone. The
group of jurors,
media
an ordinary
literacy
group of 12
message
people
is
can
getting
still-
out there. Thank you all.
can still adjudicate a case involving one of the most powerful people in the country. No, they would denigrate the whole system. They would tear it down. In the service of this convicted felon, they would tear
That's such
everything down.
wonderful news,
They would
Wendy.
tear the house of this
Congratulations.
democracy down around
I
them.
love babies. Baby energy.
They say it's unprecedented to bring charges against a former president. You're damn right it's unprecedented. We've never had a president of the United States who was making hush money payments to a porn star and then falsifying business records to cover it up. Yeah, that's unprecedented. We've never had a president withhold classified information and
We
then
might have
obstruct
had
the
that
investigation.
happen and just
That
not
is
known about it.
unprecedented.
TBH.
We've never had a president incite a violent attack on the Capitol. That is unprecedented. And you know what else is unprecedented? The fact that so many
That's right,
leaders
Lee.
of that party are perfectly fine with all of that. In their headlong pursuit of power, they're perfectly fine with that. They're going to nominate a convicted felon. And they have another conspiracy theory, which is when
They do.
when
They
a
love
search was
yelling.
executed of the president's residence in Mar-a-Lago,
No, it
they
works.
went in,
They know what
as
sells.
the president said, locked and loaded and ready to take him out. Yet another dangerous falsehood. And your dedicated public servants at the Justice Department are having their lives threatened because of the irresponsible actions of people on this committee and in the Senate and elsewhere who would endanger the lives of those committed to enforcing law and order, even as they claim to be a party of law and order. Mr. Attorney General, I am grateful for your service, for your withstanding all of this. We will get through this because of people like you and the honorable public servants at the Justice Department. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
And we would
Chair recognizes the
appreciate it
gentleman
if
from
you
Arizona.
would step it up.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Arrest
Mr.
Mike
Attorney
Flynn.
General,
Arrest Roger Stone. Arrest Steve Bannon.
the reality is, Mr.
Oh,
Hurd,
and arrest that
Special
guy.
Counsel Hurd
Arrest that guy
found
over
that
there. Yeah, that guy
Pres-
over there. Arrest him.
Then former Vice President, President Biden, had
Isn't he one of the
retained and
R
disclosed,
congressmen?
classified information. Isn't that true?
Mr. Hur has presented a long report.
Isn't that true? I mean, come on.
Mindy,
I'm
thank
practically
you. You
quoting
did
right
not
from
need
it.
to do
You wouldn't
that.
disagree with that.
Thank you for
Disagree
that.
I'm not going to comment on his report. He sets forth.
We did
I
it.
appointed him to investigate
Right,
the
okay.
allegations about classified documents.
So
Mr.
the
Biden.
reason that we end up talking over you is because a simple question like that goes unanswered. You're
My
non-responsive.
punditry is kind of
You're
sucky, but
non-responsive to
that's
the
fine.
question. Because that is what Mr. Hur found.
Ooh, Gal
And then he
dropping
also
some
found,
Wayback
and you're not gonna
Machine
like this 'cause
stuff.
I'm gonna
You're
I'm
going to love
I'm
it.
gonna quote from
How
it.
those oral arguments went for
From
Jim
this, he said-
Trupis
he
back on December
basically
12th,
says here
2020.
That he found Mr. Biden to be sympathetic
For fuck's sake, arrest him.
and here he is, a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
Oh,
And so he made a
Honey,
prosecutorial
you
decision.
had your
that he
chance.
wasn't
Okay,
gonna
you had
prosecute.
Robert
Are
Hur
you going to dispute
in
that?
the
You're
hot
not
seat,
disputing that, are you?
and you fucked it
Mr.
up.
Hur's
You didn't get it.
report-
You
Okay,
didn't
you're going
make
to say it
it.
stands on its own. Okay, so it
You can let
stands
me
on its own.
answer?
No, because you're not intent on answering. You want to be
It's true.
non-responsive. You want to
Because he's
filibuster.
like to
he
answer
wants to
your
do this.
question.
This is all for Fox News
Do you
and for
dispute
Newsmax
that- so
or
let's just face
OANN
it, Mr.
or
Biden
War
has not been
Room. This is for
prosecuted,
War
correct?
Room.
That's correct.
And the rationale given by Mr.
Real
Hur
America's
is
voice.
because he was
Unreal
a
America's
sympathetic,
voice is what
well-meaning
I like to
elderly man
call
with a
it.
poor memory, and he thought the jury would have sympathy towards Mr. Biden.
That was
We can
one of a long list of reasons that Mr. Hur gave for his
Exactly.
decision.
All right.
Give me
read
one
the
more
report.
reason.
He found that, look, I don't want to get into a discussion about this, but I will say one of them was that the president was completely cooperative in this matter.
That's the reason, huh? Okay, all right.
You asked me.
Well, wait till you hear what your guy did.
The issue that we have here, you don't want to give us the audio tape.
Thank you. Look at
You don't want us
Mindy.
to
It
have the
lit up.
recording.
Thank you. Thank you.
But ultimately, the issue is
I love it
whether
when
the
it lights up.
transcript
It makes that funny noise.
actually
I
supports
think
the
it's my
special
system
counsel's
crashing
determination.
again.
Now, your office has basically pled two things in court, claiming, number one, executive privilege, and number two, this kind of interesting novel approach saying deep fakes, AI. Right, did they consult, did your staffer who filed that, did they consult with you about the deep fake AI rationale for not providing the audio to us?
You're mischaracterizing the filing. That was one of again, a substantial number of arguments made in a Freedom of Information.
Did they consult with you specifically about that idea, that notion where they were going to say something like,
This is Putin
quote,
propaganda
this is from the
hour
pleading.
brought to you
The
by Trump's
passage of time and
diapers.
advancements in audio, artificial
Made to carry
intelligence,
a load.
and deepfake technologies only amplify concerns about malicious manipulation of audio files, close quote. Did they consult with you about that
Close quote.
provision?
Not going to
Biden
talk
takes
about
narrative
internal
to go against
department
Trump.
deliberations. That was
Yes.
one of the large
Bill
number of
Pruitt.
explanations in the document you're talking about.
Dear Bill
And I'm talking
Pruitt,
specifically
we'd like you to
about that
release the
particularized
damn
rationale, and you
tapes.
don't want to discuss it, which is why you're non-responsive, and that's why
True,
we
it's
need
true.
the audio. Now, let me
That's
explain
it.
why.
That's
Because
the media
your-
literacy behind
your,
it.
Attorney
That's right,
also
Max.
said that you did alter the transcript, and they said it was filler words, repeat words, and.
Yeah, that's changing a
You know
transcript.
what?
It's
We don't
standard.
know whether the blank. You said
No,
there were
what
blank
you want.
times where
Let's.
there was
I'm going to tell
silence.
you what's
We don't
really
know whether
happening
those were
here,
1 minute
folks.
long, 2
Let me
minutes
tell you
long.
what's really
We don't know
happening.
if he sputtered for and.
What's really happening-
Because
What's really
those were
happening
edited
here
out.
is that they want the audio
We do not
tape
know
of
whether
Biden's
this
interviews
supports and
with Robert
substantiates
Hur so
Mr.
that they
Hur's
can cut and
findings.
splice
By the
it
way,
and
you wanna rely on
manipulate
Mr.
it
Hur. You need to go
and
back and
make
listen to his
deep fake
testimony.
kind of
Mr.
shit
Hur
with
was
it
pretty conclusive
and
there
use it for
that we
campaign
have-
messaging. So that's
that he had
why
a
they
poor
want
memory.
the
He was
tape.
not able
They
to
already
answer all
questioned
the
Robert Hur
questions.
for hours about a month ago.
Substantively,
I don't know. We
the
have a live
transcript may
stream
be
of it.
accurate. But
So
you know what?
it's
The
this is
audio
all
would
a
tell us
circus.
so much more, which is why
And this guy is
why
one
the
of the
Supreme
lead
Court,
clowns.
in the case that you poo-pooed when Mr. Fitzgerald was
He
asking
just said
about,
poo-pooed.
they
I
said,
think
look, you know,
I
if
rest
there's
my
editing
case.
that's gone on here,
Your Honor,
that's the
I rest my case.
rationale. And there was editing. Your own office admitted it. But you won't admit it today. You've been non-responsive. And that's why we need the audio. And that's why you're here. Yield back.
InfoWars
Gentleman
is
yields
no
back. Mr.
more,
Chairman,
and I
United States
couldn't
Courts of breaking
be
them for
happier.
Chairman, I ask
Read the
unanimous
criminal
consent to enter
complaint
into
filed
the
in
record
Wisconsin this morning
transcripts of Special
against
Counsel
Kenneth
Hur's interviews
Chesbrough,
with
Mike
President
Roman,
Biden.
and James
As you can see on the
Trupis.
last pages, the
There it
transcriber
is.
certifies that
Thank
the
you, Gal,
transcripts are
dropping the
true
link
and
for
correct.
Anna Bauer's
Objection.
update on the
Gentleman from Arizona,
Wisconsin
thanks for
fake
your
election
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
scheme and the
also
complaint
submit,
lodged against one of our
pleadings
favorites,
in the
Kenny
case of Judicial
Chesbrough.
Watch versus U.S. Department of Justice.
Really, no more InfoWars? I don't know. I don't really understand that.
Document entitled DOJ claims unprecedented deep fake.
Objection.
Transcript tampering. DOJ says written record of Biden interview with prosecutors omitted words.
Objection.
DOJ refuses to release audio of Biden and the Hur interview.
Oh, really? What's that?
Objection.
What's that one from?
The
Is
gentleman
that
from
from like
California's
Gateway Pundit?
Before anyone else on the other
Where's that-
side
what's that
saddles
source
up and gets
from?
on their high
Media
legal
literacy.
horses, I just want to remind the committee that the chairman is 754
Oh,
days
yeah.
into his own subpoena defiance.
Oops.
Mr. Attorney General, last week
Okay,
it was
BRB.
reported that House Ethics Panel subpoenas DOJ for Gates records. It was a May 14, 2024 political piece. I'd like to submit it to the record with unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I just want to get this straight. Mr. Gates wants the Attorney General to reopen and publicize evidence from an investigation that a Donald Trump-appointed prosecutor closed against President Biden, while at the same time, Mr. Gates himself is being protected by the same DOJ policy that is refusing to voluntarily turn over evidence from Mr. Gates's sex trafficking investigation. Mr. Attorney General, can you just briefly, without going into the facts of that case, address why that is the DOJ policy as it relates to the current president and any other requests about closed investigations?
Yeah, without referencing any case, we try to protect the law enforcement files of the Justice Department so that in future investigations, people are willing to cooperate with us. We understand Congress's concerns, and we have an obligation to assess whether the information that we've provided is sufficient to accommodate the legitimate needs of the Congress. All of the reasons that Congress has given us for why they need the audio are satisfied with respect to the tapes. That is, all of the legitimate reasons given, the reasons that relate to legislative work of the committee. As to that, we've accommodated by providing the audio. We provided Mr. Herr's testimony in full, and we've provided Mr. Herr's testimony report. We've gone as far as we can go to accommodate. We're trying to protect our ability to do investigations in this case and in any other case.
Mr. Attorney General, let's set the facts straight here. And my job is to kind of lead an intervention for my colleagues. I think they need it. The Attorney General did not
I love his
prosecute
sass.
Donald Trump
I really
in New
do.
York. It
Yeah,
was the
I
result
do.
of Donald
He's
Trump's
really grown on me.
choices. Donald Trump chose to live in New York. He
I
chose
would
to
read
commit
that.
his
It's pretty
crimes in New
short,
York.
right?
He was afforded a right to be tried by his neighbors, jurors in New York. He chose that jury in New York, working with his
Easily.
counsel.
They took the
and they
InfoWars
chose to make
studio
him
away
a
per Midas touch.
34
Okay,
time
thank you
over
for that.
convicted
Modi
felon.
lost his
But some of the
majority.
choices the department has made in the
Really?
recent years is that
Badger?
the president that was first appointed, that Donald Trump appointed the U.S.
Ooh,
attorney
that's big.
who was investigating
I don't know
the
who
current
the other
president's son. Donald
people
Trump
running in the
appointed John
India
Durham,
elections
who
were taking
investigated
place,
the wild
folks.
claims made by this committee during the Russia investigation. And Donald
Very
Trump
interesting.
appointed
I'm not a
Robert
Modi
Hur,
fan.
who was kept on
Little bit
by
of an
the Biden
autocrat.
administration. Also,
I'm excited.
you have the right in our
I'm
country to
happy
aid
if
yourself in
it's
your own
someone who
defense and
can,
talk to
you know,
investigators.
do for the
You also have a
people.
right not to. Mr. Attorney General, did Donald Trump sit down for an interview in the Mueller investigation?
I actually don't know, but I'm not going to comment on other
Okay, I'll
investigations.
take a
didn't.
look at it.
Did he sit down for an interview with investigators prior to the January 6th indictment?
I'm not going to comment on
He
any
didn't.
investigation.
He also didn't sit down for an interview with investigators in the classified materials indictment, but President Biden did sit down for a voluntary interview with Robert Hur. A jury can't hold it against Donald Trump that he did not testify in his own defense in New York, but he promised everyone else in the country that he would. You can hold it against Donald Trump that he did not testify when you consider whether you should so blindly follow every wild claim that he makes. My colleagues, none of this today that you are bringing makes sense. Your inconsistencies, your hypocrisy, your sycophancy, unless you are in a cult. And guys, I'm starting to think you're in a cult. That is your right, but it's not your responsibility. I promise you that's not what your constituents would want. So if you believe in states' rights, except when a jury in that state convicts your nominee for president, you might be in a cult. If you claim you back the blue but want to defund the police when the police go to your nominee's house to retrieve national security secrets, you might be in a cult. If you're supporting a guy whose felony convictions prevent him from getting a security clearance, you might be in a cult. And if the guy you're supporting for president has felony convictions that prevent him from going to Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Cambodia, Canada, Chile, China, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Egypt, Ethiopia, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Iran, Ireland, Israel, Japan, Kenya, Macau, Malaysia,
Clip it
Mexico,
and make it a
Morocco,
beat.
Nepal, New Zealand, Peru, Philippines, Singapore, South Africa, South Korea, Taiwan, Tanzania, Tunisia, Turkey, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, and the UK,
The
you
gentleman
might
from
be in a cult.
Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes. I'm asking the gentleman.
I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman has unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an amicus brief by the former Attorney General Edwin Meese.
Trump can't travel?
Without objection.
The question presented is
kinda
whether
digging
private
it.
citizen Jack Smith lacks
That's
authority to
kinda hot.
represent the United States.
That was some hot
I
shit.
also ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an
he's a
article
hot
titled,
girl.
"Was it
He does
legal to
hot
appoint
shit."
Jack Smith in the first place?" This is a heritage publication.
Without objection.
I want to start by reading you the appointment clause of the Constitution. Article
sure
2,
did,
Section 2,
finally.
Clause 6 states, "The President shall nominate and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the
God,
Supreme Court,
this
and all other
used
officers
Q-tip.
of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law." Are U.S. attorneys nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate according to this appointments clause?
They are appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate.
Wouldn't you agree that U.S. attorneys are held to the appointments clause because they are delegated some part of the sovereign power of the United States, such as the ability to make indictments and charge individuals with crimes?
I would say that those are not the reasons why, and a court has already ruled on the question of
I
whether
Kissingered
special counsels
Edwin
are
Meese
subject
so
to the
many years
appointments clause,
ago. I
in the
can't.
Mueller case, and
The
ruled that
Council
they
for
were
National
not.
Policy
Was-
says
this
what?
was
matter is
Jack
not-
Smith, was Jack Smith nominated by President Biden or confirmed by the U.S. Senate?
37
You're
countries he
asking me about a
cannot
case,
travel to
again,
as a convicted
motions filed
felon,
as just
including
This is a simple
Canada.
question.
No, I'm
Was
not going
Jack
to.
Smith nominated by President Biden?
No, he was not.
Was he confirmed by the Senate?
No, he was not.
When was the special counsel statute passed?
There is no special counsel statute. There was an
So-
independent counsel statute that was expired.
So it expired. So what gives you the authority to appoint a special counsel? You've created an office in the U.S.
can-
government that does not
He
exist.
can appoint, no, that's not
without
true.
authorization from Congress.
Hey,
There are
Paul J,
regulations
how are you?
under which the
Good to
Attorney
see you,
General
bud.
appoints special counsel. They've been in
Meese wants
effect
to outlaw
for
porn.
30
No, he
years,
doesn't.
maybe longer, under parties.
Except for his
under
porn.
both parties. The matter that you're talking about whether somebody
I'm just
can
assuming
have
he
an
has
employee
porn.
of the Justice
Okay, we have
Department serve as special
600 viewers
counsel
on
has been
Twitter.
adjudicated.
You
15
appealed-
here in
let
the
me-
lounge,
let me
one
interrupt
on
for a second,
Twitch.
'cause you appealed to
Come
a
on over to
regulation,
the
a
lounge on
rule, whereas the
YouTube. This
Constitution
chat is
says
amazing.
shall be
These
established
folks are
by
so
law.
fucking
the
smart and
the
funny.
statutes-
Right, the statute,
Come on
but you
over.
referred to a regulation, not to U.S. code.
May I answer? The regulation cites the two U.S.
No, because that
code,
doesn't fit my narrative.
provisions that permit the Attorney General's appointment. Attorney General Barr cited to the same ones.
Are you familiar?
Even Attorney General Meese
Okay.
did that.
All right, are you
And
familiar
Mexico.
with former Attorney General Meese's amicus
No,
brief?
no.
You're not.
I know that he's filed one because I read it in the newspapers, but otherwise I'm not familiar with it. But it's,
Well, he raises some good questions
God,
that I
just
agree with
fuckery
in
after
there.
fuckery after
It seems
fuckery.
like you've created an office.
We started in Michigan, now
that
we're
would
in
require
Washington.
an act of Congress, yet there's not an act of Congress that authorizes that. And even if it didn't require
That's
an
right,
act of
Max. Thank you
Congress,
for
you've
reminding
already
us.
Admitted
The
it.
Meese
There was no
Commission
act
to
of Congress
outlaw
that
porn.
established this office. It would still
He's still
require, according to
alive.
the Constitution,
I had
a
Kissingered him, which
nomination by the
means I always thought
President
Kissinger
and
was dead
confirmation
until
by
he
the
really
Senate.
was
I want
dead.
to move on.
So I just Kissinger
to
people,
January
like in my
6th.
mind.
Is it accurate
Like
to
Steven
say that
Seagal
the
is
DOJ
dead,
is
so
on
I
pace
feel,
to
or he's not
arrest
dead, but
roughly
I
one
Kissingered him in
protester
my
a day in
mind. Like, you know what I
2024,
mean? Like, I'm
nearly
always
3
surprised,
years
like,
after
oh,
the
didn't he die
incident.
like years ago? But no, he didn't.
I don't know
Right,
what
you know
the
what I'm
case
saying?
is.
Is-
Job is to
I'd
arrest.
rather not. I'd rather be
and bring
not
to
be able to
justice
travel
people who
outside
are
of Florida. Well,
criminally
that might be
responsible,
coming. He's working on
and
that.
as they are found, they will be arrested.
Is your office preparing
stop.
to
I'm trying to
drop
make a sound
charges
bite.
against more than 340 January 6th? There's charged with 1512C2 and released dozens from prison on that count. If the Supreme Court this month reverses how your department has used that statute
Whatever.
against them.
We respect the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Whatever the court rules, we will act
We'll
appropriately.
act
So
accordingly.
you'll have to drop the charges if the Supreme
And
Court
don't-
says that
I'm
you
not
did
going
that
to
wrongfully.
say you're not gonna go into
Hypotheticals,
that.
We'll wait and see what the Supreme Court says.
Exactly.
What do you say in response
Shut
to
up,
D.C.
Tommy.
Appellate Court overturning 2 excessive
Tommy,
sentencing
can you
requests sought by
shut
your
up?
office?
I say that is a
Will you ever
United States
shut
system
up?
of justice working. If people think that they
Tommy,
have
can you
inappropriate
shut
sentences,
up?
they can appeal their sentences. That's the way our
Can
system
you
works.
really
And we
shut
respect the
up?
results.
So you've refused to answer
Tommy.
questions before us, including my
Tommy.
questions about January
Tommy.
6th on multiple occasions here in this committee, but the Inspector General is preparing a report. Are you in receipt of that report yet? He's promised to examine the role and activity of DOJ and its components in preparing for and responding to the events at the U.S. Capitol. Are you in receipt of that?
I'm not in receipt of any report. You'll have to ask the Inspector General.
Isn't it true that it will go to you before it's released for review?
I don't know about it will not go to me for review. If
I
the
know,
Inspector
see
General is
Bill Barr in the
independent,
Mueller
I hope
report.
to see it before, but that's up to the Inspector General. Let me just remind you, I was not the Attorney General on January 6th.
Do we have your commitment to release that as soon as you see it?
No,
The determination of
I'll do what I
of
do.
the
I'll
release
do
of
my
Inspector
job.
General reports is up
I'll
to the
do my
Inspector
job.
General. We give them independence. Congress demands that
Okay,
we give them independence.
my time has expired, but we have your commitment not to slow down the release of that from the Inspector
shut
General.
up.
Our Inspector General is a very independent person. There's no way I could stop him from doing what the law requires.
There you
And
go.
I would certainly never do that.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the chairman of this committee himself ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. The actions of this chairman have made it harder for congressional committees to get information from
be quiet 'cause I
witnesses
love Ted
and have
Lieu.
hurt the rule of law. Thank you, Attorney General Garland, for your public service. I'm going to ask you a series of simple questions about past concluded cases to get the facts out to American people. The Department of Justice charged Donald Trump's former campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, in a federal court with multiple felonies. Mr. Manafort was convicted in a federal court, correct?
It's my recollection of what the public record discloses.
Public record shows he was convicted in a federal court. The
Please
Department
take
of
a drink
Justice
of water,
charged
Mayor.
Donald Trump's former deputy campaign chairman, Rick Gates, with multiple felonies. Mr. Gates was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Again, that's the best, to my recollection, that's what the public record discloses.
Thank you. The Department of Justice charged Donald Trump's former campaign foreign policy advisor, George Papadopoulos. Mr. Papadopoulos was convicted in a federal
Married
court.
to a Russian asshat.
Again, that's my best recollection of the public record.
You were not the Attorney General at the time, correct?
I was not, no.
In fact, the Attorney General for those three criminal cases was Jeff Sessions, who was nominated by Donald Trump.
Sure
The
was.
Department of Justice
Little
charged Donald
Jeffy
Trump's former lawyer, Michael
Sessions.
Cohen, with multiple felonies. He was
Another
convicted
shit
in a federal
legacy.
court, correct?
Again, that's my best recollection of the public record.
You were not the Attorney General at the time, correct?
I was not.
In fact, Michael Cohen had two sets of convictions. The Attorney General for Michael Cohen's second conviction was Matthew Whitaker, who was also appointed by Donald Trump.
Right, but not confirmed.
The Department of Justice charged Roger Stone, who was an advisor to Donald Trump,
I
with
love
multiple
you, Ted Lieu.
felonies. Roger Stone was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Again, my best recollection of the public record.
The Department of Justice charged Elliot Brady, who was a fundraiser for Donald Trump. Mr. Brady was convicted in a federal court, correct?
Same answer.
Get the
You were not the
planners.
Attorney General
Get
at the
the
time, right?
planners.
Not.
In fact, the Attorney General for those two criminal cases was Bill Barr, who was nominated by Donald Trump. What these facts show is that the Department of Justice has not been weaponized. We have one Department of Justice that goes after criminals regardless of party affiliation.
Some better
These
than
Trump
others.
associates were convicted under the administration of three Republican attorneys general, each of whom was nominated by Donald Trump. Trump's campaign manager, felon. Trump's deputy campaign manager, felon. Trump's foreign policy advisor, felon. Trump's lawyer, felon. Trump's political advisor, felon. Trump's fundraiser, felon. It is not the fault of the Department of Justice that Donald Trump surrounded himself with criminals. Trump brought that upon himself. One of the things that makes America great is we are ruled by the law, not by a cult of personality. I want to thank you, Attorney General Garland and the Department of Justice, for applying the law without fear or favoritism. And I note as we sit here today, the Department of Justice is prosecuting Hunter Biden in a federal court right now. You can't love your country only when the candidate you like wins, and you can't love law and order except when the criminal felon is someone you like. In America, no one is above the law, not the rich, not the powerful, not any form.
I hate you,
Gentlemen.
C-SPAN. I fucking hate you. I hate
From
you.
Arizona,
C-SPAN.
other side of the aisle gave away the game today when he said why
Sorry.
he wanted the audio transcript. He said we wouldn't know if Joe Biden had said and. So I just want to ask you this question. Special Counsel Robert Hur said that this transcript was accurate. The written transcript was an accurate rendition of the audio transcript, correct? Except for some stutters.
Yes.
So what the gentleman from Arizona wants is that transcript audio with the and. Because Joe Biden stutters. He's had a stuttering problem his entire life. He overcame stuttering. He was made fun of in school, and he overcame
I'm
this
hearing it.
disability to become
Donald fucking Trump.
president of the United States, a leader of the free world. And it is despicable that my Republican colleagues want to go after him for his stuttering problem. They should apologize, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Yes.
The gentleman from North Carolina.
I love you.
I love you, Ted. I love
Mr.
you
Attorney
so
General,
much. I think you're the
You said
best.
earlier today,
love
you spoke to
Ted
the committee's
Lolo.
recommendation to the House to hold you in contempt. You said, but we have made clear that we will not provide audio recordings from which the transcripts that you already have were created.
I got a pony and it's
You
got
went
one
on to,
trick. I
to
got
say
a
that
pony and I'm gonna
certain
ride it
members of this
here.
committee
I'm on a
and the Oversight
pony
Committee are seeking
and it's
contempt. You're
one
aware that a
trick.
majority of this
Come
committee has
on,
marked up a
give me a
contempt resolution, aren't you, sir?
beer. I got a
Certain members
pony.
includes the majority,
It's a
yes.
one trick.
It's a big difference, isn't it,
Dare,
sir?
dare, dare,
Isn't that
dare,
significant? The
dare.
fact that a
Nope.
majority of the committee
Nope,
charged by the
nope.
Congress to
Nope,
inquire
nope,
into the
nope.
grounds for impeaching the President of the United States.
Well, but
has
you didn't
issued
have any
has
grounds
marked
because
up
you
a
couldn't bring the
contempt
vote. Where's the
resolution. That's
vote?
more
Bring the
important than
vote,
certain
Dan.
members, isn't it, sir?
Bring the vote to the
Majority-
floor.
Institutional.
Bring the vote to
more
the floor,
important.
Dan.
Majority
Bring
has
it.
sought contempt, yes.
You said that you will not be intimidated. Are you the arbiter?
I'm sorry?
Are you the arbiter?
Okay, I
The
love
decider
Ted Lou. Well,
of
or
whether or
Cara,
not
sorry. I can't
those
really
tapes will be
read that.
provided
It's
to
like
this
really
Congress
tiny on my screen. I'm
at the
so
instance-
sorry.
at the subpoena
But welcome,
of its
Cara. I
committee
love Ted
to
Lou
investigate the
too.
president?
Constitution
That's sorry,
requires
motherfucker.
me
Yeah.
to protect
Oh,
the
oh my
separation
God.
of powers
That guy
and our
is?
ability to do investigations in the future. It requires me, and the court proceedings make that clear, to weigh whatever interests you have against the interests of law enforcement. The president has asserted executive privilege, and I have not heard a legitimate legislative reason why the audio is insufficient for any purpose, the legitimate purpose.
You
have.
know what demeanor evidence is, don't you, sir?
Oh my God. They
sorry.
tried to do this in the
Demeanor
hearing.
evidence. You know
No,
what
they
that
tried to do
is.
this in the hearing
I
with
sat on the
Robert
bench for
Hur.
decades.
It was
You know, I know
already
I know what demeanor
debunked.
evidence.
Okay.
I know what demeanor
It was
evidence
already
is, and I've not
debunked.
been
Thank
shown
you,
any reason
but it was
why
already
audio
debunked.
evidence of demeanor
Mr.
would make
Bishop.
a difference in any legislative purpose. that
Well, that's
you have.
exactly what demeanor evidence is, sir.
No,
Witnessing
sir,
and
but that's not what
observing
the
a
point
witness as
is.
they
It was
testify.
already
And
talked
what can be
about. We had a
done
whole
by this committee
hearing on it, a whole
is to observe the
motherfucking
audio
hearing on it. Yep,
recording
we did.
of the president
You were there.
testifying
I
to see
remember.
whether it comports with the transcript or whether it reveals things about his capacity or his veracity or anything else that comes
No,
from
you want to
his
use it
demeanor
for your
as he-
campaign
as he
purposes.
is
And it's
interviewed.
Well,
gross.
none of the things that
and
you
it's
just mentioned are
cheating,
legislative
and it's
purpose. I don't
untoward,
have-
and it's a
I'm
whole host
yet
of
to
nasty
suggest any
things.
law that you intend to pass or are thinking about in which the audio would make a difference over the transcript.
If a future DOJ concludes, well, let me ask you this question. What happened to Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon when they decided to defy a subpoena
What happened
of the
to, well, let's talk about Jim Jordan.
We
happened to him?
received
What about Scott
4
Perry?
referrals, criminal referrals.
What about that?
2 were prosecuted, 2 were not. The 2 that were prosecuted, as the published court opinions make clear,
What will happen
Don't
to
interrupt
you
him.
if your decision is
Don't
based?
interrupt
May I
him.
continue to answer?
No, I know what happened. You know what happened too.
He was going to answer. I don't know what happened. I want to know the other two.
What will happen to you if your sole determination that you're not going to cooperate with this committee's subpoena is
With respect to the 2 people you asked, the court made clear they did not comply in any way, did not even appear, and second, there was no executive privilege.
Yeah, I call
Neither of
Peter
those is
Navarro
true in my
Smeagol.
case.
If a future Department
So-
of Justice follows the facts and the law, as
Smeagol,
you're fond of reciting, even to the point
right
of
now,
prosecuting a former
is
president, then
pooping
if your
in
decision
a
is
prison toilet. I just
baseless,
want to
you should be
remind you right
prosecuted,
now.
right?
right now,
If a
at this
future,
moment,
and I hope it will be the case,
Peter
a future
Navarro is
Justice
pooping
Department follows the law and
in a prison
and
toilet.
the decisions of the
Thank you.
Office of
Thank you very
Legal
much.
Counsel since the Reagan administration, when there is an assertion of executive privilege, the contempt statute is inapplicable. That's been the rule through every administration, including the Reagan administration.
Dumpies.
It even reached back to the Eisenhower administration.
Mr.
I
Attorney
hope
General,
they will follow the law.
Mr. Attorney General, you have resurrected the Foreign Influence Task Force, and there's a FBI spokesman recently told media, according to reports,
And my
that
Russian
FBI
handlers would
has,
like to have
returned to
word with you
facilitating the
next to
sharing
this
of
window.
information about foreign malign influence with social media companies in a way that reinforces that private companies are free to decide on their own whether and how to take action on that information. A district court has decided that you didn't do that before. How are you doing that? How are you reinforcing that private companies have their own capacity to decide?
The case that you're talking about is now under advisement in the Supreme Court of the United States, and I'm not going to comment on any court matter, which the court may.
I didn't ask you to do that. I asked you to ask you how you're reinforcing it. That's what your spokesman said. You're reinforcing the private company's latitude. How are you doing
I'm not going
that?
to comment on what the district court said. We have the authority, as the Supreme Court
Yeah, he
just
didn't say
held
it.
last week, to persuade. We can't coerce. So we can provide information that Russia or China or Iran or North Korea is operating on a social media platform.
Why don't you do it in
And then we
public?
leave it to the social media to take it down.
Why
I
don't
would
you do
hope-
it in public?
I'm sorry?
Why don't you do that in public so the
Why?
public
Why
can
does
see
he
what
have
you're
to?
doing?
Why does he have to do that?
I'm not saying that we shouldn't also do it in public.
Oh, I
but
think
would
you
hope
should.
everybody in this
Okay,
room would
go
want
ahead and
to
change
know
the rules
if
or
one of our
something, I don't know.
adversaries is acting as if they were American citizens.
Yes, I understand,
on
Sharon. You have a right as a
social
North Carolinian to
Time the gentleman's
judge
expired.
another North Carolinian on their
Gentlelady from
accent. I
Pennsylvania
agree.
has a UC,
I
and then we'll
defer.
come to,
I have a brief UC unanimous consent request, and it follows directly in line with what was just being asked about. Chairman Jordan has argued that the committee needs this audio file of the President Biden's interview with DOJ, yet has refused to release the transcripts from the vast majority of more than 130
Yes.
transcribed interviews that the committee has conducted to date. Even refused to provide copies of the audio and video files of the transcribed interviews and depositions.
is there a unanimous
to committee.
consent request in here?
There is.
Okay.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record all of the transcripts,
They try so
transcribed
hard.
interviews that the committee has conducted this Congress,
We're
so that
at
we can bring that
600
real transparency to the
654
American
viewers
people.
total.
I
Thank
object.
you, media literacy.
North Carolina
Thank you,
objects.
everyone
And I
from
thank
the
you for
lounge for
releasing the one
sharing.
transcript.
Thank you
We will
so
release all the
much.
transcripts when we
Well, one
complete our
day after I
investigation.
asked for it, you did
They've
release
completed their investigation. They won't give us all the evidence. We will give all that evidence when we're
When
done
the
with our
audits are
investigation.
done, I'll
Gentleman from
release my
Pennsylvania is right.
taxes.
Thank you.
Sound familiar?
Attorney General Garland, over here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your long-standing and honorable service to our country and for being here today. The American people appreciate the serious work that you and the dedicated members of the Department of Justice do on their behalf every day to protect the rule of law and to protect our communities and our civil rights. Congress, of course, has a legitimate duty to oversee the department's functions. But it's pretty clear from the remarks we've heard from our Republican colleagues in this hearing that they have not brought us here today in pursuit of that duty. Instead, this hearing appears
Thanks,
driven by
Sharon.
the desire
Yeah,
to
let's
curry
share.
favor with the
Let's get
disgraced,
more. I want 1,000
impeached,
viewers. No.
indicted, and now convicted
I want more media
former
literacy.
president,
That's what I
and
want.
their ongoing efforts to legitimize his attacks on American elections, our judicial process, law
Eyeballs
enforcement,
are
the
informed
press,
voters.
basically
That's
anybody
my
who contradicts or seeks
mission
to hold them
in
accountable.
life.
So this isn't legitimate oversight. It's political theater, and it's pretty bad theater at that. It's not the serious work that the American people should expect us to do here, and it distracts from our understanding and oversight of the Department of Justice's important efforts to protect our national security, to combat violent crime, gun violence, drug trafficking, and fraud, to protect voting rights and reproductive freedoms, to combat hate crimes, and to advance environmental justice. So I would highly recommend that anyone who is actually interested in the Department of Justice's work to read the statement that you submitted to the committee today, because it contains some important details about the work that the department is doing. I was particularly struck and profoundly troubled by your comments about the extraordinary rise in threats and violence against public servants in our country, ranging from criminal threats against election workers and members of Congress to the January 6th assault on this Capitol and our constitutional order. So I'd particularly like to focus on one aspect of those attacks on public servants, and one that has implications for the strength and future of our democratic republic. I'm interested in the Department of Justice's work to protect those who implement and defend our elections. Because in the wake of the 2020 election, and in response to the lies and conspiracy theories embraced by the former president and his lackeys, we've seen election officials and poll workers across the country. These are apolitical
Oh my God, we have
employees, they're
666
community
viewers. I just want to say that.
Retirees, neighbors, civic champions. They become targets for threats and violence when they stand up against the lies and seek to hold
Come
the
on
former
over to
president
YouTube.
accountable
These folks are
because
so
they did their
smart and
jobs
wonderful
running
and
our
funny, and
elections.
they're the ones
to
who
the
are
extent
why
that
we
these
have so
lies
many
and
viewers.
conspiracy
So
theories
I
have
want to
been
thank
embraced
all
or
of the people
elevated
you see
by
down
members
here
of
and
this
all the
Congress
others
or
who have
committee.
shared the stream.
Shame on them.
Thank you so
This isn't
much.
legitimate
But come on
political
over
discourse.
here
It
and
should
talk.
not be part of
It's
our
free.
American public life
And they're
because
so
words
nice.
do
They're
have
just so smart and
consequences.
nice.
When leaders embrace misinformation, that's dangerous. And when they fail to defend our elections from lies and misinformation,
And
that's dangerous and cowardly.
have devils and
Now, this
cookies and
committee has heard
witches and all
testimony
kinds
from
of great
multiple
people.
witnesses, experts in election security who've expressed concern that threats to election workers, which exploded in 2020, will result in fewer people being willing
And
to
it's
serve.
at Real Lolo
and
at YouTube.
whether as
Wait, where am
nonpartisan
I?
employees or
At Real
volunteers.
Lolo at
Attorney General
YouTube.
Garland, can you comment briefly on the incidents of threats and
Sorry.
violence against election workers, why these incidents are dangerous, and if you have any insight on what's caused this dramatic rise?
So your portrayal, I think, is quite accurate. I've been worried about this since 2021, and I've been talking about this with our United States attorneys. We created an election threats task force.
I know, my
particularly
Facebook is
because
not
we were so
connecting.
worried.
I'm sorry, Paul.
And
I
as you
know, that
say,
sucks.
This is not only about
That's a
elected
good,
election
a good
officials,
audience
not
for
only
media
about
literacy.
appointed election officials, but
I'll work on restoring that
ordinary
a little more.
Americans who show up as poll watchers on a single day during the year to run our elections. Our democracy can't work if those people fear threats that are urged against them, or if there's actual violence against them. We have brought, I don't have the exact numbers, but I think it's creeping up on 20 cases where there have been extraordinarily graphic threats of violence against election workers, and we have received some pretty strong sentences in those cases. Of course, we always balance First Amendment right to criticize, to disagree, but when somebody makes a threat to kill an election worker, to kill members of their family, we respond, and we are going to respond aggressively. Every U.S. attorney has endorsed this position. Every FBI field office has an election security agent whose job it is to be sure that threats against election workers are investigated, deterred, and prosecuted.
Thank you. And if there are additional tools that Congress can provide that would help the department in this work, I'd appreciate hearing about it. I see my time has expired. Thank you for your testimony.
Generally yields back. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for being here today. I just have a couple of areas of interest to me, at least. The first one has to do with your remarks earlier in the hearing where you were drawing the distinction between state court and
Why is my
federal
face
court.
so
And you were
small in
saying
relation
that
to my hair?
State court is,
Do you
quote,
know?
another jurisdiction. State,
Why
quote,
is my tie
prosecutors
so
are
small in
independent.
relation to my
Third
chest?
remark,
Do you know?
prosecutors are completely independent. Fourth remark, action decisions of the state prosecutors are independent and they are taken of their own volition. What disturbs me about those assertions is what actually happened. I'll go with the Fani Willis case first, and it just mentioned that her friend spent some 8 hours in the White House discussing the case. Her friend, Fani Willis's friend. And my question to you is, if they're so independent, why were people who were involved in this state action up talking to the
What are you
the federal
talking
folks?
about?
How do you explain that?
She doesn't even go to my
true.
school.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know if she was there, what she was talking about. I don't know anything to support this allegation at all.
I think what I have here on my notes are, were you aware that the Fulton County DA Fannie Willis's office coordinated with Special Counsel Smith, the Biden White House, and the Democrat-run January 6th committee during her investigation of President Trump? You're saying you don't know anything about that?
Yes, I don't know anything about that.
Ay, ay,
Would it
ay.
disturb you if that actually happened?
Well, I imagine that if this committee asks a prosecutor for information, or if a prosecutor asks this committee for information, there may be conversations about that information. I think that is relatively routine. I don't have any idea whether there were any conversations with the special counsel, but it would not be anything wrong with people in different jurisdictions who have evidence obtaining the
Gal
evidence.
dropping. Biden issues new executive
Were you
action.
aware
Much
that,
of southern
DA
border to
Willis,
close at
hired her
midnight.
friend Nathan Wade to prosecute
Interesting.
President Trump,
A Politico article dropped
as
by
he
Gal
met-
in the
that,
chat
Mr.
here over
Wade
on
met with the Biden White
YouTube.
House
Check
on
it
2
out.
occasions for 8 hours.
I don't know anything about it.
Well, again, would that disturb you? And the reason I'm asking this is because it appears that there is this double standard. Some people refer to as a two-tier system. That is, one tier for certain
No,
people
honey,
like
this
President Trump, and the
isn't.
other
No,
tier
baby.
for
That's
everybody
not what
else.
two-tiered
And that
justice
disturbs
means.
me. Would it disturb you if there was a different type of
Girlfriend,
justice being
that's
applied
not what
to a
that
former
means,
president than
okay?
that which
That's
is
not, that
applied
word
to
doesn't
other
mean what you
defendants?
think it
Of course
means.
it would disturb me. There's only one tier of justice. We treat like cases alike. We don't give any benefit to a powerful person over a non-powerful person, any benefit to a Democrat over a Republican.
I'm not concerned about the defendants getting the benefits so much as I am the prosecutors in state court coming to the federal folks and basically saying, hey, we know you've been doing all this work here, give us all this material. Now, maybe that much is fine, but
Thanks, Sharon.
that isn't what generally happens. Now, if you were a former president, you're going to get a lot of attention, and that's exactly what's been happening here.
Oh my God,
And
especially
I
if you
don't
break
think
the
that's
law,
fair. I don't
am I
think the people in the United States
right?
think
Oh
it's
my
fair that a former president would be ganged up on, if you will, by both the federal government and the state government. That does not seem right. I mean, you may be doing it, and I guess you're saying that it would be fine if that did happen. But to me, it seems like a double standard. I want to shift over to the audio tapes. And you're a former judge, so you're very familiar with the best evidence rule. It's Rule 1002. And I went to law school. I remember the discussions about, quote, best evidence, but you would know it far better than I. You must have dealt with it literally hundreds of times. But the best evidence rule to we rural practitioners of country law meant that if you had one piece of evidence, I know an audio tape, you'd be far more likely to want to use it, and perhaps it would be required as opposed to a transcript. Is that correct?
I respect your experience, but I'm afraid the best evidence rule is not applicable. Best evidence rule is reflected in Rule 1003 of the Federal Rules of Evidence. And it provides that a duplicate is admissible for all purposes as an original unless there is a genuine dispute
Wisconsin
about its
indictment.
authenticity.
Exciting.
For the reasons I've stated extensively in answers to the other members, there is no genuine dispute about the
Can you
authenticity of
imagine?
the transcripts.
I have
The best
not named
evidence
that
rule
voice
simply has
yet.
no application in this case.
Yeah, so
He's
actually, I
pretty
would agree with
angry.
you in the sense that we're not
It
in
might be a
federal court.
gremlin.
And but I also want to tell you that when the essence of his decision, Mr. Hurst's decision, was that there was a challenge that our president is facing when it comes to his memory and his demeanor, then I have to agree with the gentleman from North Carolina that the audio tapes are the best evidence of exactly how
There's no
qualified,
evidence. It's not
Mr. Hur
appropriate
was
to
in
say
making
it's
his decision
professional, but I
that
feel
he
like
should not prosecute.
okay.
With that, I see my time is exhausted, so
Oh,
I
you're
yield back.
jazzy.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Attorney General Garland. I thank you for being here today. I thank 115,000 members of the Department of Justice for your faithful service. And I am sorry for the regrettable conversations that are going on. I've served on this committee for the better part of 6 years. I begged to be on this committee when I ran. There was so much I wanted to work on, like focusing on gun violence, like focusing on the opioid poisoning epidemic, and so many other things having to do with the protection of civil rights and the rule of law. And yet what we've observed in this committee in hearing after hearing after hearing, sadly, is misinformation, disinformation, very pointedly
Did you
with
see the
purpose
Fox
of
and Friends
tearing down
interview?
America's
He's
faith in
fucking
our institutions.
unhinged.
This is one such hearing. There are members
He can't
on
do it.
this committee who would rather tear down the faith in the independence of the Department of Justice than say that one man is responsible for his behaviors and is being held to account, both civilly and now criminally. Mr. Trump's
I hope
behaviors
she never
are the
gets off
reasons
this
they are railing
committee.
and they are upset. He's been found guilty of fraud. He's been convicted on 34 felony counts. And it would be okay if it weren't so dangerous. That's what worries me. It is so dangerous what is going on. So let's be clear. One of the reasons that you're here today is to say somehow the Department of Justice had something to do with the Manhattan District Attorney bringing the suit. And a jury of 12 citizen strangers listening to the evidence, hearing from talented prosecutors and defense attorneys and the judge. And they came back with the clarity of 34 convictions for a former president
Pretty
and
specific.
a presidential nominee.
Pretty
What role
detailed.
did your department have in that prosecution?
That prosecution was determined by the Manhattan District Attorney, which does not report to us, is not controlled by us, and operates completely independent of the Department of Justice.
Thank you.
It's amazing how
I
that
also want to
happens.
respond to a few other dangerous statements. Chairman Jordan said a kangaroo court, that's quoting, convicted President Trump. He's the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Speaker Johnson's claimed that Democrats cheered this purely political exercise, and we heard him
Mike's little
in an interview on
Johnson.
Fox saying
Mike's little
the Supreme Court should
Johnson.
break up the
Mike's
conviction,
little
overturn the
Johnson.
conviction, and he
Coming
knows
for
many
you.
of the justices personally. Mr. Trump pities himself as a so-called political prisoner. These statements are false, and they are aimed to mislead. They are aimed
Mother
to
Teresa
inflame.
or Nelson
they are
Mandela,
dangerous.
lots of people.
The nominee is a convicted felon, or the would-be nominee is a convicted felon. What happened is he was guilty of an unlawful conspiracy to win the 2016 election by falsifying records to cover a tryst with a porn star in the days before the 2016
I object to the constant reference to
grateful
Stormy
our
Daniels as a
institution
porn
stood up.
star. She's a
I'm
fucking head of a
grateful to that set
studio.
of jurors
She's an
who walked in
artist.
as strangers
And she's one of the
citizens
fucking
and listened
bravest
to the
women
evidence
on the face of the planet.
the
So
law
thank you,
attached
Stormy
to it.
Daniels. Much respect.
But I'm really deeply concerned that our institutions are under attack. Mr. Garland, you talked about in your written testimony
I agree.
role
705
of the
viewers
Department of
across
Justice in
all the
upholding the
platforms.
rule of
You
law.
all are so amazing.
Can you
You
speak
made
to
this
that a little
happen.
more?
We could get to 1,000 by the time this is over. Thank you. That's a lot of media literacy out there.
So I have devoted my entire career to ensuring that the rule of law is the rule that the Justice Department applies and that the courts apply, that we follow the precedents, that we treat like cases alike, that we do not have enemies or friends, that we do not pay attention to the political parties or the wealth or the power or the influence of the people that we are investigating.
Exactly,
That we follow
Sharon.
the facts and the law. This is what distinguishes this country from our adversaries. And an attack on the rule of law tears down people's confidence in the basic fundamental element of our democracy, that all people will be treated equal. And I intend to continue to protect the rule of law, to protect the 115,000 career employees of my department, to make sure that they can continue to go about their job, which is to do the right thing every day and not to be distracted by outside influences, political or otherwise.
I thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and I call upon those.
Gentlelady's time,
I want to just mention one other thing.
quickly.
I'm fearful for the appalling silence of good people on this committee.
Okay.
We've heard
Yes.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Say it.
Mr. Attorney General, we understand you want to break. Can we do one more 5 minutes and then we'll take a little break?
No.
Does that work? All right, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for appearing before the Judiciary Committee. I read a report recently that the DC United States Attorney's Office had only
God.
devoted 5%
Chip
of resources
Roy.
to January 6th
I don't like you.
prosecutions.
Well, I
But
don't.
I've
Oh no, that's
also
the other guy.
understand from many
Did Chip Roy?
conversations
He get up and try
that
and beat
the
up the
most or
Teamster?
all of the
No.
United States
For like a minute,
U.S. Attorney
yeah.
districts contributed an AUSA or an investigator to the effort. Can you confirm whether the department across the board has been providing additional support from other U.S. attorneys' offices in terms of AUSAs or investigators contributing for the January 6th investigations?
Yes, that's true. That
Is
began
anybody
before I
looking at
became
me?
Attorney
'Cause
General. That,
don't look at me.
continued after I became Attorney
So
General.
Don't look
multiple
at
resources
me.
across the department have been devoted to that effort, including other districts.
Yes,
Okay.
because of the significance of an attack on democracy in this body.
The reason I'm asking about that is in terms of the focus of the resources of the department. If staff would put up on the screen, there's a number of people here that I want to see if you can identify who they are. What we have here in the bottom
Mark
right-hand
Wayne
corner is a woman
Mullins.
named Lizbeth
I don't
Medina.
know.
She was
People that
found
can't
dead,
decide?
in a bathtub.
Seems like an odd
in Texas.
conflict.
Her mom found her, hoping to see her in a parade that night. She was killed by Rafael Govea Romero, who was here illegally. On the bottom left-hand corner, you have Lake
I'm
and
sorry,
Riley.
sir. That is the Department
She
of
was
Homeland
killed,
Security.
by
And I'm
26-year-old
sure that
Jose
FBI
Ibarra,
agents
arrested
are
by,
investigating the
U.S.
tragic
Customs and Border
murder of
Protection,
this young woman,
after he unlawfully entered the United
whose
States
death
near El
should
Paso,
not be
Texas.
used for
Up
political
above, you
purposes.
have officers Richard Urusso, 26,
The deaths of
and
people
Officer Christopher
should not
Abreu,
be
26.
used
Both were
for
shot this
political
last weekend by
purposes.
Bernardo Raul Castro Mata, a 19-year-old
that's what's
Venezuelan
happening
national
here.
apprehended
A
by
real
U.S. Border Patrol
tragedy
after he unlawfully entered the United
is
States
being
near Eagle
used
Pass
to manipulate
in July of 2023.
and sow
What we
distrust
have is a continued effort by
in
the
agencies
federal government to
charged
fail to secure the border of the
with
United States, and
protecting us.
Americans are dying or getting shot. In this case, law enforcement getting shot. 2 young women who are dead. My question for you with respect to the department is, do you believe that Texas has a right to defend itself and to ensure that people who are in this country are not here illegally, and that we can protect the citizens of Texas from people unlawfully here who are committing crimes to Lizbeth Medina, who's no longer with us because the federal government refused to do its job? Yet the Department of Justice is suing the state of Texas to stop implementation of SB 4.
This
So
is
do you
now a
say,
political
as the Attorney General of the
speech.
United States,
This
Texas
is
does not
not-
have a right to defend itself
is
and to protect our
disingenuous.
citizens from murder
Again,
by people who have come here
using a
illegally
very
into the
real
United States?
tragedy.
I say, as the Attorney General and as a human being, that my heart goes out to the families, that these are terrible, terrible events. And I say, secondly, as the Attorney General, the way to stop people like this from coming into the United States is to give more resources to the Border Patrol so that they can prevent.
Mr. Attorney General, no.
That's actually a great answer.
We the people of Texas, money's not going to solve the problem
You
when
don't
the
wanna
Department
do
of
it?
Homeland
Oh
Security and
my
the President of the
God.
United States refuse to enforce the law, ignore the
No,
policies.
that's not
and
true.
Lizbeth Medina
That's
would
not
be
true.
here alive today if we were
That's
following the
not
law.
true.
Lake and Riley would be here today
That's not true.
if we had not released
Not
a killer onto the
necessarily.
streets of the United States of America through parole policies that this
Yeah,
administration
I mean,
is advancing.
technically
And the
he can
Department
play
of
that
Justice
game and say,
is
"This
suing
isn't
the
my
state of
department,
Texas
sir."
in court,
I'm sure he
taking
doesn't wanna
valuable
do that.
resources to go against the people of Texas when Texas simply wants to say that we should have a say in stopping people who are
No, what
illegally,
Texas
arrest
wanted to
them,
do
and be able
was
to
to
deal
put
with
up
that on our own
barbed
terms
wire,
when the federal
razor
government
wire
refuses to do its job.
to maim human
As
beings.
reflected in our filings in that case, we are in court
And if
because the
they
United
had
States
passed
Supreme Court
the
in Arizona
bipartisan
versus the United States
legislation
held that
that their
states
party
cannot adopt their
negotiated
own
with Joe
immigrant-
You're in
Biden
court because you're
directly,
choosing to try to stop
then
Texas
the
from enforcing the
resources would
laws
be
that
made
the federal
available
government
to
is
have more
refusing to
agents,
enforce. And
more
by the way,
more
that's not the
adjudication,
same thing as Arizona.
so
But
that
a final
people could be
question in my
moved
last
through the
minute.
system more
The Department
quickly.
of Justice did not assert privilege
That would
with regard
help.
to the transcript,
That
correct?
would be a start.
That's right.
So that's a
And
start.
you articulated a minute ago to my colleague
But
that the
these
best evidence rule
folks,
says that the
Mr. Roy
transcribed
and
copy
his
is
colleagues,
admissible.
are
right?
not
But
interested
how can you claim
in that.
privilege in the face of not just a legislative inquiry, but a constitutional impeachment inquiry? How can you claim privilege?
Actually, it was
for
already
something that you
ruled like an
just testified
unconstitutional
was
impeachment
effectively the same
inquiry,
thing?
right?
How
Into
can you claim
Biden?
privilege
Sorry.
For the audio
That's actually
of the
something.
transcript you
Well,
just
you'd have to
testified
ask
was
the
same.
person who claimed
Just
privilege, which
testified
was the office of the
words are
White
the
House.
same. Sensing
Sorry.
and audio is different.
He's
You
not
have
Joe
not given
Biden.
any explanation, and there's
Oh,
nothing
Chip,
in the impeachment
did you miss
resolution
this?
that would make a
That's not
difference
Joe
with
Biden.
respect
Well,
to
I
audio.
respectfully
That's not
disagree.
Joe.
I would
That's
ask you one
Merrick.
last question. Is the decision
Say it
not
with
to
me.
prosecute
Merrick
President Biden for effectively the same
Garland.
crime for which DOJ is prosecuting President Trump? Is it because DOJ has determined the president is not mentally fit to defend himself and stand trial for his
No,
crime
that's
before
not
President
true.
Trump is?
That's not
I'll say
what
again,
the
that's an
report
inaccurate
said. That's a
description of Mr. Hur's,
mischaracterization of the report.
And I would rest on Mr. Hur's report.
It's the only assertion he made. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The committee will take a short break.
Chip ahoy. Okay, they're going to take a short break.
5
All right,
minutes.
well, get ready, kids, because we're going to talk about it. All right, so let's do that. We can go back to Michigan in a minute. I cannot stand Chip ahoy either. I just want to thank you. My gosh, we have over 716 viewers, thanks to all the sharing that went on. We're going to hop over to Michigan and check in on the fake electors scheme. But also, I actually in the, let me see if I can get to the Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Scooby-Dooby, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Scooby-Dooby. I'd kind of like to read the Wisconsin stuff. Hold on just a minute. Oh, man, are you going to really? Oh, okay, good. All right, hold the phone, Joni Joan. Hold the phone, Joni Joan. Hold the phone, Joni Joan. Doodly-doo. Mop, mop. Look at 701 viewers. Oh my God, we're amazing. You guys are totally amazing. Can you believe what you've done? Oh my goodness. I'm so glad because sometimes the baby voice can be super annoying and I appreciate that. So don't hesitate to tell me like, girl, that's annoying. Stop doing that because I will. I'll stop doing it. Okay, Anna Bauer has the criminal complaint. Womp, womp, wompy womp. Womp, wompy, womp, womp, womp. I'm going to have to look over here. I'm sorry if I have to look. Well, actually, if I look over here, it's going to look like I'm looking at whatever. It doesn't matter. But I don't need you. Why don't you close? Oh, that's it. There you go. Oh, 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 oh. Can I? Oh, no, I don't want to search. No, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. I'm just going to make sure this is, oh, well, I don't want to put the sound on because it's going to screw us up. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Oh boy, I need this a little larger. Mommy is just a little not so good at seeing. You know what I'm saying? Hey, wait, what happened? You didn't do it? Okay, 47. Oh, there we go. Holy moly. Okay, here we go. Oh, this is great. All right, this is, I am now going to be reading the borders closing as of midnight. Yeah, apparently there was an executive order signed. I believe Gal might have dropped a link about that. Forgive me for not remembering. But apparently there is an executive order. I don't know much about it. We could certainly jump to that. If anybody has a link that they can drop, we might be able to jump to something like that as long as it's something that I can share without taking someone's content. So we'll go from there. But let me go ahead and read this document and see where we go on Wisconsin while they're taking a break. Count 1, conspiracy to commit a crime. Between at least as early on as on or about November 17th, 2020, and continuing through on or about January 6, 2021, in Dane County, state of Wisconsin, and elsewhere, the above-named defendants, together with other individuals not charged in this complaint, agreed or combined with another with the intent to commit and for the purpose of committing the crime of uttering as genuine. See, this is the thing. Uttering as genuine a forged writing or object. Sorry, my mouse is like playing with me. Stop playing with me, mouse. A forged writing or object, namely a certificate of votes for the 2020 electors from Wisconsin, knowing it to have been thus falsely made or altered with one or more of the parties to the conspiracy, doing an act to affect the objective of the conspiracy in violation of this Wisconsin statute, blah, blah, blah. It's a Class H felony punishable by a fine not to exceed $10,000 or imprisonment not to exceed 6 years. Oh, ouch. Or both, pursuant to this thing. Statement of probable cause. I am currently employed as an agent for the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation. Have been in this capacity since 2012. Okay. So I don't need to go through her thing. I just want to see what the details. I helped prepare this complaint. Okay, that's great. It's a summary of facts. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait. According to the U.S. Okay, let's start here. The process for certifying, I'll keep an eye on the chat. Sorry, I didn't say it, pay for it, but I think it was $10. Oh, this is the Stormy photo op. These closings would be between ports of entry when there is an average of 2,500 crossings a day over a 7-day period. Okay, Lee, thank you for that information. Lee reports these closings would be between ports of entry when there is an average of 2,500 crossings a day over a 7-day period. So it's called stop. It's called, what is that? Air brakes. It's the air brakes on the system. Okay, let's continue with this while we've got a little bit of time. According to the U.S. Constitution, the President and Vice President of the United States are chosen by electors from each state. The number of presidential electors in Wisconsin is equal to the number of senators and representatives in Congress at the time, according to the U.S. Constitution. Blah, blah, blah. In 2020, as now, Wisconsin had 2 senators and 8 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives and Congress, so Wisconsin voters elect 10 electors for the presidential election. The election of these presidential electors occurs through the statewide popular vote and for the offices of Vice President and Vice President. Although the names of the electors do not appear on the ballot and no reference is made to them, a vote for the President and Vice President named on the ballot is a vote for the electors of the candidates for whom an elector's vote is cast. Wisconsin statute this. Wisconsin law further provides that a vote for the President and Vice President nominations of any party is a vote for the electors of the nominee. Wisconsin statutes. Under federal law, the governor of each state must certify who the appointed presidential electors are for that state. U.S. Code. The governor's certification, sometimes referred to as the certificate of ascertainment, must set forth the name of the appointed electors and the number of votes cast for the appointed electors. For U.S. Code. The governor must sign and transmit this certificate to the United States Archivist on or before the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December. For this U.S. Code. For the 2020 presidential election, the first Monday after the second Wednesday in December was Monday, December 14th, 2020. Footnote, the citations in this complaint are to the version of Title III of the United States Code as it existed during the period from November 2020 through January 2021. The process for casting and counting electoral votes pursuant to the statute was subsequently amended. Wisconsin law requires the governor to deliver the certificate to the appointed presidential electors by no later than this same date, the first Monday, blah, 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 because state and federal law both require the appointed electors to meet on that date, according to Wisconsin statute, requiring meeting to occur at noon at the state capitol on that date. I'm not going to read the little certifications. I apologize, but I'll link. The document is linked earlier in the chat, and I'll relink it again. In a statutory provision called Presidential Electors Meeting, Wisconsin law provides as follows. I'm not going to read that, but they will meet in the Capitol. If there is a vacancy due to death, refusal to act, fail, or attend, the elector shall present and immediately proceed to fill by ballot a plurality of the votes, the electoral college vacancy. When all electors are present or the vacancy filled, they shall proceed. Okay, so there's nothing crucial there. Federal law defines the process that the appointed electors must follow. The duty of the presidential electors include the following: to vote for the president and vice president. Wisconsin law requires the electors to vote for the candidate of the party that nominated the electors. To make and sign 6 certificates of their own votes from the meeting, each certificate containing 2 distinct lists, one of the votes for president and the other for the votes of vice president. To seal the certificates and contain the votes, and to dispose of the certificates by delivering to them as follows: to the president of the U.S. Senate, which is the office of the vice president, 2 copies to the Secretary of State, the archivist, and 1 copy to the federal judge of the district where the electors met. Wisconsin law defines the process for challenging the general election results following a petition for recount by an aggrieved candidate. Appeals can be taken to the circuit court and to ultimately the Wisconsin Supreme Court. See this statute. This recount and appeal process is the exclusive judicial remedy for testing the right to hold an elective office as the result of an alleged irregularity, defect or mistake committed during the voting or canvassing process. Federal law provides that if there is any controversy or contest concerning the appointment of the electors and there is a final determination in the state in the manner provided in law provided by law for resolving that controversy or contest, the governor must send a certification of that final determination, blah, blah, blah. Federal law sets forth process for objecting to electoral votes at the joint session of Congress on January 6. In 2020, federal law stated that when more than one return of electoral votes from a state was presented to Congress, the votes counted were those from the electors who were appointed via U.S. Code and state statute. In addition, federal law provided that when two houses of Congress disagreed whether to accept the votes of electors from a particular state, then the votes of the electors whose appointment was certified by the governor were the ones to be counted. Let's see. On November 3rd, an election was held for the president, vice president. I won't go through some of the basics here. I'm going to try and cut through them. November 4th, AP reported that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won the election in Wisconsin. So it was called on November 4th. Thereafter, the Trump campaign announced that it would request a recount. On November 18th, Donald Trump and Michael Pence filed a petition with the Wisconsin Election Commission requesting a recount in Dane County and Milwaukee County. On November 30th, 2020, the WEC chair issued a statement of canvass certifying that the 10 presidential electors for Joseph and Kamala received the greatest number of votes in the election. They have the statement of canvass as Exhibit B. On November 30th, Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers executed a certificate of ascertainment determining and certifying that the Biden-Harris electors received the greatest number of votes. The certificate named the 10 Biden-Harris electors as the duly appointed presidential electors for the state of Wisconsin. On December 2nd, 2020, Donald Trump filed a lawsuit in federal court in Milwaukee challenging the election result. Trump v. Wisconsin Election Commission. On December 3rd, 2020, Donald Trump and the whole gang of clowns filed lawsuits in Dane County Circuit Court and Milwaukee County Circuit Court seeking to invalidate a sufficient number of Wisconsin ballots to change Wisconsin's certified election results. They were so lazy, they didn't even put in a number. That's right. And so here's all the quotations from those cases. The two cases were consolidated into one case in Milwaukee County. On December 11th, in the state case, the circuit court affirmed the Wisconsin Election Commission decision certifying the election results. On December 12th, 2020, in the federal case, the district court granted the motion to dismiss filed by the Wisconsin Election Commission and dismissed the lawsuit. On the morning of December 12th. On the morning of December 14th, the Wisconsin Supreme Court affirmed the circuit court's judgment in the state case. Everybody said, there's no there. Fetch is not going to happen. But here we go into the scheme. Let me make sure nothing's happening over here. Hold on. No, nothing is happening. Resuming shortly. Okay. All righty. Okay, on November 17th, an attorney acting as outside counsel for the Republican Party of Wisconsin sent an email to organize a conference call with several individuals, including defendants James Trupis and Kenneth Cheesebro. Defendants Trupis and Cheesebro, I'm going to have to come back. I want to come back to this because I want to get through this first part, are attorneys who represent the Trump campaign at the time in connection with the recount in Wisconsin. Let me just go back up here. So for some footnotes, on December 21st, I almost did it in the voice. December 21st, he did the ascertainment. Cheesebro Doc. On December 20th, 2023, I participated in an interview of Kenneth Cheesebro. In connection with the interview, counsel for defendant Cheesebro produced various documents, including PDFs labeled with the file names with numeric designations. During the interview, some of the documents were marked as exhibits. In this complaint, okay, so this is just about logistics, I think, right? Oh, wait a minute. No. During the interview, okay, blah, 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 blah. Where XXX is the numeric designation. Okay, fine. I know, you're getting to a good part. Defendant, here we go. In the interview. Hi, Mindy. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, wait. In the interview, defendant Cheesebro stated that, although he had a Twitter account, he did not send messages through it. But per a CNN K-file investigation, defendant Cheesebro appears to have sent numerous messages during the time period relevant to this complaint using a Twitter account named Badger Pundit. according to this CNN article. Oopsie. Oopsie poopsie. Your sock was discovered. Hey, Ken, your socks are showing. Following the conference call, Defendant Cheesebro emailed a memorandum dated November 18th to Defendant Trupus and others titled The Real Deadline for Settling a State's Electoral Votes. In the memorandum, referred to in this complaint as November 18th Memorandum, Defendant Cheesebro argued that electors representing Donald Trump and Michael Pence should meet and cast their votes on December 14th, 2020, to preserve the Trump-Pence electoral slate in the event of, quote, a court decision or perhaps a state legislative determination rendered after December 14th in favor of the Trump-Pence slate of electors. On November 25th, 2020, Defendant Trupus sent the November 18 memorandum to an individual affiliated with the Trump campaign, noting, quote, feel free to contact me or Ken Cheesebro if you have any questions. In the early morning hours of December 7th, 2020, Defendant Cheesebro emailed another memorandum to Trupus, dated December 6th, this one titled, Important that all Trump-Pence electors vote on December 14th. In the memorandum referred to in this complaint as this thing, Defendant Cheesebro reiterated that the Trump-Pence electors should meet and vote on December 14th, 2020. Defendant Cheesebro further explained in the memorandum that the Trump-Pence elector votes could be counted as Vice President Pence at the joint session of Congress on January 6, so long as a court challenge was still pending, even if Trump had not managed by then to obtain court decisions or state legislative resolutions invalidating enough results to push Biden below the 270, the number of electoral votes needed to win the election. Defendant Cheesebro noted that the strategy he suggested was bold and controversial. Let me catch up with chat. Gal, I witnessed a dramatic moment a few moments ago outside the courtroom. Hunter Biden's wife, Melissa Cohen Biden, approached former Trump aide Garrett Ziegler and said, you have no right to be here, you Nazi piece of shit. Oh my God, you badass woman. You are amazing. Ziegler did not respond to her because Garrett Ziegler is a little scared incel who lives in mommy's basement. I haven't, and Ziegler did not respond, but told me after that, for the record, I'm not a Nazi. I'm a believer in the U.S. Constitution. I haven't said one thing to them. That's bullshit. He's constantly on Telegram saying and trying to put people in danger. He's so scared. Somebody's going to throw him under the bus. I mean, I'm surprised no one's made him an offer yet. Like, come and tell us what you know, you little pimple, a human pimple. Okay, so that's Fitzpatrick. Let me, I think I can go to that because I think it's gonna, let me make sure. Oops, let me see. Oh, it's just so exciting. I knew these days would be like this. Okay, so okay, so this is that. Oh, so this is, check on that link. I don't know if it has a, does it have a video? Or an audio? No, I guess it wouldn't. Okay, but take a look at that link and check out what's happening there, because that's a really... Thank you, Gal, for dropping that. Oh, my God. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be a hot-fed summer, and it's going to be a hot-fed summer. It's going to be a hot-fed summer. Just you wait. It's coming for you. Hey, share the broadcast because we want to get to 1,000 viewers by the end of this. And the goal is media literacy. There's no money involved in any of this. Not, like, I swear too much. I'm never going to get monetized on any of my shows. But that's not the point. The point is media literacy. The point is understanding the source information and the facts so that we can be informed voters. So media literacy for the win. The more eyes that are on this broadcast, the more media literacy that is going out there. So thank you to everyone who has shared this broadcast, because that's why we're hitting new highs today. It's only because you all shared this. So I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, because that's the only reason I'm here, is because I love this stuff and I want us to get democracy stabilized. And I believe that media literacy is an important part of doing that. And by that, I mean understanding our sources, understanding the facts, and focusing on the facts and not feelings. So thank you. Okay, speaking of facts and not feelings, here we go. After receiving the December 6th memorandum, Troupis sent an email to Cheesebro telling him that Troupis planned to, quote, to get the December 6th memorandum circulated at the White House. Defendant Troupis also sent a separate message to defendant Cheesebro, quote, I've sent it to the White House this afternoon. The real decision makers. Am I right? He didn't say that. He said the results. On December 7th, day of infamy, December 2020, Troupis sent the November 18th memorandum and the December 6th to a Trump campaign consultant, referred to in this complaint as Individual A. I wonder who that is. In the email sending the memoranda, Troupis stated in part, here are 2 memos, not memoranda, but memos, I had prepared for me on appointing a second slate of electors in Wisconsin. There's no need for the legislators to act. The second slate just shows up at noon on Monday and votes and then transmits the results. It's up to Pence on January 6th to open them. That's how I imagine he talks. So I don't know. Okay, wait. I got to check on our little friends. Okay, they're not even back yet. For crying out loud, it's live. Okay, good. It likes to sneak up on me. Okay. On December 8th, Cheesebro sent Troupis an email with further thoughts about how leverage might be exerted at the joint session of Congress on January 6th in connection with, quote, having the electors send in alternate slates of votes. Oh, Kenny, I want to see your ass in a sling for all of this. I care about the fake electors who signed their lives away and their legacies to a lie. I do. I want them to face justice too, because I want to deter other people from thinking that kind of behavior is acceptable. However, more importantly, I want the fucking planners of this to get fucking arrested, and I want that message sent deep and wide that you have to stop fucking with democracy for your own ludicrous power grabs. Ugh. Okay, anyway. One of the points Cheesebro made in his email was, court challenges pending on Jan 6 really not necessary. Oh, really? Oh, well, that's news. In response, Troupis emailed Cheesebro stating in part, this is an excellent summary of the end game. Thank you. Thank you, bestie. On December 9th, Individual A from the Trump campaign, remember, emailed Troupis asking him whether he could prepare a sample elector ballot for Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and New Mexico. The land of enchantment. Isn't that the land of enchantment? Isn't New Mexico? Wow, that's good. Okay, anyway. Troupis forwarded the email to defendant Cheesebro and others. Let me see if there's anything in that footnote. No, there's nothing. It's about numbering. Asking, Modi is claiming he won. He's trying to use Giuliani method of just say you won. Oh, yeah. A little bit of an eye on India. Also, there has been some devastating heat waves in India. And so I'm definitely praying for some relief from that because I think it's taken a toll on the Indian people. So definite thoughts with and a recognition of the climate crisis that we face and who's paying the actual price for the climate crisis. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Asking defendant Cheesebro whether he would be able to do this, which defendant Cheesebro responded, oh my God, absolutely. Anything for you, bestie. On December 9th, Cheesebro emailed defendant Troupis a memorandum referred to in this complaint as the December 9th thing, titled Statutory Requirements for December 14th Electoral Votes. Well, that just sounds so formal and fancy. With instructions for the Trump-Pence elector meetings on December 14th. On December 10th, Troupis sent an email to Cheesebro attaching a draft of the elector certificate to be signed on December 14th by the Trump-Pence electors stating, please review. Later that day, defendant Cheesebro sent defendant Troupis back a revised draft of the certificate In response, Troupas sent an email back to Chesebro asking him about how the elector names should be listed on the certificate. On December 11th, individual A from the Trump campaign sent a message to Chesebro and, defendant Michael Roman, who was working for the Trump campaign. In the message, individual A said, Ken, need you to call Mike Roman, copied, ASAP, and fill him in on the whole lay of the land. Shortly thereafter, Chesebro sent an email to Roman attaching documents relating to the Trump-Pence electors in Pennsylvania, as well as copies of the November 18th memorandum and the December 9th. On December 11th, Chesebro emailed Troupas copying individuals associated with the Republican Party of Wisconsin, attaching the certificate to be signed on December 14th, the Trump-Pence electors from Wisconsin, along with other documents relating to the meeting. Later that evening, defendant Chesebro sent the documents to individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign and the Republican National Committee, copying defendant Roman. Ooh, here we go. Gal's dropping some knowledge on Roman. By the way, the Gal Squad, a.k.a. Gal Suburban, Tina, who is TRCFWTT on Twitter. Tina is the Mike Roman. She's got Mike Roman's number all day long and twice on Tuesdays. Clayberg, and also Jay Rance Willa on Twitter. That is known as Gal Squad. That's just a group of friends. And those ladies are incredibly smart and have all the receipts on this shit. So please, please, please follow them on Twitter. You can look for them probably via my account. That's usually a good way of doing it. Okay, here we go. On December 11th, Chesebro emailed individuals, affiliated with the Trump campaign and the Republican National Committee, copying defendant Roman, to clarify the status of my work. End quote. In the email, Chesebro stated in part, Troupas, lead counsel in Wisconsin, have Wisconsin well in hand. Jim was the one who floated early on the idea of electors voting on December 14th. Oh, Kenny, I just want to thank you for leaving the CVS level of receipts. Yes, we thank you. 'Cause you're trying. I don't know. I can't think of any lyrics. Okay. Anyway, here we go. Oh wait, let me check on our friends. Nope, they're not even back. Wow, this is a lot. This is a long poop. This is a big poop. Democracy Coven, Democracy Dino, and Gal Squad, bringing the media literacy straight to your phone or device. Boop boop boop. That's our theme song. Cool, huh? Okay. Let's go back here. Okay, great. December 11th, in a petition to the Wisconsin Supreme Court on the state case by Troupas, the Trump plaintiffs mentioned the December 14th meeting of Trump-Pence electors in a footnote. I'm just going to read that again. On December 11th, 2020, in a petition to the Wisconsin Supreme Court in the state case signed by defendant Troupas, the Trump plaintiffs mentioned the December 14th meeting of the Trump-Pence electors in a footnote, stating, following the recommended approach to situations involving court challenges in the presidential elections, which are not resolved by the time the presidential electors must cast their votes pursuant to these articles and sections and things, this year, December 14th, the Trump-Pence campaign has requested its electors to sign and send to Washington on that date their votes to ensure that their votes will count on January 6th if there is a later determination that they are the duly appointed electors for Wisconsin. So you see, Your Honor, this is just an over-exuberant state of hopium. That's all this is. We're not trying to subvert and help support a subversion of the will of the voters. This is just exuberance. That's all this is. You know, it's like Sunday brunch. It's like going to brunch. A little too many mimosas, and all of a sudden you're signing forged documents. I don't know. It's crazy. It happens. Though it happens. Okay. This practice Oh, good. I'm so glad they're bringing up 1960. Let's go back in the Wayback Machine, shall we, for the umpteenth time today? This practice dates back to at least as far as 1960, when the Kennedy electors in Hawaii voted on that date and the Electoral College met, even though on that date the Nixon electors had been ascertained by the acting governor to have won the state. Only after further litigation were the votes of the Kennedy electors approved and ultimately counted in Congress. See, here's what's interesting. While that might have factual information in it, it isn't quite characterizing the actual situation. You see, there was at the time an actual recount, a state court-ordered recount in Hawaii. And so there was a public and collaborative agreement that both sets of electors would sign the thingamajobbers, so that once the recount was complete, they would have the appropriate set of electors on hand to certify the election on time. The difference in votes ended up, at first it appeared that Nixon was winning the popular vote in 1960. The result of the recount, which happened after the date of ascertainment or whatever, was 115, I believe, vote difference in favor of Kennedy. So in fact, they ended up needing the alternate slate of electors based on formal court-ordered recounts that were active at the time. So completely different from bullshit affidavit challenges of, I saw a truck pull up at 3 a.m. to the ballot station while I was getting my hot dog at the Stop and Shop. That's not evidence. And you cannot challenge on the evidence because there is none. It's already been proven. See Eastman, see Clark, see Giuliani, see all those disbarments. You don't have to believe me. See the disbarments of those gentlemen, because they contain the flag that came out of the end of their gun instead of the actual bullet. That's all they have. They just have the flag that says bang, that doesn't actually shoot anything. They don't have anything. There's no data. Doug Frank doesn't have data. Seth Keshel doesn't have data. Liz Harris doesn't have data. Nobody has data. Joe Biden won the election, fair and square. Period. Get over it. Better luck next time. I hope not, but, whatever. Will of the people and all that. Okay, so 1960 has nothing to do with 2020, period, full stop. Period. Completely different situation. Period. Sorry, chuds. Sorry to burst your Kennedy balloon, but that's not what happened here. And Mike Flynn is a criminal, and he is a fucking demagogue. He is not a Kennedy Democrat as he claims he is, or that he's agnostic. He's not. He's dangerous. Arrest Mike Flynn. Okay, so blah, 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 rah, 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 make a moo, beep, boop. Okay, whoops, I better check on the kids. Oh, shit.
Damage to their property as a result of reckless and dangerous high-speed chases. My constituents have been detained illegally under Operation Lone Star, and all of these constituents are U.S. citizens, by the way, who are Hispanic and who have been targeted by Operation Lone Star. Most recently, the Texas Attorney General has targeted a nonprofit in El Paso that has long been a partner to the federal government, a partner long before President Biden was in office, a partner to the federal government during former President Donald Trump's term in office and long before that. And the Texas Attorney General has targeted that nonprofit, effectively trying to shut it down for being a partner to the federal government when it comes to migration. And you and I had a meeting a few months ago, and I shared with you some of my concerns, not just on these issues, but also with regard to Texas Senate Bill 4, which creates a whole new level of immigration enforcement at the state level, something that apparently my Republican colleagues are championing. Would you please share with us, with the committee and the American public, why it is really a terrible consequence for any state, whether it's Texas or any state, what the challenges are with a state deciding it's going to create its own immigration process?
Thank you. I'm going to follow my practice of sticking to what we've said in the public filings. So what I can say about SB4 is we regard it as an unconstitutional act by the state. The Supreme Court has held that immigration, deportation questions are matters for the federal government under the Immigration and Naturalization Act and under the Constitution, that every state can't adopt its own views about deportation.
I'm so glad to see you.
That there are serious law enforcement risks
bestie.
of different law
Good to
enforcement
see
agencies
you.
operating in the same venues. But the important thing is that this is a question of the sovereignty of the United States and of the Constitution. So I can't say anything more, but this is in litigation, and we are doing our best to uphold the Supreme Court's precedent on this, and it's a relatively recent precedent.
Thank you, Mr. Garland. I also want to make sure to make you aware that we have gotten reports of some of the Texas
They're getting mixed
National
messages,
Guard
Mindy.
shooting indiscriminately into crowds of migrants on the border, shooting plastic bullets. Want to make sure that you are aware of that, in addition to all the other issues that I've made you aware of that are occurring in El Paso. I see I'm out of time, but I will continue to communicate with you and your staff the egregious civil rights and human rights violations happening in my community at the hands of Operation Lone Star. Thank you. I yield back.
That is
Gentleman yields back, and
oversight.
gentleman from Texas made
That
me,
is doing your job for the people of
about
your
our other
state.
Democrat member from Texas.
That
who
is
has been
doing your
announced as
job.
Dealing with cancer, and our thoughts and prayers are with Ms. Jackson Lee, who's been a great member of this committee for a long, long time.
Oh, I love
Just thought of
Barbara
that
Jackson
after the
Lee.
gentlelady began her questions. We now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Attorney General, during the department's criminal investigation of Hunter Biden, investigators gave Hunter's
God, we're at
counsel
the
a
laptop.
heads up
Oh,
regarding their future
everybody drink.
investigative
He
actions,
just said the laptop.
specifically a pending search warrant.
Everybody
Does
just
the
pick up
Department
your
of Justice
usually
usually tip
fireball
off the
and
defense
have a little
counsel
shot.
ahead of time to warn them that they'll be executing a search warrant?
You're asking me about a case that's in trial as we speak, and I'm
Yeah,
just not going
exactly.
to comment
Shut
on it. I
up.
think that's highly inappropriate for me to do.
Exactly.
Oh, this would not be inappropriate at all. Do
No,
you
he can decide
warn
that, Mr.
defense
Tiffany.
counsel ahead of time? Is this a standard
Did he
operating
warn?
procedure
Did he warn
for
the Mar-a-Lago
Department of
people that he was
Justice
coming
to
with the
notify
search
that you're
warrant?
going to execute a search warrant?
I think I've answered this question before. It depends on the situation. In some circumstances, yes. In some circumstances, no. Generally not, but
So shortly after,
always.
if I may interrupt, shortly after the FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago, you said upholding the rule of law means applying the law evenly without fear or
What
favor.
role is this guy
Did the Department
campaigning
of Justice
for?
give the
He's
same
not going
courtesy
anywhere.
to President Trump's counsel and warn them about the search warrant for Mar-a-Lago?
Saying the issues are determined on the ground with respect to what people are
I kind of
concerned about
hope that
on the
he let
ground.
the federal, like he let
that
the
issue
executive,
about
other members of the
Mar-a-Lago is also
executive
the
branch
subject
know what he was
of a
going to do to a
challenge in
former
court, and I'm not
president.
gonna
I
comment
kind of
about
would
that either.
expect him
So
to do
one,
that.
you notified defense counsel, the other one you didn't.
I don't know whether you're accurately describing what happened in the Hunter Biden case or not.
During special counsel Hur's investigation into whether or not President Biden retained classified documents, he found that President Biden knew the information in his possession was classified. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall the exact words of Mr.
Yeah,
Hur, but they are what they are.
Yeah, I mean, he knew the information Joe Biden knew the
You can't
information that he had in
litigate
his
the Joe
possession
Biden
was
case here,
classified.
Mr. Tiffany.
I
You
think that's
can't.
widely
It's not.
known.
No,
Again,
not
Mr.
widely
Herr
known.
testified for 5 hours in front of you, and all
Exactly.
these questions
Don't you
could be asked
remember?
of him.
Exactly.
And a long report
Snarky. I
that's
like
on the public
snarky
record on
Merrick.
this question. I'm just not going to comment, just like I didn't comment on Mr. Durham's report when people asked me to do that.
Did then Vice President Biden have the authority to declassify the classified documents he illegally retained?
Mr. Herr addressed any questions like that in his report. I know what you're really asking me about is the case in Florida, and I'm just not going to comment on matters that are being litigated in court.
Can you
It's
see that I have a
highly inappropriate
slideshow that I
to do
made?
So
that.
you can't
I made a
comment on something
slideshow
that's already out there publicly
the
by Mr. Herr.
boxes,
Simply,
and that's all the boxes,
did Vice President
pictures
Biden,
that I could
then Vice
find
President,
of
did he have
at
the ability to
Mar-a-Lago.
declassify
So,
classified documents?
Yeah, why don't we talk about
Does
these?
any Vice
Can we talk
President
about
have
these
the
ones, sir?
ability to declassify
Sir, can
classified
you just tell me
documents?
about the boxes right next to your face?
Depends on who the original, I mean, the ultimate theory
can you
goes
help
back
me
to an
with that,
executive order that depends
sir?
on the
Let's go
originator
here.
of the classification.
Representative Tiffany.
any
It's a
other-
very long discussion about
I know.
classification.
Have any
She
other
is-
former
she is
presidents,
phenomenal.
vice
Barbara
presidents, or
Lee Jack-
cabinet
yeah, she is
secretaries
phenomenal.
retained
I'm sorry to
classified
hear that.
information after they left office? Have others done this?
I don't know. Mr.
Sir,
Herr.
have you seen the-
Did Vice President Pence
Sir, Mr.
have
Tiffany?
classified
Mr.
documents?
Herr
Could you
recounted
just,
the
Mr.
information
Tiffany,
that he
could you
had
just
about
look at the,
past,
see, there's some stuff
The
people.
on the
former Secretary
floor
of State Hillary
in
Clinton,
like a
did she have
closet
classified
area, and then
documents?
I
Anything
think
more
coming
than
up is
Mr.
the
Herr
bathroom
reported
shot.
in
Oh,
his
this is in a
report on these
hallway, like a
matters.
basement hallway. Look at that
How
pipe
many of
over it. Oof.
those
Hope that doesn't
that
leak.
have had classified
I'm
documents, either a
saying?
former vice president like Pence,
There might be some
or,
mice down there too. You never know.
Secretary
I
of
think
State
there's
like
mice
Hillary
in
Clinton.
Florida. I'm pretty
How
sure.
many of them were
but yeah,
charged with
that might
retaining
be. That
classified
might be kind of
information?
like.
Mr. Herr
Oh, there's the
explained
bathroom.
why he
Oh yeah,
chose
hey,
not
dude,
to
look at the bathroom
to
chart.
recommend a
Yeah,
class,
that's the one.
a charge.
The answer is none of them were charged.
We
And
almost
how
have
many of
800
them-
viewers,
None
everyone,
of them were charged
because
other
you
than
shared this
President Trump.
broadcast. You shared media
How many of them
literacy
are currently
throughout
running for president against
the
President
verse.
Mr. Herr explained in
I
detail the
adore you
reasons
all.
that distinguish
Let's get to
former
1,000,
president's
just because
case
we
from the
want
current
more
president?
Was there
eyeballs on
opposition in
source
the Washington field
information.
office seeking a search warrant of Mar-a-Lago?
I'm hoping that there's always discussion in field offices about the appropriate approach.
Who gave the go-ahead to do the search?
I know that
It's on the sign.
the
Media
reference
literacy.
to the special agent that was made earlier left out the conclusion of his transcript, which
He
is he thought it was
refused to give
lawful.
the boxes
Who gave
back, Max.
the
You're
go-ahead
right.
to do the search warrant, to execute the search warrant on Mar-a-Lago?
Magistrate judge
Him.
in the
Oh yeah, that's
district
right.
approved the
Magistrate
search
judge.
warrant.
That's right.
Who
The FBI tried to get
ultimately okayed it within
to-
the Department of Justice?
I've already said I approved the recommendation to seek a search warrant. The search
Oh,
warrant
yeah. The typo
application then
stays.
went to a judge
I
who
love
found
it.
probable cause for the search
I'm here for the
the
typo,
reasons
Mindy.
stated in the affidavit and displayed all over the record of the 11th Circuit opinion.
Mr. Chairman, classified documents. Biden, no. Trump, yes. Counsel notified? Biden, yes. Trump, no. The dual system of justice in America.
Oh, that's because
Gentleman
his,
yields back. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Sir,
Thank you, Mr.
that-
Chairman.
That's because
We are
his,
supposed to be here conducting oversight of the
his,
Department of Justice, but instead, Republicans
his
are
lawyer
using
flipped.
this hearing and this committee
fraud
as a
exception. Look it up,
legislative
Evan
arm
Corcoran.
of the Trump campaign. This hearing is clearly a desperate attempt to distract the American people from the consequences of the former president's actions and the fact that no one is above the law, including the former president. I want to remind my colleagues that this hearing should be about the Department of Justice and protecting DOJ's mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. It's extremely disturbing to me to see Donald Trump campaigning on a promise to overhaul our nation's top law enforcement body so that he can go after his opponents. And Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article summarizing an investigation by the ethics watchdog Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington.
Without objection.
This report found that, quote, since the start of last year, Trump has issued direct or implied threats on Truth Social to use the powers of the federal government to target Joe Biden during a second Trump administration. He's done that 25 times to target Joe Biden with FBI raids, investigations, indictments, and even jail time.
and that Trump has, quote, threatened or suggested that the FBI and the Department of Justice should take action against senators, judges, members of Biden's family, and even non-governmental organizations. In contrast, I want to thank you for your tremendous service to our country, Attorney General Garland, and to say that with you under the Biden administration, your Department of Justice has shown remarkable independence and integrity in the execution of our laws. As a committed public servant who has served as our nation's top law enforcement officer and under 5 attorneys general in both career and non-career positions, can you briefly tell me how the Department of Justice makes decisions about how to use its investigative and enforcement powers, and how we can strengthen those processes against political influence in future administrations?
Yes. After Watergate, there was an effort to create a set of principles of federal prosecution, which I worked on when I first entered the Justice Department as a young lawyer. It sets forth the principles. It says prosecutions cannot occur unless the prosecutor believes that they can, more likely than not, they will be able to prove beyond reasonable doubt the guilt of the person, that no non-merit issue can be considered with respect to prosecution, not wealth, not power, not party, not religion, not ethnicity, and that there has to be a federal purpose for the investigation. We established lines of independence between the White House and the Justice Department, as well as between the Congress and the Justice Department, to ensure that political considerations are not taken into consideration. But the principal bulwark of the rule of law is the career workforce of the department, the agents and the prosecutors who do their jobs every day with only one purpose, to do the right thing in every case.
Thank you, Attorney General. I want to talk briefly about antitrust, because this is an area where, under your leadership and the leadership of Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Cantor, historically a bipartisan issue, by the way, the DOJ Antitrust Division has won victories in court against employers that sought to suppress workers' pay and blocked harmful mergers in the airline industry. You're working to lower food prices by targeting anti-competitive practices and mergers in the grocery and meat processing industry. And the Antitrust Division successfully ended a price-fixing scheme in DVD and Blu-ray sales and prevented video game companies from suppressing wages in esports. These are incredible accomplishments, and you're also working to promote competition in the live music industry. Thank you for the recently filed case against Live Nation Ticketmaster. Proud that Washington's Attorney General has joined that case along with 29 others. And I was struck by the so-called Ticketmaster flywheel, a self-reinforcing business model that traps fans, artists, and independent venues in the Ticketmaster ecosystem. Can you just explain how that works and why this is so important for competition and for lower prices for consumers in the live music industry?
Well, I'm sorry to have to give you the same answer that I gave your colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We filed a case. We announced the complaint, that at this point we can't comment on it. But the answers to your question, I think, are very well laid out in the very extensive complaint that we filed in that matter.
I was hoping to be able to brag about it, but I understand. And thank you so much for your service, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The lady yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Attorney General, the public has seen through the claims you've made today about fair and impartial pursuit of justice. They see that Lady Justice's blindfold has slipped off, and they need look no further than the treatment by your department of former President Trump and current defendant Hunter Biden. I chair the subcommittee on responsiveness and accountability to oversight, and your
convicted
office
felon
has
citizen Trump
gone a long way towards obstructing our efforts to investigate much of what we've talked about today. But beyond simply obstructing Congress, did allegations surface last year that senior Justice Department officials attempted to obstruct the criminal investigation into Hunter Biden's numerous alleged tax crimes?
No, that's not true.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
I
question.
don't,
Did you
nobody
attempt to
does.
obstruct
It's okay.
the criminal investigation into Hunter Biden's alleged crimes?
Absolutely not.
According to IRS whistleblower
In
Joseph
fact, he
Ziegler,
left
on
the
October 21st,
Trump-appointed,
2021, U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf
lead
told
investigator
investigators
and
they
gave
would
him
be
special
in, quote,
counsel
hot water,
powers.
unquote,
I'm
if they
sorry, that's
interviewed
not
Hunter
how that
Biden's adult
works,
children.
or else that's a
And
really,
IRS
that's fucking
investigators
5D
were
level
prevented
chess.
by DOJ from interviewing Hunter Biden's other relatives, including the president's brother and sister, Hunter Biden's in-laws, ex-wife, and Beau Biden's widow. Doesn't this depart from standard investigative procedure?
You asked me if I obstructed. I don't know virtually any of the people you just listed, other than because they've been in the newspaper. Mr. Weiss has testified about this matter. Mr. Weiss will testify again when the matter is completed. He will write a report. You'll be able to examine him for 5 hours if you want. But I don't know the facts of this matter, and I don't intend to intrude on Mr. Weiss's investigation. But it is false that I in any way obstructed Mr. Weiss's investigation. That's just false.
Did the DOJ allow the statute of limitations to lapse on some of the most serious?
Well, why
I've
don't you
testified
ask
about
the
this,
Trump-appointed
before.
Attorney
Mr. Weiss will
General
have an
that you
opportunity
actually,
to explain which matters he decided to
I'm
bring,
sorry.
which matters he decided not to bring. And I don't know any more about it than that.
It's not that he decided to bring charges or not. He decided to allow statute of limitations to lapse on
why
the
didn't you ask
2014
him
and
about that?
2015 tax returns, even though
I
prosecutors
I
could
like-
have sought an
I like it
extension.
when
And in
Merrick is
fact,
calm.
defense counsel was willing to agree
In-
to extend the
in-
statute of limitations
in
for these charges.
conflict
Isn't
with
that
these
correct?
I don't know if
douchebags.
anything you're saying is correct. Mr. Weiss will have to answer those questions, and I'm sure he will be able to when he appears before this committee.
It doesn't seem like you're aware of a lot that's going
That's
on in your
intentional with
department.
respect to
not.
Mr. Weiss's
Yeah,
investigation.
he's
That's what
trying
an
to remain
independent special
separate, you
counsel is
stupid
about.
ass.
When did you
Attorney
appoint special
General
counsel?
doesn't
When did you
intrude.
appoint special counsel Weiss?
I'm sorry, say again?
When did you appoint special
I don't
counsel
remember the
David
exact-
Weiss?
He
I don't
gave
remember the
him
exact date. It's a
special
matter
counsel.
of public record.
Isn't this
Yeah.
isn't it correct that this was after
Look at him reading
IRS
from
whistleblowers
that.
like Mr. Shapley
No.
exposed
Oh
numerous
my
instances of
God,
wrongdoing,
no.
including allowing the statute of
The
limitations to expire?
whistleblowers
The
have
appointment
been
of Mr. Weiss has
debunked
nothing to do with
and
anything any
discredited.
whistleblower said.
The statute of
and
limitations
are
was allowed to
likely
expire before
being
your
paid
appointment.
by
Some of the
operatives
statute of
in order
limitations likely
to
expired
lie.
before I was appointed as
So
Attorney
they're
General.
all a bunch of
I don't know
losers.
the facts
Sorry,
here.
sorry.
They have no connection
Yeah,
to
calm
each
and
other.
assertive.
So your claim that it should be, you can't comment on it because Mr. Weiss is currently investigating has nothing to do with, it's actually the fact that those statutes of limitations expired before you were
Oh,
appointed,
I don't know
before
what I'm
he was
saying,
appointed.
and so I don't.
Correct?
What?
I'm
huh?
sorry.
I don't know what to
I'm
say.
not- I'm not
I don't-
following the question.
All right,
There's
well-
no
He's not.
connection
I'm not following it
between
either.
whatever happened
Nor
with
is
the
he,
statute
by
of
the way.
limitations,
Klein is not
which I
following
don't
his
know
own
about,
question.
and my appointment of Mr. Weiss.
Did Special Counsel Weiss receive directions from your office regarding the details of the plea deal for Hunter Biden?
When I was nominated to be Attorney General, 2 members of the Senate publicly asked me to let Mr. Weiss continue in his role to which he had been appointed by President Trump. I promised that I would. Thereafter, more than a majority of the Republican members of the Senate asked me to appoint Mr. Weiss as special counsel.
Okay.
Ultimately, I did appoint him as special counsel. I promised not to intrude, and I stuck with my promise.
Let me ask you something you might remember. On May 23rd of this year, were you in attendance at a state dinner for the President of Kenya?
Yes, I was.
Did Hunter Biden also attend the dinner?
From newspaper reports, yes.
Did you and Hunter interact in any way?
I have never spoken to Hunter Biden in my life, as far as I know.
Yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I think the
this
gentleman
went
feeling
nowhere,
is the
so,
Department of Justice retaliating against whistleblowers.
I'm going to turn it
No,
back over
that
to
would be a
Jim.
violation
Jim,
of statute and a violation of our...
Inspector General seems to think you are. I got this management advisory memorandum dated May 2024, notification of concerns regarding the Department of Justice compliance with whistleblower protections for employees with a security clearance.
I've read the management memo. I think it's a good memo. It doesn't say we've been retaliated against anybody. It says that there have to be additional protections with
Is
respect...
it just pure coincidence that Marcus Allen's security clearance got reinstated today? Whistleblower came in front of this committee. Democrats disparaged this guy, called him a conspiracy theorist. 27 months without his security clearance, and we find out today it's been reinstated?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know
Is he?
about the facts, anything
yeah.
about the facts of that case. Retaliation against whistleblowers is against the law, and it will be punished.
3 people who've come and talked to this committee as whistleblowers have had their security clearance taken. Marcus Allen gets his security clearance put back in place today. And the Inspector General says he's got concerns, doing an investigation as we speak about what's going on.
I'm sorry, the management memo that you're talking about does not conclude there was any retaliation against
No,
anybody.
he's
I
putting you
read
on
the
notice
memo.
that he's
It doesn't
investigating.
say that.
Mr.
Is
Chairman,
somebody else
regular order.
talking?
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Garland over here.
Oh.
Do you want additional time to answer the chairman's questions or comments?
No, I've answered. We do not, if there is, it is the policy and the practice, if somebody has a complaint about whistleblowing, to go to the Inspector General. That's why the Inspector General is investigating it. The memorandum that the Inspector General issued does not say he concluded that anybody retaliated against anybody.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a Wall Street Journal article that appeared yesterday, June 3rd, titled Merrick Garland, 3 Special Counsels in the Justice Department Under Fire. And Mr. Garland, I'd ask you after this to go back and read this article. It talks about your long and distinguished career. I think the article really summarizes it by, open quote here, a sentence. It says, Garland has been driven by one mantra: follow the facts and the law, close quote. It's about your commitment in your history to the rule of law in this country. Thank you, sir. Today, we're talking about a lot of issues, very important. This is our job, oversight. You know, if I pull back a little bit, think about what people back home care about. They care about safe streets, eliminating drugs, harmful drugs from our streets, consumer protection. So I'm going to ask you, can you talk a little bit about your actions, the efforts of the Justice Department to reduce violent crime in the United States, and more specifically, how you work with our local sheriffs, our local police department to reduce violent crime in our streets?
Yes, that is an important part of our obligation to protect the American people and America's communities. In 2021, soon after I became an Attorney General, I saw the statistics regarding the spike of violent crime that happened during the pandemic, and I knew that it was important that we do everything we can to drive that number down, both for the protection of the individuals who are hurt, but also for the people's sense of security in their communities and belief that the system will work on their behalf. So we issued a memorandum directing the strategy that we know
Oh my
worked
God, you
and that
guys, we
worked
just hit
in the last time I was in the
801
Justice
viewers
Department when I
between all
was
the
a
platforms.
drugs
You're the
and
most
guns
amazing. You
prosecutor,
guys
and
made
then
this
again when I was a
happen. I'm so
prosecutor,
grateful. More
in
media
Maine
literacy.
Justice.
Yes,
We cooperate
media
with,
literacy
we
is going to
create
win.
task forces with our state and local law enforcement partners.
This is how we
sheriff's
win. No.
offices and police departments, so that the federal government can bring the benefits and advantages it has, sometimes money, sometimes technology, sometimes better statutes. And the sheriff's deputies and the officers on
We
the
almost
ground,
have 800 viewers
can
on
bring
Twitter
their knowledge
alone.
of the
That's a lot of
community and their
eyeballs
knowledge
on
of
media
the
literacy,
bad actors.
source,
So we can
documents,
take the most
source,
dangerous
testimony.
criminals off the streets, the repeat shooters, those who are responsible for violence, the people running in gangs that cause violence, that we can bring cases both against individuals and against criminal organizations. That strategy.
If I can interrupt, you only have a minute and a half
left. The
left.
strategy has been successful. The homicide rate last year went down higher decline than in 50 years, and it is again going down this quarter by somewhere between 18 and 20%.
Thank you for that good work.
Thank you, Mindy.
You know, we talk about getting fentanyl off our streets, something very important to both
fentanyl,
sides
there
of
we
the aisle.
go. Bing, bing,
Everybody
bing,
on
bing.
Main
There
Street.
you go.
And
You heard it
You
here.
mentioned in your opening remarks that you put away head of a Sinaloa cartel, one of the kingpins there, drug pins. I sit on Homeland Security, and we know one way to get there is to take down these cartels, you know, put away the leadership. Can you explain a little bit about what else you're doing to go in that direction, to get these, what I would call terrorists, drug terrorists? How do we put them in prison, get them off the street so they won't be organizing and selling drugs, fentanyl, in our country?
I don't like
the
it.
DEA
I don't like
has done extraordinary
drug kingpins.
work worldwide
Drug pins
in
as
order
a
to
term
track
is
these cartels.
Interesting.
to provide the evidence that has led to
As a word
the
nerd,
indictments of the
I love
Chapitos, the
making up
sons
words.
of El Chapo himself, and as I said just last week, the chief Sicario, the assassin and protector of the Sinaloa cartel. I've traveled to Mexico several times myself. My deputy has traveled several times herself.
I love the margaritas. I know.
Group has gone as well.
I'm not gonna lie.
To persuade the Mexican
Little bit of a margarita
authorities
girl.
to make
Not
extraditions
me, I
in
don't
these
drink,
cases.
but maybe him.
Specifically with respect to El Nini, I made the necessary calls. My counterparts agreed, and they arranged for his extradition to the United States.
Thank you, sir, and I hope you continue the good work. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for unanimous consent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a few articles. One is the full transcript of President Joe Biden's interview with Time.
Without objection.
Town Hall talking about the transcript from Biden's interview with Time is a mess.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Management Advisory Memorandum from the Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, 24067, May 2024, notification of concerns regarding the Department of Justice's compliance with whistleblower protections for employees with a security clearance. With that, recognize the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. Equal justice for all. You use those words. Like cases treated alike. You use those words. All people are treated
This guy
equal.
is like a little pencil.
Let's just look and review a few
He's
things.
like a little
Let's look at
crayon.
the classified documents
I think of him
case.
as a crayon.
One individual is Vice President of the United States, removes documents
Although I'm not
which
going to
he
lie,
has no right
I love
to
the
do,
mixed
Joe
stripes.
Biden.
Okay, I'm not.
He then
I got to
removes
say something
documents
nice.
also before he
I'm
was
digging
Vice
on the mixed
President
stripes.
as a U.S. Senator, no right to do that. Doesn't have the right to declassify.
That's right. That little
Yet a
fist that
special
Arthur
counsel's
makes.
appointed. And the result of that is that,
That's
well,
right,
there's nothing
Mexico
we're going to
just
do
elected
because he's a
their
kindly older
female
gentleman
leader.
that has a bad memory and it wouldn't be a good case. And yet at the same time, a president of the United States who does have a right to declassify documents, removes them, keeps them in a secure place, has the right to do it because he was a president and he's indicted. Equal justice for all. Prosecutor Bragg, and I'm going to ask you a question about this, just your opinion. He ran for office saying he was going to put Donald Trump in jail. Before he saw all the evidence, before he knew everything about the case, before he knew anything, he ran for office saying he was going to put another human being in jail and ran on that as his platform. Do you believe that it's appropriate for somebody to run for prosecutor? And by that, also in Fulton County, Georgia, the same thing happened there with the prosecutor. Do you think it's appropriate? Do you think someone who's being interviewed for a position when they're going to be appointed, or somebody who is running for office and is going to be elected at this level of government in the judiciary should say what they want to do as far as putting somebody in jail before they've even seen the case? Is that appropriate, yes or no?
So we can talk about that.
Your description of the Her and Smith
heard that
cases
they
is
were,
inaccurate.
that people
I don't
weren't
know
that-
whether your description
It
of
wasn't-
what
no,
the two
never mind.
district attorneys
Well,
said.
then you don't look at the news. Excuse me, Attorney General, because I only have a limited amount of
Yeah, I
time.
have limited
Everywhere,
time.
everywhere it was reported. It was, if
Yeah,
you
it was
knew
like
anything,
political
you
witch
knew
hunt kind of
that
stuff,
Alvin
and
Bragg
witches are
and
scary,
also,
and
again, the
witches are
prosecutor
really
in Fulton
scary,
County,
and
Georgia,
sometimes
they
it's,
ran on that. And that's wrong. That
yeah,
isn't
witches
equal justice
are
for
scary.
all. It's
Yeah.
wrong, and this wasn't
And
equal
it's wrong.
justice for all.
And
And
it's
by the
very
way, I
wrong,
think my
and I
rendition
want
of
you
what
to tell
happened
Mr. Bragg to
when the
stop
special
it.
counsel looked at that is
Because
pretty
you
damn accurate.
shall be
I even
able to
put the
tell
word
him to
kindly in there.
stop it.
Kindly old gentleman, forgetful. It wouldn't be a good case
And I'm
for that
gonna throw
reason.
in
Those
the
are all
Biden shit
accurate.
at the
I want
end.
to ask you something
Womp,
else.
womp,
Do you know who Jay
womp,
Brad
womp,
is? I know
womp,
that you do. He's a
womp.
top aide to Jack Smith. And I know that you must be aware that Mr. Brad attempted to pressure the defense attorney of a close Trump aide.
And someone
with a
dangled the
judgeship, with a
judgeship.
judgeship,
Oh my
if the
God.
attorney
I
went
should write this
along
script.
with Jack Smith's desires and his demands. Are you aware of that?
I know
That's the
Mr.
game we
Brett
should
to
play.
be an
We should try and
excellent
guess what
lawyer,
they're
a
going to say
longtime
next.
career
Hey, guess what they're
prosecutor,
going to say
a
next.
person of high ethics, and I know the issue you're talking about is disputed.
This week
Those
on
facts
What
are
Are They Gonna Say
disputed
Next?
in the district court
I present to
in Florida,
you
and it will be resolved by the judge in that case.
Yep, and that's why the
whatchamacallit,
case was
whatever,
stopped.
now I forgot.
Because it's obviously of concern. There's something there. Are you aware that on May 3rd, Special Counsel Smith himself acknowledged in the court filing that after the FBI seized evidence that
Well, there's
and it's
nothing
raid
there
on
until the
Mar-a-Lago,
court
that
says
some
there's
of the
something there,
evidence
so
was
really
altered,
you're wrong about that,
manipulated,
but
or
just
disturbed?
saying.
Is that standard procedure?
I have not read anywhere where he said it was altered or manipulated.
Exactly.
So again, I can't accept that characterization.
Mr. Attorney General, I want to be respectful, man. Are you living in a bubble here? I mean,
I'm not living in a bubble, but
good God, it was
characterization
I
is false.
mean, everybody saw it, everybody heard it.
No,
Smith
not
himself
everybody.
said
Nope,
it. That's why
nope,
that case
nope,
was stopped.
If you can show me where he said he manipulated the evidence, I'll have a different.
You don't like my word, that there was some tampering, and absolutely he said that
I'll
he
believe it when I
had
see it.
touched the evidence, and we don't know
But I
what
want
level,
it. I want
and
to
now
see it.
Americans are concerned, God knows what level it is, and whether we'll really know
Smell
the
the
truth.
fear of these people.
And I got a question
finally
about
thinking.
this. Former President Trump, as you know, is being dragged through a political travesty, and you won't agree that it's a travesty.
Will you agree
orchestrated
that
by
this is a
Alvin Bragg.
travesty?
How is it that a man, Matthew Colangelo, the third highest ranking individual in the Department of Justice,
Matthew Colangelo
takes
left
a
his
pay
job at
cut
the DOJ.
and takes a cut in
That
just,
happens
you know,
a lot. I
what
don't know
it
about
is he
you, but
does
I've
for a
taken pay
living
cuts
as
before to get
far
a
as
job that I really want to
prestige
do. I'm sorry.
to
That's
go and
not
join that
a
case.
crime.
And I know you'll say you don't have the answer to that either.
I have the answer. I took an enormous pay cut to become an assistant U.S. attorney.
That's right.
Mueller took an enormous pay cut, both of us as partners in
But your
law firms, to
prestige
work
went
for the
up.
public good. Many
And
people
maybe Colangelo's
have
did
a view
too.
about doing
Why
the
don't you
public
ask
good and
him?
not caring about how much money they make.
I'm going to yield in a second, but we were lied
It
to
is
about
a
Catholic
promising
churches.
start.
Point
We
of
were
order.
lied to about school board meetings. We were lied to about Russian collusion.
More,
we were lied to about the
Point of
President's
order.
sweetheart
Yes, we
deal.
like
we were
it.
lied
Yes,
to
we
about
like
mishandling
it.
of
More,
classified
more,
materials. We were
more.
lied to about FISA, and I
Point of
yield
order.
back.
Time gentleman expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for unanimous consent.
Yes, I have a unanimous consent. Republicans have continued to misrepresent the Her report, saying that President Biden had a poor memory, and that's not supported by the special counsel's own record. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an excerpt from the transcript of special counsel Her's interview
Without objection.
with President Biden. I'm reading from the transcript on October 8, 2023, at page 47, lines 20 to 21. You appear to have a photographic understanding and recall. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, it would be inappropriate for you to opine on the nature of pending and active
I
prosecutions,
love
correct?
Mr.
Yes, there's
Nagus.
a Justice Department policy against making
I
those
always
kind of
forget who
comments.
the Epoch
It's
Times is
longstanding
owned by.
precedent.
Yes.
I can't keep
The reason
it
why I
straight
bring that
sometimes.
up, I have great respect for my colleague from New Jersey. I understand he is not a lawyer by training, and the world needs good dentists,
Or
so it's nothing
anything.
against
Okay,
his career
dentists
choices.
are great.
But I will just simply say, I find it shameful
But he's not a dentist of
to
the
have to endure, and
Constitution,
I
am
can
I
only
right?
imagine how you feel about it, Mr. Attorney General. The lectures from some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle
I
about
like
equal
the guy
justice
staring at
under
the
law adherence to the rule of law
screen
to a man
down
who
there.
has spent
Are you?
virtually
any
his
work to
entire
do, dude?
career in pursuit of upholding the rule of law. You talked a bit about your professional background. You started at the Department of Justice as a line prosecutor. I know you served as a special assistant prior to that, but the bulk of your early career at the Department of Justice was a line prosecutor.
Yes.
Drug trafficking, organized crime, violent crime cases.
Yes.
The
You then
Oklahoma
proceeded
City
to
bombing.
become the principal associate deputy attorney general.
Yes. Long title.
Long title, important job. And in that capacity, you oversaw a series of very important criminal prosecutions, including the prosecutions connected to the Oklahoma City bombing. Is that right?
Yes.
You were nominated and you were confirmed on a bipartisan basis here in Washington, D.C., to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals.
Yes.
You rose to Chief Judge of the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals.
I think that just meant I survived my colleagues, yes.
That may be, Mr. Attorney General, but what I can say with confidence is that you have a more distinguished record with respect to fidelity to the rule of law than any member sitting on the dais here today on either side of the aisle. And I appreciate your integrity, your leadership of the department, and to be candid, your patience during the bulk of this hearing, which of course has focused on virtually every issue unconnected to the bulk of the work that is done by our nation's premier law enforcement agency. I've been in and out of this hearing. I believe it's correct that you haven't gotten any questions about cybercrime, let's say, for example.
That's right.
Fair enough. Or foreign espionage.
Right.
I know during your opening statement you talked about
I sure
the
would
decisive
like to
action
know
that the
what's
Department of
happening
Justice
with
is taking
Russian
in coordination
disinformation.
with
I
the
know it
DEA
might
and
not
the
be
FBI,
his department,
against
but
cartels. Very few questions about that today from my colleagues, unfortunately, unless I'm wrong.
You're right.
A litany of work that's being done each and every day at the Department of Justice that has a real impact on people's lives in terms of keeping our communities safe, keeping Americans safe. This was supposed to be, I thought, an oversight hearing for the Department of Justice. And unfortunately, it has descended into a lot of rhetoric about conspiracy theories and the like. I think it's a wasted opportunity to actually engage with you and your department about the issues that the American people care deeply about. And so I will spend the remaining amount of my time left talking about an issue that's deeply important to me, and I know an issue that's important to you, which is the scourge of gun violence. And the department has taken a leadership role under your tenure in the last several years, particularly as it relates to implementing the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was a bipartisan bill that this Congress passed thanks to President Biden's leadership. And I wonder if you might just opine a bit or expound a bit on your work as it relates to gun violence.
Well, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act has been extraordinarily helpful in our effort to combat gun violence. It's led to substantial numbers of prohibited sales of guns to minors who the statutes prohibit possessing because of conduct that they have engaged in. It's given us the authority to bring cases for straw purchasing that's led to crime guns and to gun trafficking to criminals, and in those ways has helped drive down the numbers with respect to gun violence. We have set up crime gun intelligence centers so that our state and local counterparts can trace guns that are found at crime scenes to determine whether they were used by serial killers, by serial shooters, to help us find out, to run the DNA off of the casings so that we can find hits on those people and arrest them and prevent them from committing further crimes. There's a host of things that the department has done, but the principal kind of violence we're worried about in the country is gun violence. That's what causes the enormous number of deaths we face every year.
I thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for your service to our country, and I hope you'll relay the same to all the folks at the Department of Justice, and I thank the chairman for his indulgence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama. Oh, excuse me. Unanimous consent request from General from North Carolina.
Yes, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a March 2nd, 2023 Democratic staff report from this committee, which shows that the testimony from 3 former FBI employees is false and misleading and funded by MAGA extremists. Here you go.
Without objection.
There's
one of those
a difference between Democrats and Republicans.
Given back to him in light of the Inspector General's pending investigation. The gentleman from New Jersey for unanimous consent.
It's real.
Just the unanimous consent with the exact words of what Special Counsel Herr said, which will verify everything that I said.
Without objection. Gentleman from Alabama is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, what was your understanding of Jack Smith's reputation in the legal community?
Reputation was he had the highest reputation for both ethics and
and he was
skill
fun at parties,
at
and he
being a
really
career
did a
prosecutor.
Were you
A
aware that
stunning Barbra
individuals who have
Streisand.
worked
It's
with
kind
him,
of amazing. He could
noted
hit
that,
those
and
high
I
notes.
quote this,
Yet he did.
overzealous prosecutor who relies on ethically dubious tactics while investigating or prosecuting criminal cases.
No, they
Were
don't.
aware
You
of
don't
that?
understand
I
how it
don't
works,
know what
Robert.
anonymous source you're citing there,
Watch
but
and
I
learn.
certainly wasn't aware of it, no.
Well, let me cite another source to you. Are you aware that Mr. Smith's conviction
God, pay
against former
attention,
Republican
for fuck's
Virginia
sake.
Governor Robert F. McDonnell and his wife, whom he accused of accepting payments and gifts in violation of federal
She's
corruption
really
laws,
good, Sharon.
was unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, my understanding is from that is Supreme Court actually changed its
Isn't
view
time to
of that
start
particular
learning.
law. We respect the Supreme Court's ultimate determination. That has nothing to do with Mr. Smith.
Let me read you a quote from Chief Justice Roberts. He rebuked Mr. Smith's theory of case writing. Our concern is with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute, which did not comport with the text of the statute or the precedent in the court. Does Mr. Smith's prior boundless interpretation of federal laws concern you?
Mr. Smith's
Clearly not,
case
sir.
was supported by the Justice Department on
Yeah.
appeal and in this list by the Solicitor General's
Sorry,
office.
Roberts is like sour
We respect
grapes.
the decision of the Supreme Court in their interpretation and narrowing of our anti-corruption statute.
Have you received any briefings from the department, from Jack Smith, concerning the prosecution of President Trump? Have you received any subsequent
God, I
briefings?
hope so.
Have I received briefings from
Yes.
Mr. Smith? Yes,
I
that's
hope
part of
so.
the special counsel regulations.
It's called supervision.
So I'm going to change gears here for a second.
I'm really confused.
You know, we talk a lot in here about the attack of the rule of law and embracing misinformation. You see that the American people, the number one thing I see when I'm touring the district, or at least in 21, not anymore, it's the border, but in 21, Mr. Garland, it was a concern for the weaponization of the government against U.S. citizens. What do you think is driving the concern?
What do you think?
I think when people say over and over the word weaponization,
Yeah, that's what
it
I
can
think
have an
too.
effect on people's belief, whether it's founded or unfounded.
Do you think it might be founded based on the Durham report when
Nope.
Durham himself
Durham
said
lost.
that he was extremely
Durham
concerned
lost.
with the
Durham lost.
Durham lost. Durham
way
lost.
that Comey, the FBI
Durham
director, Lynch,
lost.
and those knew that
Durham-
the DNC was
Durham didn't
driving
bring
the Russian
charges,
collusion
couldn't.
narrative, and then they
In
went
fact,
out and
the
opened
case
an
that he did bring,
investigation. Do you think
everybody
maybe
was acquitted.
those kind of things, maybe
Acquitted.
impeaching him twice,
Innocent.
maybe arresting him, maybe raiding his home
Innocent.
for the first time ever, we've
Innocent.
actually indicted a
That's what-
president.
that's what
you think
Durham
maybe those
ended
are
up
more
with.
the reason that people are
A bunch
starting to
of
lose trust
innocent
in the
people.
justice system than maybe
Mr.
anything we're saying
Right?
here on the Hill?
Sorry.
Mr. Durham was reporting on
Nice
events
try.
that occurred in administration before I was Attorney General.
But does it still not erode the credibility of the Department of Justice and justice in America, the rule of law, when things like what happened last week start to happen that have never happened before in the history of the country? Do you think that maybe
I
has
know.
more to do with this than what we're saying here?
You know what else
When you're
hasn't
referring to
happened
last
in the
week,
country
you're
before?
referring to a decision by a
president
jury in a state case unrelated to the
adjudicated,
Department of Justice.
convicted.
I'm not going to comment
So-
on
I know I
that
do.
jury verdict.
Convicted.
What about $200 million in donations in less than maybe 48 hours? Do you think maybe that's sending a message that maybe
No,
the
it's
people in
not.
America are not
Oh,
living in a
maybe
bubble?
Russian
Maybe
money.
we are.
Look at the big donors.
Maybe it's not what we're saying.
Hey,
Maybe it's what
Barry
we're
Moore.
doing. Maybe
Hey,
that
Bama
carries
Moore.
more weight what we
Bama
do than
Barry.
what we say here.
Look at
Well,
the
I do
big
think
donors.
that what we do is more important than what we
Yakety
say,
yak,
and I
don't
think the
talk
Justice
back.
Department should be evaluated by its acts, and I think the
It
Justice...
is being
I do need a
evaluated by us.
banjo. I'll get that,
You're
Max.
talking about fundraising related to something that happened in New York.
I'm talking about a jury
Yeah.
verdict. Anywhere in the political world, if you're
Oh my
indicted, normally that's
God.
campaign over.
Okay, don't get
If
excited.
you're convicted of
Don't get
felonies,
excited.
you are certainly, you can consider your campaign over.
Let's
Why
see,
would the
where's the
American
warning?
people, 30% who had never donated to a campaign, give $200 million to a man that you just charged with 34 felonies?
You are asking me a political question that I am not qualified.
I'm telling you, sir, we're making the justice system political.
I'm telling
That's what's
you,
going on in
sir,
America, and the people are waking up. It's not us saying it here.
Nobody's
Not the weaponization
waking
of government here.
up to
It's the
Folgers
grassroots of
in
America
their
asking us those very
cup.
questions. And when you
Don't
convict a
wake
man, or at
up
least
to
try to convict a
lies
man and
and
charge a man, and
falsehoods
they
in your
donate $200
cup.
million in 48
Wait.
hours, sir, they're sending a signal
Don't
they have
wake
lost all
up
trust
to
in the
lies
system.
in your
We all have
cup.
a responsibility to
Don't
respect jury
wake
verdicts, and
up
the
to
failure to
lies in your
respect jury
cup.
verdicts.
It's the way that we arrive
Don't
at the verdict. I think that's the
wake
problem. The American
up
people see it, sir, and under your watch,
to
the system is losing credibility. It concerns me for this country and certainly for the future of the direction of the Department of
In
Justice.
your
With that, Mr. Chairman,
cup.
I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman
Thank
from Georgia is
God.
recognized.
That was bullshit.
A.G. Garland, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for all that you have done. And I know that you were just here in September, and I want to commend you for being so responsive to your duties and to the American public. Being the Attorney General is a very difficult job. And still, I am proud of the work that you've done thus far and of your sound judgment, very sound judgment, as you navigate these investigations and requests, as these decisions will set the precedent for attorney generals and others that come behind you in the future. And of those decisions setting a precedent, I would like to focus on a problem plaguing our nation, just as my colleague, Mr. Neguse, did as well, gun violence. We have lost thousands of Americans to gun violence. I just came from another event in the same, dealing with gun violence. Yet there are officials and others in power that continue to push back on just simple common sense legislation, rulemaking, and other efforts that can save the lives of our children and our families and keep our communities so much more safe. The DOJ just issued a proposed rule to update the definition of frame or receiver, which would regulate so-called ghost guns, the same as traditional firearms. And this life-saving rule is now being challenged. The DOJ issued a proposed rule to clarify restrictions on short-barreled rifles. This life-saving rule is also being challenged. The DOJ published a rule to update the definition of engaged in business regarding the sale of firearms, and this life-saving rule is also being challenged. Now, I'm all for accountability and transparency and protecting our constitutional rights, but these challenges are not put forth with any of those goals in mind. They are harmful, and they're put in place so that the gun lobby can continue cashing checks regardless of how many lives in this country that we lose every single day. Common sense gun safety legislation does move us to a safer America, and no law enforcement officer in this country, whether they be state or local or federal, should be put in danger because some of our American leaders fail to see the bigger picture of the lives that can be saved and work towards that means. But in this country, we have teenagers who are just too afraid to even go to festivals in their communities anymore or parades because they recognize that it's likely a place that there might be another mass shooting. We have 5- and 6-year-olds in our classrooms that have learned more about active shooter drills than they probably have in their own academics. And we have an entire generation that's growing up thinking that their elected officials don't even care to protect them. I hear from them every single day. And that we're here in Washington only playing politics. And everyone here on this committee should be eager to find ways to protect the American public and to eliminate unlawful guns and the access and possession of them by people who simply should not have them. The steps that the DOJ is taking to clarify and protect those around firearms are the steps that we truly need to keep our community safe. We need to get back on track and worry about the actual issues that are affecting us today. So AG Garland, I sincerely wish that you could be in your office today, really doing your work, the substantive work that you have been duly sworn to do with your team to implement the policies that are needed to protect our country and provide law enforcement with the tools that they need to track down criminals. So if you were not here today, just tell us, what work would you actually be doing instead of being here in front of us again today and having to be put through the ringer one more time?
Well, it's going to take a long explanation, but today, and I know you don't have time for it, the day begins with a threats briefing from the FBI and intelligence community about the threats this country is facing, both outside the United States and inside the United States. Threats from foreign terrorist organizations, from domestic violent extremists, from people intending to commit hate crimes. And we spend that time trying to allocate our resources and orienting our people so that they can deter and disrupt and prevent those attacks. That's what my morning would be, but it looks like we're out of time. So I'm happy to tell you what my afternoon would be if there's more time later.
Once again, I'm so sorry that you're being put through this again, but thank you for the work that you and your staff and all those that are tasked to support you are doing on behalf of the American people. Now you're back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized, Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Garland, thank you for being here today and for your testimony. It will come as no surprise to you that my constituents in East Texas are not pleased with the ATF under the ultimate authority of the DOJ, as you know, which is elected to implement some extremely stringent gun control policies. My colleague from the other side was mentioning some of those.
We'll do a space
Simply
on
by
Twitter.
Administrative fiat and rulemaking.
Set
This
the
includes
tone.
things
Get
like
the
the
week
pistol
off
brace
right.
rule that attempts to restrict millions of Americans, and in particular disabled veterans, from owning a firearm accessory that helps them discharge their pistols in a stabilized manner. The frame and receiver, or the ghost rule, as it's known, which expands the definition of several terms associated with firearms in order to subject them to regulation by the ATF. And the zero tolerance policy by the ATF against federal firearm licensed dealers, which really incentivizes those dealers not to cooperate with the ATF for fear of reprisal, because effectively that new rule allows the ATF to revoke the licenses of FFLs for simple technical and non-material paperwork. That's what I'm hearing from my dealers back home. And finally, the overly broad application of the, quote, engaged in business rule, which overextended the definition to, as the ATF now interprets, quote, even a single transaction or offer to engage in a transaction when combined with other evidence may be sufficient to require a license as an FFL, end quote. The rule states that, quote, absent reliable evidence to the contrary, individuals are presumed to be, quote, engaged in the business of dealing in firearms if their conduct falls within one of the ATF's specified presumptions, and those presumptions are non-exhaustive, as you know. So it really flips the burden of proof
where the guy
and presumes that
sold a
Americans
bunch of
engaged
guns. No,
in
it wasn't the
conduct
Supreme Court. I think it came
by
up
the
in another
ATF are
hearing
breaking the
about the
law unless they
ATF.
can
Oh my
prove
God,
their
it was the hearing
innocence,
about
and
the
that's
ATF.
simply turning, I think, it upside down. To what extent was your office involved in crafting or approving these policies?
Well, I approved all of those rules, and if you give me a minute, I'll go through each one so that you can explain to your constituents. So with respect to the brace, it does not apply to an arm brace applied by a disabled person or anyone else. The statute says if you have a rifle 16 inches or smaller,
absolutely,
intended
Scott.
to be
Thank
fired
you. That's
from the
really
shoulder,
important.
that it has to
Good
be registered.
community.
The
Good
shoulder
people to
braces,
follow.
which are only used to fire from the shoulder, turn it into a short-barreled rifle. They turn a pistol, a short-barreled pistol.
Thank you
into a
guys. You guys
short-barreled
make
rifle.
it, man.
Well, we know that there was
Jeez.
there's a short period of time,
Come
and
to
I
this
think your
chat
your
at Real
department
Lolo
has
on
even
YouTube.
admitted a
This
short
is the
period of
place
time
to
within
be.
which folks had to register, and we had millions of people across America that were supposed to register, a lot of whom were serving overseas at the time and couldn't do it within the specified period. And in fact, we sent a letter that asked your department to extend the period of time, at least extend the period of time within which they could register, and you guys rejected that. But since you reviewed and approved all these, and I know that you're crafting these at the behest of the president, which is certainly your right to do, one of the things I can't wrap my head around is the fact that on one hand, the administration is saying that it's cracking down on guns. That was a quote.
That was a lie.
But here in D.C., the U.S.
And
attorney,
here
also
in
under your
DC,
ultimate
we don't
authority,
lie.
actively
So
chooses to
stop lying.
let hardened criminals
Tell the
who
truth.
commit crimes with illegal
Don't be
firearms
naughty.
walk away scot-free from their criminal actions. Under U.S. Attorney Matthew Graves, here's what has happened in D.C. His office has declined to prosecute 32% of the carrying a pistol without a license cases in 2023, up from 15% in 2018. 60% of those convictions in 2023 were misdemeanors, which is up from 25% between 2018 and 2021. This rose to 48% misdemeanor rate in U.S. Attorney Graves' first full year, and then 60%, a record high last year. Were you aware of these statistics?
Mr. Graves is an experienced former career prosecutor.
And now I'm reading it.
It's impossible to make these judgments based on numbers. It depends on what the evidence is in the cases. My understanding is that those percentages have increased now, and that my information is that the crime rate in the District of Columbia in the first quarter of this year is now going down.
Have you had a discussion about why he's not prosecuting more gun crime here in D.C.?
I don't know.
He is
that his job?
Putting a huge
I mean, maybe it
priorities
is.
into
Maybe it
prosecuting violent crime in the
So I guess
District
he
of
has had
Columbia.
conversations with
The
him.
main justice has
Oh my God.
provided
The answer is yes.
assistance from the FBI, ATF, and the marshals, as well as assistant U.S. attorneys from other locations to help him do that.
Well, I find it interesting that he's declined to prosecute 30% of the assault cases with dangerous weapons in 2022. He also simultaneously
Wow, that was
blames
2 years ago.
Crime Lab,
What's he doing
blames
now?
the Crime Lab for a
What's he
lack
doing
of
now?
prosecution, but he takes
Is
credit
he doing
for,
better
quote,
now?
effectively building a makeshift Department of Forensic Science, while felony
Is he?
drug convictions are down
I mean, I'm
88%
wondering.
since
I don't know.
2017.
I just have
Drug
questions.
convictions, as you know, are one of the main ways D.C. targets gangs, crews that drive so much of the gun violence. I'm frankly in awe.
He's in
that
awe. He's
that DC
verklempt.
and
He's
the department
clutching
has
his
allowed
pearls
him
as hard as
to
he
go that
can.
direction
He's
and not
almost
call him to the
choking
carpet
on
for
his
it. We need more
pearls.
prosecution of those gun
Or he's
crimes
choking
here in
on
DC
someone's
and
pearls. I
elsewhere.
don't know. Am I right, folks? Am I right?
Gentlelady from North Carolina, recognized
Tip
for
your
5
waitress.
Yes,
I'm here all
thank you,
week.
Mr. Attorney General, for your service, and thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day. We all know that the purpose of this hearing is not genuine oversight of the Department of Justice, but rather a cynical effort to cast doubt on the myriad legal troubles of former President Trump. I want to focus instead on a recent issue that I believe highlights the value of the Department of Justice and the hard work that federal law enforcement does to keep our communities safe. Recently, when speaking with a rabbi in my district in Raleigh, North Carolina, I learned that a North Carolina synagogue had received violent threats over the past month. One threat from early May stated, "Jews don't deserve to live. Jews didn't deserve to be on this earth. I'm going to kill the Jews. I'm coming to the temple to kill all the Jews and the children." According to DOJ, several North Carolina synagogues received threats like this. Just days later, I spoke with this rabbi, and the Department of Justice had charged today. We've heard plenty of criticism of your office from the other side of the aisle. I wanted to
I'm
share
so
this
sorry.
story to
Fuck
shed light
C-SPAN.
on the good work the Department of Justice is doing. Work that in the past couple of
You
weeks
can tell
has
if I
made a
Google
direct
toilet
impact on
scrubbers.
public
You can't
safety
tell me you
in my
can't tell
community.
if I'm still watching
Thank
C-SPAN.
you for your diligence.
Okay.
Not only in this case of horrific and violent anti-Semitism, but in addressing threats against other communities. And in addition to the recent uptick in anti-Semitic threats, we've seen an increase in threats against Muslim communities, which is equally troubling. The war in Gaza has heightened emotions across the United States, and unfortunately, some of our most vulnerable communities are facing the brunt of this sentiment, which too often has turned into vicious threats of violence. I want to start by asking you how the case involving Kevin Dunlow, the California man who made the threats in this district, got put together. Could you walk us through the kind of work that you do when you find out about these kinds of violent threats?
I can't walk through that specific case, and I want to make clear that although it's nice to give me credit, in fact, all the credit belongs to the career prosecutors and the career agents who investigate a case like that. So, of course, a case like that has to begin with some recording of the threat or some electronic version that it was transmitted by the internet. It takes an enormous amount of work to find out who transmitted it. Oftentimes people attempt to hide their origins, but we have particularly skilled computer analysis who are able to do that. It has to get traced back to the source. Then we have to find any other information we have about the person who we suspect, to see what else the state and local police have on that matter, and then try to make an arrest as soon as we can. You are right that since October 7th, there's been a terrible explosion of anti-Semitic threats, also anti-Arab, anti-Muslim threats in this country that make all of these communities afraid. And we regard it as an important element of our civil rights work to deter and to investigate and to prosecute and to stop these threats. This is all in the proposition for the department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And since October the 7th, have you taken any new steps, new strategies to try to deal with these threats?
So to the extent there are new steps, they have to do with meeting with all of our U.S. attorneys virtually to insist on communications with the local communities. That's the way we find out about these threats, to publicize our willingness and our duty to investigate them and bring them down. So I say that's the principal things that we are doing, that is lashing up with our state and local partners to find out when threats are made and to go after them as soon as we can.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Attorney General. You've testified today that you're not going to comment on the jury verdict in a state case. Has that always been your practice as Attorney General?
The Justice Department practice is always to say that we respect the verdict of a jury. That's our practice.
Okay, so in 2021, Derek Chauvin was convicted in a Minnesota state court by a jury of several felonies. Did you issue a statement after that verdict?
Yes, we always issue a statement after the verdict describing what the verdict was.
No, this was a state case. Did you issue a statement following the state court conviction?
I'm sorry, who is the person again?
Derek Chauvin.
Well, this was also a federal case.
Right, but this was before the federal case, and we got a verdict from the jury, and you issued a statement. Did you issue a statement, yes or no?
I don't know the answer to that. But
I have
we
your
always
statement right
describe,
here.
we always
Okay, well then read it, Chippy.
This is a state
Come on,
court decision
snickerdoodle.
from a jury, and you said, well, the state's
Kylie.
prosecution was successful. I know that
fuck
nothing
is
can fill
that?
the void that the loved ones of George Floyd have felt. So you agreed with the decision.
It's not a question of agreeing, it's a question of a verdict was
Yeah.
occurred. And
Okay, but you said the prosecution was successful.
it was successful because it led to a
Was.
successful
They
verdict.
brought a
So would you say that the
prosecution
prosecution in
because
People v.
the
Trump last
guy
week was
did it.
successful?
I guess
What?
by the definition of when somebody brings a case, if they get
They're
the
bringing
verdict
it
they
with the
ask for, it's
intention.
successful without commenting
That is
on any
successful.
particular
It's
case.
not a
You just said
judgment.
successful here. You said that in this case, the prosecution was successful. So in
Yeah.
a similar vein, would you say the prosecution in People v. Trump was successful?
I'm going to say again, you're asking me a
If the
tautology.
prosecutors
When a prosecutor brings a case and the
intended
prosecutor
to
wins the case,
successfully
it is by
win the
definition
case,
successful.
What if the case is later overturned on appeal? Is the prosecution
And we, of
successful?
course, accept
That's
the
right.
decision
Oh
on
my
appeal,
God.
and
Dude,
then
you're trying to
it's no
make
longer
drama where there
So a
is no
successful
drama.
prosecution
Stop
is one
being
where
the
you get a
drama
jury
llama.
verdict and then it's upheld on appeal.
Yes.
You were very quick the day of the jury verdict to say that the prosecution was successful in the Chauvin case.
Generally,
Would you
it's
say
helpful
that by that
in
definition,
a news cycle
in the same way,
to
the
say your
prosecution was
comment
successful
when
in
you're
People v.
asked
Trump?
for it in the news
I'm not
cycle.
gonna
So
comment on that
perhaps
case. You
it
can
had
ask
to
me
do
10
with
different
timing.
ways.
Even though you're commenting on other state cases. I want to ask you actually about a
What?
federal case.
I don't
opinion
think he
that you
is,
wrote in your
actually.
last year on the D.C. Circuit. It was called
Kevin, you're
FEC v.
failing.
Craig. Do you remember that case?
It's a Kevin fail.
Involving former Senator Larry Craig?
I'm going to call it a Kylie
So
fail.
Mr. Craig, of course, had gotten himself in trouble for
'Cause
disorderly
we have a
conduct
Kevin
in an
we love
airport
here.
bathroom. And he used campaign funds to fight those allegations. And he came into your court and said that it was okay to do so because if he makes the allegations go away, that's going to help his campaign.
What?
But you rejected
You said that?
argument. You ruled that he should
Wait,
have used
what?
personal funds because the underlying conduct was
What?
personal in nature.
You?
Doesn't that rule of
Did-
law
is this
that
the
you
rule of Merrick
articulated,
Garland?
Expressly contradict the theory of the case in People v. Trump?
You can again ask me
What?
12 times if you want about to comment on that case,
Yeah,
and
tell
I'm
him-
not going to.
I have
Shut
your
up.
opinion right here. It's a very well-written opinion.
I'm sorry, that case is an interpretation of the Federal Elections Commission Act. That's all we did
Totally
in that
different. Shut up,
Right,
Kevin.
and you're well aware that an interpretation of a Federal Elections Commission Act was at the core of the prosecution's theory of the case last week. I think the reason that you are so reticent about commenting
Wow,
here,
this
Mr.
is
Attorney
weird.
General, even
Kevin,
though
you're
you
trying
had
hard.
a press
You're
release the very
sweating.
day of the verdict in past cases, is because you
Kevin,
know
you're
your own
sweating.
very well-written opinion clearly shows that there was reversible error in this case. You testified earlier that you have not made
I
any.
appreciate the compliment about my case, but it has nothing to do.
You testified earlier that you have never made political contributions. Is that correct?
I was a judge. I did not make.
How about before you were a judge?
I'm sorry?
Before you were a judge?
I think maybe 40 years ago I made a political
To
contribution.
whom?
To whom?
It's public knowledge. I made a contribution to the Mondale campaign.
Oh my.
Okay, and if Mr. Mondale had come before you as a party, would you have recused yourself, or would you have heard the case?
And I know now that for the 14th time, you're trying to ask me a case.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you about your own campaign contribution.
You're not. You're asking me to comment on the judge in the case under a different jurisdiction.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you about your own political contribution that you just said you made. If
Who did you
Mr.
just look
Mondale,
at?
who you donated to, had come before you as a party, would you have recused yourself, yes or no?
Oh my God.
10 years later, or 20 years later, when I became a judge, it would have not made any difference.
That's
Judges
right.
put aside their political views, their personal views.
That
Every
happens.
justice
Judges
of the
get
Supreme
to
Court
make
has testified.
Mr. Garland, you
contributions.
testified that you don't regret picking Jack
And if
Smith.
they
Do you
do need to
regret
recuse
picking,
themselves,
Robert
they
Burr as
do.
a special counsel?
I don't regret.
No.
And you testified that
We
he
don't
has a
talk
long
about,
and distinguished career as a
our
prosecutor.
jobs
Rather,
in
you said
terms
that
of
when you appointed.
regret.
Do you stand by that?
That's a fact.
And you do not dispute his conclusion that President Biden willfully retained classified information. Is that correct?
No.
Well, that wasn't his conclusion.
wasn't
He
his
said there was
conclusion.
evidence, but that the evidence did not warrant going
Right.
forward.
I yield back.
It's called not enough evidence.
Chair
Hello.
recognizes the gentlelady from
Kind of like
Missouri for
rule
5
of law
minutes.
shit. You know what I'm
Thank
saying?
you, Mr. Chairman.
Helps your
And
guys
thank
too,
you
by the way.
Again, Attorney Garland, for being here. St. Louis and I are here today in support of our democratic institutions and the rule of law. Nearly 4 years ago, I was barricaded in my office with my staff, wondering if we would be killed or at least harmed by a mob incited by Donald Trump to storm the U.S. Capitol because he could not accept the fact that he lost the 2020 presidential election. In that moment, I thought to myself, like, this has to be it. This has to be the moment in our country that people finally realize that the extremist MAGA movement is a violent cult that will destroy anything in its path, all for Donald Trump. And yet, nearly 4 years later, here we are again. Far from rejecting Donald Trump and his insurrection, the Republican Party has embraced its role as the party of insurrection. Republicans have defended January 6th, attacked the Department of Justice for seeking accountability, continued their assault on voting rights, and built a pro-insurrection wing of the Supreme Court. They have also overwhelmingly backed Trump, who has been convicted of 34 felony criminal charges, despite his attacking the prosecutor, the judge, the jurors in the case, and even though he still refuses to say he will support the outcome of the 2024 election. So as we sit here today, our democracy is in as precarious a position as it was in 2020, if not more. Attorney General Garland, I want to thank you, but I want to talk to you about the ongoing assault on our democracy and the rule of law. How does interference by politicians in criminal trials harm our democracy and the separation of powers?
Our criminal justice system
wrong one.
proceeds
Dang
on
it.
the understanding that the decisions will be made in the courtroom without political interference in any way. And fundamentally, it depends on the respect of the citizenry of the judicial processes that occur. People can disagree with results, people can challenge results, people can appeal results, but we respect the judicial process, the judges, and the juries, and the appellate justices. That's a fundamental element of our democracy.
And how do conspiracy theories and misinformation affect the ability of courts to conduct impartial trials?
Well, that's a broader question than I can answer in specifics. I think attacks on, personal attacks on judges, personal attacks on juries, personal attacks on prosecutors and agents make people afraid to do their job according to the merits and according to the law.
Thank you. I will say an obvious answer is that Republicans are not doing any of this because they care about our communities, they care about our country, or our democracy. They are doing this because they realize their agenda is absolutely unpopular and they will do anything to stay in power. The Republican Party is all about projection. Republicans talk about violent crime while inciting violent crime on January 6th. Republicans talk about the weaponization of the federal government as they themselves weaponize it on behalf of Donald Trump, including the baseless impeachment investigation and these sham committee hearings. Republicans talk about the unfairness of the criminal legal system while ignoring the actual communities, mostly Black and brown, who are disproportionately targeted by that system and don't have high-powered attorneys, unlike Donald Trump, who has used his wealth, his resources, his power to shield himself from accountability his entire life. Republicans talk about big government and liberty and don't tread on me as they use government to rip away the freedoms of women, of LGBTQ+ folks, and countless others. Republicans talk about cancel culture as they champion violent crackdowns on students who dare to speak out about the humanity of Palestinians. Republicans talk about unethical judicial overreach despite the comical corruption of their extremist justices. So while Republicans focus on hypocrisy and distraction, my Democratic colleagues and I will continue asking the real questions, advancing real solutions, and advocating for our communities. So thank you again for being here, Attorney General Garland, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
That was really well said.
I yield 1 minute to gentleman from
I appreciate the gentlelady yielding. A news story last week in Politico, first paragraph. The Justice Department has agreed to settle long-running litigation stemming from a decision in 2017 to release to the media text messages between two former FBI employees involved in the probe of Donald Trump's 2016
This is his whistleblower
presidential campaign. Are Peter Strzok and Lisa Page going to get a windfall of American tax dollars soon here, Mr. Attorney General?
I'm sorry, I either didn't hear or didn't understand the question.
I don't know what you're talking
Are
about.
Peter Strzok and Lisa Page going to get a windfall of American tax dollars?
I'm sorry.
Are you in the settlement negotiations with Peter Strzok and Lisa Page?
Oh, I don't know what's public in that respect or not.
I'm reading from the story. Someone gave it to him. I assume it was you guys. Justice Department has agreed to a long-running litigation stemming from a decision in 2017.
I don't know whether
Why is he
discussions are
jumping in
public
his
or not.
seat?
In every case, when people bring cases against the United States,
always
we attempt to settle the
Simple
case.
question. Are Lisa Page and Peter Strzok going to get money from the American taxpayer?
When that determination is made about whether settlement is made in that case, it will be announced.
That's right. Sorry, Jimmy Jordan.
Thank you.
I got the
Mr.
Jimmy
Chairman,
Jordan blues.
Mr. Attorney General, do you agree that yours and my job is to protect constitutional rights of Americans?
It's the Russian
Yes,
asset.
that's the easy one to agree with.
Okay.
She's
At least we agree in
Ukrainian, but
substance,
she's
so let's just
actually
go
a
little bit
Russian
through
asset
that
that's in my
rights.
head, and she
I
can
want
do
to
both at
explain
once.
to you how a lot of Americans in my district.
No, that's
in my
not true. I
observation,
don't
or
think you even
observation,
know what the
do
Americans
not
in your
trust and
district
believe
actually
so.
think.
And this is an interesting observation I've noticed that, you know,
I'm
a lot of
sorry.
people that
I was a
come with
Russian major
cases
in
and they say
college, so
FBI
I
showed
like
up
to
my
make
house,
fun of
ATF
Russian
showed up to my
assets when they
house,
are
never showed
asshats.
up before law-abiding citizens. When I asked them,
I gotta thank
were
him
you
for that one because
in
that was
DC on
his joke.
January 6th? Strangely enough, a lot of these people usually say yes. And that is really looks very suspicious to me. But let's just talk about our
Why does that look
amendments.
suspicious
Do
to
you
you?
believe under the Second
Why?
Amendment there should be, do you agree, no restriction on the quantity of gun that any law-abiding citizen should own? I'm not talking about types. I can own 5 guns, 500,
Sorry,
or
we're moving to
5,000.
guns. Move to
Do you
guns,
believe
move
there
to
should be
guns.
no
Yeah,
limitations
share and
on
enjoy.
quantity of guns?
No limitations on what?
On the quantity, on number, 500 or 5,000 guns that I can own.
On the number of guns that people can purchase?
Madam, you have a microphone.
Yeah,
You
for
do
my
not need to
I don't think
scream.
there's any statutory.
Yeah, so there is no limitation. So you agree with that, right?
I
So
don't think there's
if I
any.
have as many guns as I want, you know, in my personal collection, do you think, you know, you have this new rule that you
Does she want
celebrated with your
505,000
ATF
guns?
director, which I think is very dangerous? Do you think there should be limitations on percentage
But
of
doesn't
my
the
collections
ATF
that I
report
should
up
be
through the
able to
DOJ?
sell, or
No,
time
maybe not.
frame I can hold the gun? Like, you know, I could buy 10 guns and try to shoot them in the range. They're not good, and I went and sold them. Should be there any limitations on the
Yeah,
time
there
frame?
should be.
Or percentage of how much of my collections I can replace?
Yeah, there should be. Because otherwise you're a gun seller and you have to register under the FFL.
From personal
These
collections.
guys don't
So I
want
can do
people
as
to
many.
have
I
to
can say
register under the
500 guns, so
FFL,
it
which
shouldn't
is
be a
the
problem, right?
Firearms something
If
licensed.
it happens that it's, I just want
That's
to
what
replace.
it is.
All I
They
can
want
say is
they
there's
want
an
people to
exception
not
in the
have to
statute and the
register to sell their
regulations with
guns.
respect to
This guy,
sales from,
there's an open case
personal
on this.
collections. I don't know the answer to the question about percentages.
Well, it would be good because American people would like to know the answer because this
I
creates a
don't
lot of
need to
dangers
know.
and we'll
I don't
follow
care.
up with the latter.
That one I
because,
could wait. How
this
about
is
Roger
called
Stone?
destroy people's life. And we already had this
Mr.
situation
Attorney
that happened in
General,
Arkansas.
when are you going
But then
to
under the
arrest
First Amendment, do you
Roger
think people
Stone and Michael
had the
Flynn
right to be
and
here on
Stephen
January 6th
Bannon?
of 21? No, if they didn't want to do anything bad, they just be here in Washington, D.C. Do you think it's a constitutional right for people to be here?
Okay, stop.
Yes, people have a constitutional right
Okay.
to be in Washington, D.C.
That's right.
Calm
So
down,
you
bitch.
have, how many Americans did you charge at Section
Oh my
1512C2, obstruction
Yeah,
of
this
justice?
argument's
And convicted?
ridiculous. Thank you,
I don't know the answer,
Innovamus.
but
It's
it's
so
listed on the
ridiculous.
webpage.
Yeah, so it's a several hundred, a lot of
Yeah,
people. Why this
homosexual.
section was legislated? Do
Why
you
are
know
you
when it's the section
screaming?
1512C2, what is the reason
I
that the
looked it
section
up.
was legislated?
It has to do with obstruction of a.
No, it didn't have to do, you should know legal
Thank you.
history, right?
Here's the
When
point.
it was legislated and
Why is Congress asking the AG
You're
gotcha
asking me a question
questions
the
about
Supreme Court's about
unsatisfactory
to
laws,
Okay, so
right
that
and
the
pass the
history,
laws
the
you
section
think are
was
the right
legislated
laws?
for
Easy peasy lemon
Sarbanes-Oxley was an
squeezy.
run situation to deal
Happens all
with
the
a
time.
situation that happened on the financial crimes, right? And actually, the title is "Is Tampering with a Witness, Victim, and Informant." Is that correct? You agree with that?
We can have a long discussion on the.
Not a discussion, just the fact, the historic fact that it was a broad
Whoa,
and
whoa.
ambiguous,
She's
but
gonna
that's what
like
was legislated.
explode
Text
like
of
this
the
little
statute
blonde
does not make
tick.
the limitation you're saying. All of this has been argued in the
So,
Supreme
okay,
Court.
it's
We
argued.
expect a
And if your
decision at any moment.
interpretation is wrong on the Supreme Court,
Yeah,
and
except for the
Supreme Court is going
118th
to
Congress, who
reverse
have
this
passed
decision,
basically
do you have
fuck
a
all
plan?
this
What are
session
you
because
gonna
the
do with all of these
Republicans were in
people that
charge, and
potentially
that's
wrongfully was
why
charged?
we
Do you
haven't
have a
passed
plan?
anything in the
Plan
118th Congress
is
of
that we will
any
follow the
substance.
law that the Supreme
So,
Court tells us. We
sorry.
don't know yet what the Supreme Court will say. I can assure you, we will follow what the Supreme Court says.
She is
Well, but
Lucy's
your
mommy.
ambiguous
Welcome.
interpretation
She
destroys
is.
people's life.
She's
Are you
always
back?
hair on
Gentleman
fire.
yields back.
Everything is
The
hair on
gentleman
fire.
from-
Oh, that's right.
It is
I apologize.
theatrics and
Attorney General's asked
hysterical.
for a
It is
brief break.
merely
We'll take a
for the
brief break.
soundbite.
If we can make it
Okay.
5 minutes, Mr. Attorney General, that'd be great.
All right. If you can
Thank you.
pee in
We will stand
5
in recess
minutes,
for 5
that's
minutes.
great. Okay, we'll just leave them going. But anyway, so yeah, okay. Oh boy, wow. Okay, there's a lot. So first of all, I want to address something. Okay, I want to address something. Let's talk about Democrats and Republicans and independents and how Washington works. Okay. When I've been watching right-wing media now for a number of years and really making that my just exclusive life, to watch right-wing media and to understand how we got here as a nation where post-truth is the order of the day, where facts don't matter, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the premise and the context for what I'm about to say. As part of that, I've also watched a number of congressional hearings, et cetera, read source documents, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of you who are longtime loungers know the story. So to that end, I've heard a lot in the kind of ground level right-wing media of what I would call kind of chuds, if you will, people that whine about their lot in life, without actually taking any steps to help them or others, is that there's a lot of this, I'm not red or blue, I'm not red or blue, I'm not red or blue. Both parties are the same. Both parties are the same. Both parties are the same. Well, they're not, okay? And I'm only saying it based on facts and evidence. I don't care about being a Democrat or the label. I don't care about the flags. I don't care about the bordery kind of nationalism. That's not what we're here for, not what I'm here for. Jay Thaxton arrested. Who's Jay Thaxton? I don't know him. But I'll finish this point and then we can talk about what's happening. Sorry, before I forget. So the whole, I'm not right or left. Well, actually you are, okay? Because it is great privilege to sit back and just say, oh, it's not me. I don't have anything to do with this. Not me. Don't look over here. Well, that's bullshit. You have a lot to do with this because we all do. Because every election is important. I've sat out elections and felt terrible about it. Like, this is our job. We have one job, to vote and to be informed. Okay? So the post-truth society that we live in has shown us in stark relief what the difference is between the Republicans and the Democrats in this particular context are. And the differences are that the Democrats, when in power, have passed legislation that has helped us. For example, the CHIPS Act. During the pandemic, one of the crises for getting equipment, etc., and supply chain issues was that we don't manufacture chips here in the United States. So, one of the things Joe Biden and the Democrats did, actually passed, is the CHIPS Act, which is a bunch of money that is going to build chips infrastructure here in the United States. Okay? That's a thing that was done. Another thing they did, I'm not done. Another thing that Joe Biden and the Democrats did, oh, the leader of the Proud Boys. Oh, okay. Another thing that they did was manage to get legislation that cuts and caps the price of insulin for people on Medicare, which there are a lot. Maybe someone you love is on Medicare. You might not even know that. And they cut the price of insulin to cap it at $35 a month. I think it was something like $300 or $600 a month before. That's real. I don't give a shit who did it. That's real. Like, if you're going to complain, I don't mind people complaining. I'm actually, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. People had a right to go to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. But you don't have a right to conspire and scheme in order to stop the peaceful transfer of power. Because you might take that for granted, but let me tell you, as someone who has been in other countries that are democracies, when there's an election, you can feel that there may be a threat to the actual moment where it's handed over after the results of an election. So I will never take that for granted again, ever. Because that shit matters. Not holding someone accountable for trying to instigate a cling to power is sending a very clear message to people that would like to disrupt our democratic process. And I'll tell you why they want to do that. Why they want to do that is so that they can increase the power and control over money flow, human capital, whatever the commodity is that they want to control. And I can tell you who some of they are. And it's not this big conspiracy where they're actually all meeting in a big room like something from, Dr. No. This is much more nefarious, actually, because that would be easy to spot, right? If there was a big Spectre meeting in the Maldives, that might be a little more easy to spot. They don't do that. They do things like form the Claremont Institute and the Council for National Policy. And through those mechanisms, through the Institutes of Mass Destruction, as Gal Suburban named them, they issue kind of the marching orders, right? We all know about Project 2025, the roadmap, complete with an institute to train civil servants in the ways of MAGA. That's right. That's part of Project 2025, is to train a whole new population of civil servants, because it's not just about the leadership. It's about gumming up the works. It's far more nefarious, folks. And it's real. And if you don't believe me, Roe's gone. Roe's gone. They've already done it. It's an ongoing insurgency. And their plans, which they learned a lot about how to break the fences when they did this the first couple of times, 2016 and 2020. Now they've learned where they fucked up and who not to bring along. And they think they're not going to miss, but, I think they're going to miss, but I'm saying it's not something to be taken for granted. People like Mike Flynn, who are revising their image through a fake documentary that just happens not to mention what his actual crimes were, is propaganda that is manipulating the voting public. And people like Amazon and Apple are platforming those films as if they were documentaries. So I'll tell you one thing you can do. You can reach out to those streaming companies and tell them not to platform Dinesh D'Souza, not to platform the Flynn movie, or label them. Sorry. Okay.
A church in
Rant
my
done.
neighborhood.
Soapbox put away.
On Sunday, it was Men's Day. And of course, the topic before and after service for some of them was Mr. Trump's conviction. And they approached me because they know I'm an attorney, and they were trying to sort through the meaning of the conviction. And so one of them asked me, so Donald Trump was convicted on criminal charges? I said, yes. And he still gets to run for president? And I said, yes. If he wins, he can take office? I said, looks like it. And he paused a second. He said, wow, I got convicted for some misdemeanors, and I couldn't even get any kind of job. Not fast food, not a convenience store, not landscaping, but he can still be president? And I said, yes, sir. Another man approached me as well after overhearing part of the conversation. He said, I got arrested. I didn't even get convicted, but I got fired immediately. And then a third gentleman raised this point. He said, when I got out, I couldn't vote or hold office as long as I was on probation. But Trump can go straight to the White House. And I said, yes, sir, I think that may be right. And I told him, too, and I said, don't forget, he got a jury finding of sexual assault against him as well. What kind of job could you get if you had something like that on your record? And they all paused, and I think they were just deeply disturbed by the disparity that they saw between their lives and the life that Mr. Trump
Couldn't
is
get a
leading.
job as a teacher.
My wife and I got in the car, and we started driving home and cut on the radio, and they do the replay of the Meet the Press and those shows on Bloomberg. And I heard Mr. Trump giving a quote about 2 tiers of justice and how unequally he's been treated. And it sort of struck me that, there may be 2 tiers of justice, but if there are, he certainly is in the much higher tier than the gentleman I was talking with. And in fact, he's in the absolute highest possible part.
He might have
of
his
the
own
high
tier.
And as Ms. Bush mentioned a few moments ago, Donald Trump had millions of dollars to spend on his defense. He hired lawyers from across the country to be his trial lawyers, to handle his appeals and the like. The men that I was talking to, probably had public defenders who were overworked and underpaid and had case files of, 200 plus clients. And I'm sure they didn't have anybody like the Speaker of the House showing up at their trial, bringing 20 other plus House members, Republican House members, to stand outside and make public attacks on the judge and the prosecutors in an obvious and unfortunate attempt to influence the jury. The men that I talked to, some of them had gone to jail, but they knew that no matter what happens in this case or the cases that are coming, the chances of Donald Trump going to jail are slim and none. So I really struggle when I hear the conversations that's being made about the 2 tiers of justice stuff, because I know just from my experience of having been in these cases that it's nothing like that. And I also know that even if he doesn't go to jail and he's put on probation, the things that these men had to go through on probation or parole is different than what he's going to face. I mean, they're not going to be delaying cabinet meetings so he can have his mandatory appointment with his probation officer. They're not going to be delaying national security meetings so he can do his urinalysis test. And he's not going to have to get permission from a judge before he flies Air Force One out of the jurisdiction. There's definitely two tiers of justice. But to the extent that my colleagues on the other side and Mr. Trump are arguing that somehow he's suffering more, he's some kind of martyr in this context, I think it's ridiculous. To me, this is just another page out of his sore loser playbook. After he lost the 2020 election, he kept saying, there's no way. He's been denying that he lost for 4 years now. He lost to 60 cases plus in courts across the country that rejected his arguments about election fraud. He lost a sexual assault trial. He lost a corporate fraud trial. Now he's lost a criminal trial here in New York as well. And I think it's time that he be held accountable. Now, my colleagues over there, they're going to keep arguing to defend him, and that's their right. But I think for most people, and some of the polling data I saw last night suggests otherwise, I think the time has come for the public to hold him accountable, and hopefully Republican colleagues on the other side who attack the juries and the like, attack the criminal justice system as a whole, attack the rule of law, will come back to their senses and stand with you and the job that you and the Department of Justice have been doing. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, I have an article dated May 6, 2024 called Day C Crime Facts without objection.
Without objection.
And a Vanderbilt Law Review article titled Corruption of a Term, the Problematic Nature of 18 U.S.C. 1512C, the Federal Justice Power Provision.
Can I have that? Can I have a comb too?
Thank you. Mr. Attorney General, I want to go back to the Mr. Colangelo questions that I didn't quite get answers with. Is it true that Mr. Matthew Colangelo,
got a
who was
job,
at one point the third highest ranking official at the DOJ, joined Bragg's DA office in New York
Rep
before
Ivy
the Trump
for the
prosecution?
win.
Do I have that right?
I don't know anything other than it's on the public record. He was the principal deputy to the Associate Attorney General, and he joined the case in New York. I don't know how it related timeline to the prosecution.
Has anyone from the department, your department, been in touch with Mr. Colangelo or ever discussed any of the case about President Trump since he left?
Look, we have 115,000 people in the department. I can speak for myself. I have not had any communications with Mr. Colangelo.
So you don't know if anyone
We went
in
to
the department
brunch and we shared mimosas. Does it count?
And I don't know what they've talked about.
So
Did
if
you
I
go to,
ask
is
for
it
further
true,
information,
Attorney
and send
General, that
you
you
a
went to his
letter,
goodbye
could I,
party and had
get some
just
of
a
these
little too much
questions answered?
Tito's?
I've asked for
Isn't it true?
correspondence. I sent a letter back in April and haven't received a response. You said in your testimony that you've gone to extraordinary lengths to get Congress information they request.
Yeah, look, I'm in.
Look, shut up.
I'm in favor of transparency because I believe it will show that these allegations about some kind of control or collusion between the department and the independent Manhattan office are not true.
So then would you...
We'll take back your letter and we'll try to get a response to you.
To kind of follow up with what Mr. Gates said earlier this
Or
morning,
maybe we
will you
won't.
commit to releasing any communications between your department and the
No,
local
because that's
DA
work
offices
product,
in
and
New
I don't
York or
think they
Atlanta with
necessarily are
respect to
required
these
to turn
Trump
all of their
trials?
work product over to
I'm gonna commit
Congress. I could be
look,
wrong, but I think that's probably
I would like
true.
transparency on this matter. In the normal course, if you submit your letter.
There's a bunch of losers on
Office
this
of
committee
Legislative
on the
Affairs will get a
Republican side,
response to you.
especially, well, all of them actually.
I think one of the problems here is we hear you criticize some of us for being critical and accusing you all of a two-tier justice system. We use the system,
Yes,
we
I
use
know,
the term
Mindy. You meant
weaponization
Trump,
of
not
government.
Ivy.
And when we ask you all for information, you tell us we can't have it, or you've decided that we shouldn't have it. So it's difficult when you criticize us, but we don't get the information we're
I don't
asking
think that's what he
for.
said,
I'm not
but okay.
criticizing you.
Go
and
ahead,
in fact, we
cutie.
produced 92,000
I think you're taking
pages
it too
of documents
personally.
in response to hundreds of requests.
Maybe
You've called
somebody's
some of the things
focused
we've
on
said
feelings and not
conspiracy
facts
theories.
here. You know what I'm saying?
I won't read back your
Just
testimony to
saying.
you, but I've printed it since your office posted it online this morning. And I would just ask you to work with us because it's difficult for us to tamper down some of these claims that you say we're making.
Yeah,
we don't get the
I know.
information we
Are
request from you all. I'll
you-
yield the
That's
balance.
fair. I'd be happy to work with you to tamper this down.
Thank you. Hey, we'll tamper away if we can get the information we're asking. I'll yield back to
Assume
you.
that's a verb. I'm with it.
That's right. Thank you. Mr. Jordan, I'll yield to you.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I'm going to go back to where I was, Mr. Attorney General, a few minutes ago. I want to read from this Politico's news story from 1 week ago today. I just want to read two sentences, it's the first two sentences in the article. The Justice Department has agreed to settle a long-running litigation stemming from a decision in 2017.
Where's the article from, Jim?
To release to the media text messages between two former FBI employees involved in the probe of President Trump, Donald Trump's 2016
Are we going to talk about the
presidential
settlement
campaign.
between the
Next sentence,
DOJ
in a
and
notice filed with two federal judges in
Peter
Washington on Tuesday,
Strzok
the
and
Justice
Lisa
Department
Page, I
said
guess?
it had reached
probably were
settlements
unfairly
of legal
targeted,
claims
it
that
sounds
fired
like.
FBI agent
Sounds
Peter
like that's
Strzok
why they're
and former
settling.
FBI attorney Lisa
I don't
Page
know.
brought in 2019, alleging that the disclosure violated their privacy. So again, I just want to be clear that the department is getting ready to pay Peter Strzok and Lisa Page some money. Is that accurate?
Settlement negotiations are
I
underway.
wasn't aware that
guess.
we'd
I don't know.
announced it. All I can say is we reached settlements based on our litigators' assessment of whether we can
It's not
win the
him.
case
He's
and
not
how much
sitting
it
in a
will
room
cost
with Lisa
if we
Page and
lose the
Peter
case.
Strzok,
That's the
okay?
way we decide
That's
on
it.
reaching settlements.
Just to be clear, the guy who texted Peter Strzok, who was involved in the spying on President Trump's campaign, who was then involved, worked on the Mueller investigative team, and sent this text message to Lisa Page, just went to a Southern Virginia Walmart. I could smell, in all capitals, I could smell the Trump support. That guy's going to get tax dollars from the American people.
That case is brought, he brought a case under the Privacy Act. The question is, did the Justice Department violate the Privacy Act?
Lisa Page said this in a text message to Peter Strzok. Trump's not ever going to become president, right? With a question mark. Peter Strzok's response, no, he's not. We'll stop it. And these two individuals are going to get a windfall of money from the American taxpayers because you decided that's the right thing to do.
The Privacy Act doesn't distinguish between people we like and people we don't like, information we like and information we don't like. If somebody in the government discloses personal information protected by the Privacy Act, that's the way the law is.
If you go after a president, you get rewarded for doing so, according to the Justice Department.
Not a question of reward, it's a question of the government paying for violating the law.
They're going to get a lot of money. And I know that this is what they said. We know what they were up to. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney General Garland, for being here today. I know it's been a very long day. And I just want to start by saying, may the record show that although I'm a Vermonter, I do not partake in cannabis products. But after today's hearing, I could understand why someone might want to actually pop a gummy. It is maddening to witness so many of my colleagues seeming to care more about propping up and protecting a convicted felon than protecting the rule of law.
Jay Rand, you
Last
didn't
week
have
was
to
a
do
district
that.
week, so it's back
Thank you
in my
so
home
much.
district. And I got asked the following questions a lot. And this was from people from across the political spectrum, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. They asked me the same questions. Why do they protect him? And the him in question is, of course, the former president. And they asked me, are they true believers? Are they apologists? Are they enablers? Are they just scared about what's going to happen to them if they don't defend the former president?
Sorry.
I don't know. But I do know history is going to reveal the answer.
Thank you, Jay Rand.
Will out. The truth will out. Now, I'd like to leave the land of make-believe and talk about something that really matters.
Jay Rand, you got the
to my
neon
people back
sign.
home, which is the fact that we have a crushing housing crisis in Vermont right now. And the last time you sat before this committee, less than a year ago, I applauded your remarks on DOJ's increased enforcement against corporate crime, and in particular, DOJ's actions to take on corporate consolidation, price-fixing, collusion. And since coming to Congress, I've tried to focus a great deal on finding solutions to the nation's housing crisis in particular, what's happening in
Yeah,
Vermont.
doing
In
the
my home
actual
state,
work. The actual work of a
we saw
congressperson. Wow. Who'd have thunk it?
12% jump
Not the same.
in home prices over the last year. That's twice the national average
Trying
and
to
the
do
highest
good.
yearly increase across all states. So part of the problem is lack of supply, but that's not entirely what's causing skyrocketing home prices. It's not just a lack of supply. There's corporate greed at work here too. So so-called property management software companies like RealPage and Yardi are making the housing crisis worse by facilitating unwarranted rent hikes by landlords. And I will say, you don't have to take my word for it. You can go right on the homepage of RealPage, which boasts that they increase rents for client landlords between 5 and 12% in every market in which they are coordinating prices. So in fact, one of the software developers told investigative journalists that leasing agents, quote, had too much empathy compared to computer-generated pricing. So this is how price-fixing cartels operate. So I know that DOJ is concerned about price fixing. You're concerned about this issue, and I know you can't speak on the particulars, but can you please talk in the abstract about the importance of price competition in markets and the role of antitrust law in maintaining competitions?
Yes. The theory is that if suppliers do not collude with each other, if they offer the price that East wants, and those customers then meet them in an equal marketplace, that will reach an efficient price that will be in the best interest of resource allocation, and particularly with respect to consumer prices.
And do you...
I mean, we can talk about late-stage capitalism if you want.
They create a monopoly price, which is not good either for the economy in general, but is certainly above the market price. And the kinds of things you're talking about in general, price collusion, which is exacerbated by data collection and logarithms that set suggested prices, that can lead to a price above the competitive price, which costs consumers more.
I thank you so much. I see that I'm almost out of time. Just want to end by saying what many of my colleagues have said before me. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for being willing to answer our questions. And I very much appreciate the expertise that you bring to your job. Thank you so much.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Oh, no.
Mr. Attorney
George
General,
Santos.
are you above
I'm sorry. I just
reproach?
go with that joke. I don't really think she looks like George Santos.
I'm not above criticism. I'm not sure what you mean by reproach, but
Yes,
of course
you
you're
did,
totally
Mindy.
free
You
to
got
criticize
out.
me, and I expect
Yeah, as
you will.
American citizens, we can criticize you. We can criticize all of our government employees, can't we?
Absolutely.
That's
Because
right,
you seem to
girl.
whine quite
Knock
a bit
yourself
today
out.
about being attacked or people challenging the decisions that you've made.
I don't think he's
I actually think
whining.
that Daniel Greenfield, a contributor to Front Page Magazine, may have said it best when he said that a justice system can survive those who challenge the prosecutors, but it can't survive those who prosecute the challengers, which is kind of the situation we're in with the Biden administration and you at the helm of the Attorney General's office. Attorney General Garland, in March, Chairman Jordan and I sent you an oversight letter requesting documents and information following the release of an undercover video indicating that the DOJ was working with the IRS to use artificial intelligence to surveil bank accounts of Americans in a clearly unconstitutional manner. The undercover video featured an IRS official privately admitting that the IRS had been using AI to spy on Americans' bank accounts en masse in real time. The IRS official further stated that the Department of Justice and Inspector General controlled this AI-powered warrantless surveillance system, not the IRS. Attorney General, would you agree with me that if the federal government were operating this form of financial surveillance program, there would be serious Fourth Amendment as well as other statutory and civil rights implications, considering that there is no individual probable cause and no
Breathe,
search
Harriet.
warrants are being obtained?
Breathe with me. Beautiful
If
Concha
the Justice Department has the kind of
pendant
AI
medallion that she
capabilities
has.
you're
She
talking
really
about.
does have the most beautiful
Would you agree with
jewelry.
me? Would you agree with me that if they were engaging in that kind of surveillance, it would have
serious Fourth Amendment implications?
I can't understand the kind of surveillance that you're
Yeah, I don't know what
talking
you're
about.
talking
Fourth
about,
Amendment
stupid.
prevents unreasonable
You don't
searches
know
and
what you're
seizures
talking
without a
about.
warrant. If that's what we're doing, then of course that would violate the Fourth Amendment.
We are now entering the zone
Okay, so I
where
would
Harriet
request that you
Hageman
go
does not
back
know
and
what
read the
she's
letter
talking
that Jim
about. So
Jordan and I
please
sent to you.
ignore
That might clear up
who
your
is speaking
confusion
on the
just a
screen
bit.
because
I'll be happy
she has
Now,
no
while the
idea
committee
what
has been
she's speaking
following up
about.
with the department about this matter for months now, the department only replied with a formal response to the committee late last week. In the department's response letter, a DOJ spokesman, the Assistant Attorney General Carlos
Please note,
Iriarte,
you are now
stated that the
entering a
department is,
disinformation
quote,
zone
not aware
on
of the
your
department using
right.
any AI
You will
program
see the
that
source
reflects
of
the
the
description in our March
disinformation.
20th letter.
So
End
please
quote.
use caution
But saying
and
that the
keep your
chief AI
hands
officer
and
is,
your
quote,
brains
not aware
protected.
of the department coordinating with the IRS to use AI to unconstitutionally spy on Americans' financial records is very different from saying unequivocally that the department is not doing so. Why won't the department just give us a clear answer as to whether it is actually using AI to spy on American citizens'
That's a
financial
really big
records?
question.
I'll be happy to take your letter back.
I don't
and-
really
and
think that.
Apparently you already have received
I would
the
need
letter.
some specific
I'll
shit
take it back
here.
and we'll see whether we can get you a clearer letter for you.
I would
There you
appreciate
go.
that.
I'm sure you
I want
would.
to turn to another serious issue, the infiltration of our
bet.
tribal communities by the Mexican cartels because of Joe Biden and Mayorkas's open border.
Oh, border. Okay.
As chair of the subcommittee on
I thought we
Indian
were
and
getting to an
Insular
actual
Affairs, I
issue,
have
but
heard from tribes across the
it's,
nation about this
yeah.
issue. In your written testimony, you actually mention how the department is working
So
with
she's
tribal
just
partners
focused
to
on
disrupt
some
cartel supply chains, and that
soundbite
the department
related
is
to a
zeroing
very
in on
probably what is a very
Sinaloa
serious
and
issue
Jalisco cartels.
and human
However,
trafficking.
in
So
April,
yeah,
the
I can
president of
imagine.
the Fort Belknap Indian community testified to the department's failures, stating, quote, "We don't have help from the FBI, the Border Patrol, the DEA, that has jurisdiction on federal lands, which are reservations." Attorney General Garland, his testimony comes from a tribe where the Sinaloa cartel operates with near impunity in its region. Drugs have devastated the community, reservations have become part of the cartel supply chain, and the Mexican cartels are intimidating Americans.
Sounds like there's a
testifying
lot of
before
issues
Congress,
behind that
yet the
need to be, that are
FBI
very
and
serious and
DOJ
need to be
are
addressed.
largely
Is she willing
absent.
to help address them?
The tribe's experience runs in
communities?
direct contrast to your testimony. Have you been in contact with any of our tribes about the impact that mass illegal immigration, human trafficking, and drug smuggling are having on their members?
Not only have
that's
I
your
been
question?
in contact with the tribes, I've been on the reservation in Montana and Alaska. The answer to your question is Congress is not giving us money for FBI agents to go into the reservations.
So this is Congress's fault that you won't do your job.
It's Congress's
This
fault.
is Congress's
Whoa.
fault that you won't protect
I will do
our
my-
reservation.
Come
and
on
you won't
now,
protect
stop
our
it.
reservations from
Stop
the
it.
consequences of the Biden and Mayorkas open border policies. That's Congress's fault, not theirs.
If you give us
Yeah,
money
actually,
for
if
more
you pass
FBI
the,
agents
need
if
more
you
money for
pass the,
FBI agents.
they will
How
go
about
to
if
if
you
they
pass
just
the,
enforce the border?
Hey, if you
How about
pass
if you ask them
the
to enforce the
bipartisan
border?
bill that Langford negotiated on your
Time the
behalf,
generally has
stupid ass,
expired.
then maybe you would have enough money so that you could have more border patrol agents and you
We're
could
out
have
on
more
this side, but I
adjudication, you
would
could have
offer,
faster because you'd have more
unanimous
judges,
consent
you might
for,
have some more
two letters that
services
may address
for
Ms.
people,
Hageman's line of
and that
questioning.
might
One is
help.
dated
And I would love
April
to hear
22nd,
more about
2024
the
from the
issues
Department of
on
Treasury. This is
Wyoming
addressed to you,
reservations,
Mr. Chairman.
but I
It's
don't
from
think she's going to give it
Corey
to us.
Tellez, who is the acting secretary, and the other is, she may have referenced, I'm not sure, from the Department of Justice to you, Mr. Chairman, is from Mr. Uriarte, as dated May 31st, 2024.
And I would ask for unanimous consent for an article, Cartels Infiltrating Native Reservations
From
with
where?
Fentanyl, according to a tribal leader.
Thank you. Without objection.
who is the
Gentleman yields
article
back. Gentleman from
from?
Florida is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Attorney General. This committee is well aware of your long tenure as an appellate judge on the D.C. Circuit and your time as an AUSA before that. And I am sure that you, like me, care deeply about the public confidence in our court system and specifically our judiciary. And you said something a few moments ago that I think is a very important principle. You said that judges put aside their personal views and their political views when they preside. And I agree that that is the expectation. Not that judges don't have personal or political views, but that judges set those beliefs aside when they consider and rule upon cases, and that they do so in a way that is impartial and consistent with the law. And so I'd like to discuss the recent increase in aspersions being cast at some of our Supreme Court justices, some of which we've heard repeated during this hearing. Public calls for recusal of justices based on conjecture and conspiracy about their political beliefs, and in fact, not even the supposed political beliefs of the justices themselves, but even more attenuated to the supposed political and personal beliefs of their wives. In your view, Mr. Attorney General, is it appropriate to attack the impartiality and integrity of the Supreme Court justices in this way?
Do you think they
I'm
should
going to have to say again what I said before,
Don't you think
which is
everyone
we have
should try
cases
their
before the
flexibility
Supreme
on
Court,
too?
so I'm not going to be able to comment on this. You haven't heard any aspersions cast by me, and you won't hear any.
Black Bear, it's good to see you. South Dakota tribes banned their governor from all tribal lands. Way to go.
So then let's discuss this not
Fucking
as
Christy
it relates to the
Gnome, dog
specific
shooter.
justices who have had their integrity attacked
Ruiner
today,
of
but more generally
native
in the case
lands.
of judges who are presiding. Now, in general, in your experience on the bench, did judges in the D.C. Circuit recuse themselves if they believed they had a conflict of interest?
You out, Jay?
Yes.
And in your experience, did they typically
I hope the
adhere
concert
to a
was
very
good.
high standard of personal
Sorry, I didn't mean
integrity?
to say that. I hope you had a great time.
And do you have any reason
I
to
hope the Lawrence
believe
Welk cover band
or
was
any
great.
personal belief that the justices of the Supreme Court currently have any issues that would necessitate
We're
their
150
recusal?
people away from
you've now
1,000
skipped over to the
viewers. Can I
question, which I
just
said I
take a
wouldn't be
moment
able
to
to
say we are
answer.
150
comment
people
about the
away,
Supreme
or
Court. We have cases in the Supreme Court
126
right now.
away from 1,000
And-
viewers
and
across
all the time.
platforms.
So
I just want to thank
let's
all of
talk
you who
about the
shared the
matter of judicial
broadcast,
security. So not
because the
long
more
ago,
media
we had
literacy that
Director
gets
Wray of
out
the
there,
FBI
the better
appear
off we
before this
all are.
committee,
And that's
I
the only
questioned
reason I'm
him
here,
about
is media literacy.
The lack of FBI
That's it. All
resources
day,
and focus
every day,
being allocated
twice on
to
Tuesdays.
threats against the safety
Is this
of
Tuesday? It is
judges
Tuesday.
and specifically Supreme Court justices in light of some of the alarming news in recent times. And one of the things that he pointed out, in fairness, was that the U.S. Marshals
Yeah,
take
fire
a large
Chris Wray,
role
that's
when
fine.
it comes to the security of judges. But in your role, you have the unique opportunity to actually oversee both branches there. So I'd like to know more about what the department is doing related
What are we
to
doing
threats
to keep
against
Brett
judges.
Kavanaugh.
Fair-
They even
fair
had a
enough.
Lawrence
So
Welk
this is what I
hologram come
can
out.
talk
Oh my
about.
God, that's amazing. Oh, thank you. You
respect to
got,
the
you're
justices
you're part of
themselves,
helping. So thank you,
for
Jay.
the first time in history,
Love you, bestie.
An attorney general, namely
Love you,
myself,
bestie. See you
ordered
later.
that every justice get
Grateful for you,
24/7
too.
protection for himself or herself and their families at their residence and on their travel. So I've assigned over 70 U.S. Marshals who are doing this daily, but because of rotations, it's involved almost 1,700 marshals across the country to provide immediate protection. Now, the FBI, both the marshals and the FBI investigate threats against the justice. This is in our highest priority band protection against the judges, protection against threats against justices and judges. And I'll be happy to provide you with the press releases of our charges. There have been threats against several of the justices, and we have brought cases against those who have threatened them. We have a lot of judges in the country, and we don't have enough marshals. So I'm sorry to say the same thing I said before, which is we need more money for the marshals for protection, because not only
It's
do
people.
they protect the
Programs are
justices,
people.
they have to protect
If you
the
want
judges.
programs effective, you need the
Courthouses in
people.
94 districts in the United States.
You can audit him. That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's a
I yield the
GAO
balance
for
of my
that.
time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to you, sir.
Oh, thought that was coming at the end. Thank you. I think the gentleman for yield. Have you looked at, Mr. Attorney General, have you looked into who leaked the Dobbs draft opinion at the Supreme Court?
Have you?
Has the Justice Department looked into who was responsible for leaking the Dobbs draft opinion at the Supreme Court?
Well, I believe the Supreme Court did its own internal investigation. They didn't ask us to look into that.
Yeah, but we don't know who did. I'm just asking, is that something that the Justice
Do
Department
you
will
have
look
an
into?
idea?
I think if
Do you have?
If the justices of the Supreme Court refer the matter for investigation by the Justice Department.
Was anyone in the Justice Department involved in the leak of the
Oh my
Dobbs-draft
God
opinion?
in heaven.
You asked whether the
What?
Justice Department was involved?
Is anyone at the Justice Department involved in that leak?
I can't imagine how that could happen. That's an internal document
To
within
the Supreme
Supreme
Court.
Court. The Justice
Just asking, I'm just asking.
You know who did?
I
Probably Mrs.
would be
Alito.
stunned.
No,
I yield back to the gentleman.
I think Ginny Thomas did
Thank you,
it.
Mr.
Damn
Chairman.
it, I really do.
Mr. Gates talked about Mr.
I think she
Colangelo
wanted some
earlier.
distraction.
Mr. Colangelo was acting Associate Attorney General for the Justice Department.
Okay,
under
listen,
President Biden prior to your
Colangelo
arrival.
got
Is that
another job. All
understanding?
right, that's the big
Is
drama.
that considered to be the third highest ranking official within the
Oh my
DOJ?
God, look at how cute. Oh, he's got a little
What did he
jacket
do prior
issue.
to his
I think he
service
needs
with
1
the
inch
Department of
longer on the
Justice?
I didn't know
sleeve,
Mr.
maybe?
Colangelo before. My understanding was he had once been in the Civil Rights Division. I don't know his resume.
Would it
And he
surprise
left
you to
the
know
job
that
at
he
the
was the
DOJ.
Deputy Director for the Obama-Biden
Who
administration's
cares?
National
Oh my
Economic
fucking
Council?
God. Jesus Christ on a cracker.
Wouldn't surprise me or not surprise me.
Can't even fucking stand these
Were
guys
you aware
anymore.
also
I'm
that he
telling you
worked
right
for the
now,
New
I'm
York
just
Attorney
about to
General,
blow a fucking
Letitia
gasket
James,
because
for a
all of
period
these
of
time? I've read that in the
douchebag
paper.
nozzles are sitting there spouting
Would it
off
surprise
their
you to know that he was
nonsense.
paid thousands of dollars by
And
the
so here we
DNC
are,
for
listen,
political
oh my God,
consulting
yeah,
in
did
2018?
you imagine they got money by the DNC? Oh my God, can you imagine? Is
So
that,
I
is
think
that
the issue that
scandalous?
we're having is
No,
that it looks
it's
like
not scandalous. It's
this
not.
particular
They try to make it
gentleman,
scandalous
his
with like
whole
a little
mission
voice
seems to be
trick,
prosecuting
but
a president.
no,
He started
it's
off
not.
with Letitia James.
Oh,
He has a
let's
stint
come
with
on,
the
Fonnie
Department of
Willis.
Justice.
Come on, do it.
And then Mr. Gates
Somehow
kind of talked about
time
this
to Georgia.
earlier. Normally, if you're going for something, you start out at a DA level, and then you might move to the Department of Justice. Like it's an elevation.
Can you
He
imagine
has
if
gone
someone
backwards.
takes a
Why is that, you
ziggy-zag?
think?
Oh my God, I've gone backwards so many
just set
times in my
forth the whole
career.
thing
Have
here
you
if I can,
ever? I
okay?
mean, come
I
on,
know
give me a
Mr.
1 in the chat if
Colangelo,
you ever went
because of
backwards
his
in your
service
fucking
in the
career.
department. He's a highly ethical person and an excellent
People
lawyer.
do that for all sorts of reasons. Most of them good,
Associate's
actually,
office
because it's like
supervises
you want
the
to do
Civil
something
Division,
more for
Civil
the
Rights
principle of it
Division,
than
the
for the
Antitrust
money
Division.
of it. Yeah, sometimes that's
That
what
office
happens.
does
I know
not
for the
supervise
Republicans,
any
they don't
of
really
the,
have a lot of
the criminal
principles.
components that
So,
supervise
might be a
the
foreign concept.
investigation,
I
the
get it.
criminal investigations of Mr. Trump.
Don't you think, though, Mr. Attorney General, that his career choices, the path that he has chosen, at a very least, poses the perception of an ethical issue for the Department of
Does he
Justice?
not have a boat
No,
payment?
I don't see how it poses any issue for the
Merrick
Department
Garland,
of
have you
Justice.
ever
He's not
been
an
on,
employee of the Justice Department. The
Matthew
Justice Department
Colangelo's
did not
boat?
send him to New
Are
York.
you? Did you help him make his boat payment? Maybe
Those
like when he
decisions in
took
New
the less
York are
painful.
made by
I don't
the
understand.
DA
I
of New
just
York.
need somehow to tie
fair
you
to
to
say,
the
but
New
we
York
have,
case. You don't
Manhattan
understand.
DA headline,
Can you
Manhattan
help
DA
me?
hires ex-senior DOJ official as office investigates Trump.
Yeah, that's right.
Another one
That's
from the New York
probably
Times. Manhattan DA
he
hires
landed a good
ex-justice
one there.
official to help
Looks
lead
like, 'cause
Trump
they
inquiry.
won 34.
Now, you might not have had anything to do with
34.
that, but the perception
Number
is,
one,
and the American people
guilty.
perceive, that the
Number
Department of
two,
Justice
guilty.
is intimately
Number
engaged
three,
with this. And I
guilty.
think in my
Number
last minute
four,
here,
guilty.
here's the
Number
issue that I
five,
think that people say,
guilty.
and polling
Number
shows this
six,
consistently, that the American
guilty.
people believe that the
Number
prosecution
seven,
of President Trump is
guilty.
more about
Number eight,
politics
guilty.
than it is about
Number
any
nine,
violation of the law.
guilty.
In the
Number
DOJ's
10,
own words,
guilty
its
too.
mission consists
Number
of
11,
independence and
guilty. Number 12,
impartiality,
guilty.
honesty
Number
and
13,
integrity.
lucky
At
number
your Senate
13,
confirmation
guilty.
hearing in
Number
2021,
14,
you said the
guilty.
department will be
Number
under
15,
my protection
guilty.
for the
Number
purpose
16,
of
guilty.
preventing
Number
any kind of
17,
partisan
guilty.
or
Number
other
18,
improper
guilty. Number
motive
19,
in
guilty.
making any kind
Number
of
20, guilty.
investigation or
Number
prosecution.
21, guilty. Number
But since that
22,
time,
guilty too. Number 23, guilty.
The
Number
DOJ has
24,
obstructed
guilty.
this committee's
Still
impeachment
going.
inquiry. It's
Number
allowed the
25,
statute of limitations
guilty.
to run,
Number 26,
to expire on Hunter
guilty.
Biden's
Number
2014
27,
tax records and the
guilty.
crimes
Number
therein.
28,
Slow walk the
guilty.
prosecution
Number
of Hunter
29,
Biden as
guilty.
testified to
Number
by
30, guilty
whistleblowers.
too. Number
You wouldn't allow
31, guilty.
investigators to
Number
follow
32,
department protocols. You've limited witness testimony here in this committee as we try to provide oversight. You've limited the scope in which they can actually say and the number of witnesses.
Whatever.
And instructed two of the employees to disregard this committee's own subpoena. You refused to comply with the subpoena regarding the audio tapes, hence the contempt, the regrettable and unfortunate contempt
Court
that
of
we have
law,
to
am
bring.
I right?
You appointed
Jury of my
Jack Smith to
peers, am I
prosecute Trump
right?
despite his very interesting career of losing cases
Beyond a
and
reasonable
targeting political
doubt, am I
opponents.
right?
You sanctioned a raid on Mar-a-Lago, and the
That
concern
was a
that we
search
have
warrant.
is
They executed
that
a
you're
search
either asleep
warrant.
at
Same
the
thing they
wheel,
did with Biden
or
and
you're
Pence, by the
intentionally
way.
allowing the department and the agents therein to engage in political prosecution.
No, they didn't.
Thank
Nope.
you, and I yield back.
No, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to sneak that last part in real fast.
Close our day. Soon
Thank
to
you,
be
Mr.
governor of this great state of
Excellent.
North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr.
Armstrong.
Chairman.
Oh, my God.
I feel like I sometimes have a unique space, particularly on this side of the aisle, in that I've been trying to be a good-natured
Oh, my God.
pain
I
in
can't
the
stand
Department
this
of
guy.
Justice's rear end my entire adult life. And since I've been here, I've worked on things about law enforcement's use of third-party data brokers, geofence warrants, civil asset forfeiture reform, acquitted conduct, and exculpatory evidence, safer supervision, BOP oversight.
North Dakota and think it over.
I've fought for extra money for public defenders, and when Mr. Ivy's talking about those guys he was talking to in church, I was the guy at
he
council table with
helps.
him.
Oh, some of his best friends are black. That's what he's trying to tell
I'm sorry.
you.
I was just saying, like, I spent a significant portion of the early part of my career as a public defender and dealing with that. So I
Good for
take this
you.
stuff
Let's give him a
seriously.
ribbon, people.
And
Well, now what is your excuse?
Earlier today, you said it is our view that audio recordings
Yeah,
are
what's with the
essential
weird
and people
green,
are less
huh?
likely to participate if they know those are going to be turned over. It will have a chilling effect on the cooperation of future witnesses. It's happening right now, and career DOJ officials have told you that, correct?
Yes.
But the second part of that is when you want to. And the reason I know this is, and I hate the fact that oftentimes in order to get answers to some of these questions, we have to go to these highly political and profile cases. But we introduced the FAIR Act, and we had all but one member of this committee vote for it. And that is requiring Department of Justice to record DOJ, ATF, FBI, DEA, and the Marshal Service to record custodial interrogations and non-custodial interrogations. And we know
the
that the
perception you're
DOJ
trying to
interviewed Paul
manufacture
Manafort
or
4
manipulate.
times and never interviewed him. By the way, it's not
Thanks,
only
Pep.
the DOJ. When we sat in a deposition, Hunter Biden's lawyers requested that it wasn't audio recorded or
Hunter
video
Biden.
recorded. Now, I have my suspicion why, and I think it's because things read differently than they sound.
Oh my
But in
God, is this about the
2004, the FBI
Biden
issued a
thing?
report
Jesus
in
fucking
favor
Christ,
of
nobody
recording
cares.
interviews because of the following benefits. Reduce court time for officers to appear in suppression hearings. Improve court efficiency with fewer pretrial motions to suppress statements and confessions. Officer efficiency due to no longer needing to review and piece together notes from interviews. Reduction in lawsuits stemming from frivolous claims of misconduct. And in 2014, and this is all before you were the Attorney General, but you're in the big chair and we're last, so we get that.
Why are we
President Obama created a presumption that interviews of federally detained persons should be electronically recorded. The problem was, and the reason we introduced this bill, is the DOJ's determination of in custody was after arraignment before trial in a federal building. So my question to you, which we can start with, is why, if they're so essential for you to record them that it will chill future cooperation, the recording in and of itself has no benefit. I mean, it has benefit to your guys.
Oh my
But
gosh.
when you don't have to turn it over, you are arguing that recordings are essential. But you and I both know in a
also
criminal case
Biden
that if you have the
invoked
recording,
executive
I'm going to
privilege.
eventually get it
Period.
as a defense
Full
attorney.
stop.
So I'm trying to figure
there's
out
no big
what your guys'
conspiracy
policy is
here.
on recording of interviews and
Here's the
recording of
bottom
witnesses.
line.
Because if it
The
was what it really says
Republicans
it
want
was,
the
we wouldn't have
recording
had to
so that they
introduce
can
the
cut and splice it and AI the shit out of it and manipulate voters. That is it.
There are very
Full
few
stop.
things that are
They
before
have
my
a
time,
full
but that one does seem
transcript
to have been before
of the
my time.
interview
I
with
don't know the
Biden by
answer to
Robert
the
Hur.
Policy about recording. Personally, I think
They already
recording
had a
interviews is a
5-hour
very good thing to do,
interrogation
for all the reasons that you
of
say. But
Robert
of course, as a
Hur,
former defense attorney, you
who
know
was appointed
that
by
the
Trump,
defendant has
by
to
the way.
agree to the recording of
I
the
think.
interview.
I think he's a
We've
Trump
been a part of it in this
appointee.
committee
I
too,
could be
and
wrong
I
about
get
that.
the rules of evidence in a
Bottom
criminal
line
case
is,
are different than an adversarial between the Department
There's
of
no there
Justice
there.
and Congress.
Okay, sorry.
But
But
our
actually,
frustration and
Biden
my personal
pretty much has his
frustration
shit
is whenever
together.
you're in an adversarial system,
according
the
to
other
Robert
team
Hur.
doesn't get to determine what is the best evidence.
And he's your
I'm not
guy.
talking about the best evidence rule. We've had that conversation forever.
DOJ says
But it's
Thaxton appeared to
fine.
help
But
leaders
when we know
Ethan
it
Nordine and
exists,
Joe
and we
Biggs, now
ask
serving
for it,
jail sentences
and
for
then you say,
seditious
I mean, and
conspiracy,
some of this is timing, too,
dismantle
and with all
offense
due-
that
I
help
mean, with all due
facilitate
respect
the
to
breach of
everybody, we get the
police
transcript
lines.
the day before the
Well,
first hearing.
Mr.
We get
Thaxton,
executive
what
privilege
the
put
hell are
into
you
place
doing?
literally
Gal,
the
thank you
morning
for dropping
of the
Kyle
contempt
Cheney's
hearing,
tweet to read
and
up
we're
on
looking
the
at it
Proud
and saying,
Boy, now
listen,
arrested,
we know it it exists.
I don't know what the
we
charges
want
are
it.
yet,
And
but
you're
I'm
saying that
curious.
there's some
So
political reason for,
I'm going to
for
have
us
to
not
jet
getting it,
right
but I
after
will
this hearing
argue,
ends,
and I
but
will argue
please
at the
join me.
rooftops that the real
I don't know
political
when.
reason
Oh man,
is
I don't
to
know. I
not
think
give
it's
it to
tonight.
us.
Tonight I'm doing
Because
a bedtime
anybody
story.
in
So
any
8 o'clock
determination of
tonight.
fact
We'll see.
anywhere in the country
But yeah, join
knows
me. Join me tomorrow.
if
I
you
think I'm
have
going to be
audio
live
or
tomorrow. I don't really
video,
know
that
yet,
is
but
better
check
than a
my
transcript.
channel.
If you have a
YouTube,
transcript, that's
at Real
better than
Lolo.
notes.
At
And
Real
that's what the
Lolo
committee is trying to get
on
here,
YouTube.
and that's what the committee is being stonewalled from when we know it exists.
Sorry,
and
I
that's
just
why we're
love to
so
talk
frustrated.
over
And I personally believe
freaking
that
Republicans.
there's a very, very specific
Do
reason
you?
that executive
Do you
privilege
think
was,
something really weird is
instituted the morning of the
happening? Is that
hearing.
what you think?
Because the difference between this and a
Mr.
criminal
Madam?
case is we actually have a potential time clock, and that's the November election. And with
What?
that, I yield back.
Excuse
Could
me?
I respond?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
let me tell you about
Time
that
for
time
response?
clock, bitch.
Yep.
Sorry. I know, but I like talking to you, and this seems like a good conversation, if you don't mind. So 2 things. One, with respect to the timing, since the Clinton administration 30 years or so ago, it's been standard that assertions of executive privilege occur right before the vote in order to provide the constitutional accommodation process as much time to run as possible. So that's the answer to that thing. The answer to the other is the Supreme Court has said that in order to protect the separation of powers under the Constitution, the Congress has to have a legitimate legislative purpose for the things that it's requesting. And what I'm still not seeing, I understand why you'd rather see the audio, hear the audio, than read the transcript, but I still do not understand a legislative purpose. I can't see how listening to the audio will make any difference with respect to any legislation you have in mind. If you want to have
Is he really Black
statute
Bear?
that
Oh my
requires
God, Big
special
Oil. I'm
counsels
reading a book
audio
about Big
all the
Oil.
time to
I'm
the
excited
Congress,
about it.
you can pass that without listening to this
Called,
audio. And I don't
Anointed
see
with
There's
Oil.
no element of the impeachment resolution that will change with respect to information on the audio. The words are the same on the transcript as the audio. That's my explanation.
Sorry.
I
know,
actually
say demeanor
excited
evidence.
to see potentially
Say demeanor
how that gets
evidence.
turned out in the more
Yeah.
respectful way. By
Me
the way,
too,
it would really,
bitch.
actually in this current political environment, I'm not sure if it would help or it would hurt, but the FAIR Act's a really good piece of legislation and your support would be helpful. And with that,
I'll look into whether we're following the FAIR Act or not. That's a very good point.
your career
Whatevs.
DOJ officials are following it, I promise you.
Gentleman yields back. That
babes.
concludes today's hearing. I want to thank
Okay.
the Attorney
All right. Yeah. Oh my God. We hit so many miles. I'm going to be crying on the way to the thing I have to do. Salem apologized to Andrews and retracted the film from its platforms. This is a big thing. Salem Media has retracted 2,000 Mules, which was the fake mockumentary that Dinesh D'Souza pushed as actual election fraud, when in fact it was complete and utter lies and has been proven in court. All right, as admitted by the people who basically said, we made it up. All right, they made it up. Okay, True the Vote made it up. And then Dinesh D'Souza made a fake film about it. And now Salem Media, the media company, which has news stations, by the way, is disavowing it and has to apologize to the people that were maligned by that film, lied about, and whose reputations were tarnished, and probably their personal safety. So Dinesh D'Souza, who is a felon, by the way, needs to go back to prison because his fucking pardon was illegal. Oh my gosh, Gal, thank you so much. Wait, I need to get hold on, I need to get the. Thank you for that, Gal. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Not necessary, so appreciated. And it is a dancing lemon with a little bitty horn. But this is such a great lounge. Oh my God. Everybody sharing it literally brought us almost to 900 viewers. We're at 879 as we draw to a close. I don't even know what's happening right now. I'm so fucking on cloud nine, because what you need to I'm going to cry. What you need to understand is that all I've ever wanted is for people to get the information and for us to have a fighting fucking chance at a well-informed voting public. So thank you for coming today and watching and spreading media literacy. Woo, boop, boop, whoop, whoop. So thank you so much for coming and helping making media literacy important again, and helping save our republic and democracy. So I will see you, but probably tonight with a bedtime story, and certainly on Twitter. Follow me everywhere. Please come over to Real Lolo on YouTube and hit the bell, make it solid so that you get the notifications of when I'm going live. I generally try to go live at least 5 or 6 times a week. And then we have the lounge on Friday where we have spaced out trivia, where we just relax and chill. And there's a lot of smart people and fun people and sweet people. And I really hope you come and join us on Fridays as well. So thank you. Have a wonderful Tuesday. And let's make it happen, man. Oh man, let's just make it happen. All right. Bye. Oops. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Wait. I need the other thing. Hold on. I want oh, here we go. Okay. Bye. Oh shit. God dang it. It slipped me. Hold on. No, this is going to be really good. You got to wait for this because it's going to be real good. Just freaking wait. Oh my God. You know what it is? It's this fucking mouse. Okay. Bye for reals. Oh, there's the boxes.
We'll make you laugh and think. We bring the truth, no censorship, no missing link with attitude and sass. We shake up the status quo. Daily